I was reborn as a sword. Through hundreds of long years, the blade passed through countless owners' hands. The cold steel, thirsting for the blood of bygone eras. It was swung by knights, and I turned them into heroes remembered in history. But among all who ever grasped that hilt, one stood above the rest. I found my comrade. Together, the sword and its master roamed the world. The blade radiated a brilliant blue aura. They faced a gigantic monster, their combined strength shattering both white bone and iron. They climbed the frozen mountains, where the bitter wind tore the sky and challenged the white dragon. With a single earth-shattering stroke, the dragon's head was severed, its massive body collapsing down. While the knight stood there in the glory of victory, we traveled together across the world and achieved deeds none could match. Time flowed like a river. The comrade became king of a realm. A golden age born from the blade and me, along with the legend of the dragon slayer, grew on. The sword now lay as a revered relic in the palace, its golden hilt and the blue gem gleaming under a lone lamp. Please care for my descendants. That was my comrade's final wish when the sword was passed to his bloodline. However, the silence of the relic chamber was broken by rough, heavy pant. Why is it so noisy? The ancient soul within the sword awoke from its long sleep. Ugh, what a nuisance. Which rude, foolish creature is shaking my body? A sweaty, chubby hand gripped the hilt. The view revealed a grotesque sight. An excessively fat young man with blonde hair, his face twisted by greed and arrogance. From now on, the owner of this sword is me, the fat man shouted, spitting. Someone stepped forward, trembling. Your Highness, that is an item no one but the king may touch. Please return it to its place. The sword's consciousness recoiled in horror. What? The prince, this swine? It immediately swept through the status board that appeared in its mind. Adrian Leon Burke shouted, Shut up. There is nothing in this country I cannot touch. He clumsily brandished the legendary sword. The knights faltered. The sword lamented inwardly. Impossible. Seeing this name, is he truly my comrade's descendant? Yet such potential. Could this be the heir of a holy sword? Adrian Leon Burke, male, 16 years old. Talent, none. Personality, arrogant, pathologically obese, clumsy, lecherous, lazy, bullied, emotionally unstable. Adrian Leon Burke, sweating profusely, raised the sword high, eyes rolling in a delusion of power. With this, the king and the nobles will no longer be able to ignore me. The sword had seen enough and thought, what a ridiculous idiot, handling things so carelessly. Adrian screamed, his voice cracking. Oh, great dragon slayer, lend me your power. The sword's spirit roared in reply, a voice like thunder in the spirit realm. Are you insane? Why would I lend my power to someone like you? Adrian swung wildly, forcing the knights to try to restrain him. Your Highness, please put the sword down. You shouldn't be doing this in the palace. The words only made him angrier. Shut up. You dare order me around. Do you want to die? If I had Gruhan's power. Suddenly, Adrian tripped, his bulky body collapsing to the floor. The sword in his hand thus swung and aimed straight at him. Swoosh! Blood sprayed everywhere. The silver-haired knight saw this, his face full of worry. A maid behind him screamed in horror. Prince Adrian collapsed to the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Send for the royal physician immediately. But as Adrian's vision blurred, the sword thought to itself, Oh, so the one stabbed is this bastard. My vision is clearing bit by bit. At this rate, I'll faint for the first time in my life as a sword. If Prince Adrian succeeds to the throne, the kingdom has no future. He inherited none of the royal talents, yet leads in arrogance. He lacks ability, but his greed is unsurpassed in the kingdom. He is a stupid, lazy, cruel pig. That is first Prince Adrian Leon Burke, a black cloud hanging over the kingdom's future. After such a prince was stabbed and hovered at the border of death before waking, a strange rumor began to spread. The maids whispered in the halls. About Prince Adrian Leon Burke. Hasn't he changed at all lately? A voice answered. Indeed, he no longer flings the dining table around like before, and he doesn't gather his gang of ruffians anymore, does he? They chuckled maliciously. Even the notorious first prince must feel embarrassed now. Isn't he just lying still out of fear? Wait a while, and he'll be back to his old self. However, Prince Adrian Leon Burke paid no mind to such rumors. The spirit inside was different. Thinking about how I killed my comrade's descendant and seized his body. Suddenly, the door burst open and a maid rushed in, bowing frantically. Your Highness, the king has arrived. Please quickly fix your attire to receive his majesty. The prince, now the sword spirit, still sat on the chair, thinking skeptically. No, he didn't even visit when I was about to die. So why this suddenness now? The maid replied. The knights are nearby. Please moderate your words. A tall figure entered the room. A gray-haired, bearded man with a stern face and a red cloak exuding authority. I heard you returned from death, but it seems that temper of yours is exactly the same. You may all withdraw. The king expects nothing anyway. He sat there confused, thinking, who is this? He recognized the man's identity. Is he the tutor of that fat man? The protagonist spoke calmly. My memories are chaotic. I feel like I could remember who you are, and yet I can't. The old man's eyes widened slightly in shock. Oh, don't tell me the maid made the grand announcement the king has arrived. Seeing this, the protagonist thought, the king? Then he must be that bastard's father. Oh, he's better than I thought. I assumed the passing years would dilute the lion's blood into dog blood. But seeing this king, perhaps that's not the case. The king said with disappointment, seeing you not even greet your father, it seems surviving death hasn't changed a man. The servant stepped forward anxiously. Your Majesty, I have just heard that the prince's memory is not normal. Another voice panicked. My gods, what a disaster. Why didn't the royal physician report this grave matter to your Majesty? Summon the physician immediately to examine the prince. Then the royal physician examined him. He reported, I find no abnormalities in the prince's body. However, it could be a temporary condition caused by psychological shock and amnesia. He looked at his son, who sat on the bed with a bored expression. The king thought skeptically, how convenient. If you say you remember nothing now, does that mean everything you've done so far never happened? When people make wrong choices, they may commit acts condemned by all. If afterward one recognizes this and never repeats the mistake, that can be called a learning process. But you have forgotten all of that, because it has all become as if it never happened. You have not taken a single step forward from past mistakes, and you will not be able to move forward in the future. The old knight whispered, Your Majesty, please remain calm. The protagonist sat dazed, thinking, he's really lecturing me. When the king left, he looked down at himself. Damn, I've stepped in shit. Never mind being treated like a prince. It seems I can't even be treated like a human. What the hell did that brat do after all? Suddenly, a beautiful woman wearing a crown rushed in, her eyes brimming with tears. She hugged him tightly. I've heard everything. You must be very confused. Your memory will return soon. No, that mundane past matters little if you don't remember it. Look how your beautiful face has wasted away. My poor son. He choked in her embrace, thinking, exactly where has it wasted away? The queen smiled warmly. Still, I am so happy you opened your eyes like this. You must never touch such dangerous objects again. If anything had happened and you didn't wake up, I don't even want to imagine it. Those words made him think. I'm sorry, but your son is dead. This is truly a burden. Night fell over the magnificent castle, bathing it in moonlight. The queen left waving. I will come visit you again. Rest well. As soon as the door slammed shut, his attitude changed immediately. My comrade begged me to care for his descendants, yet I killed one of them. It wasn't intentional, but I was the one who ended his life. Since things have come to this, what can I do? I must live well for the part of that dead man, too. Reborn is a sword. I spent my life cleaning up others' consequences. This is a fat, talentless body, but it's fine. I just need to rebuild my strength once more. Do you know how many children I've driven to wake? First, I need to train magic. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Green energy began to whirl around him. Mana flared up, enveloping his body in a green radiance. It intensified, lighting the dark room. But suddenly the energy flickered wildly. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Ugh! The blue flame vanished into nothingness. He looked stunned. The mana had been dissipated. This body couldn't absorb it. He refused to give up. Once more, he gathered his energy again. His face flushed red from the strain, veins bulging. Again, blue flames flared from his hands, but they were unstable. Energy burst outward. He collapsed to hands and knees, gasping. He stared at the floor, horrified and exhausted. What the hell is this? What kind of body is this, really? Adrian thought. If only I had my original body. With a physique like that, I could just force mana through and fix this easily. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock interrupted his internal fury. A maid in uniform entered, bowing respectfully but trembling slightly. Your Highness, forgive my abruptness. This is a tonic personally sent by the Queen. It tastes a bit bitter, but will be very good for your body. Please consider the Queen's intentions. The maid faltered, sweat beading on her brow, bracing herself for a violent reaction. Hopefully you won't throw the bowl like last time. She recalled vividly the prince's rage, shouting, I told you I won't take any medicine, but this time was different. Adrian's eyes widened as he stared at the bowl. That stuff, he recognized the energy emanating from the liquid. It contained mana. Without hesitation, he snatched the bowl, lifted it to his lips, and began to gulp it down voraciously. The maid watched in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief as the notoriously difficult prince drained the bowl in seconds. Satisfied? Now leave, she stammered as she prepared to leave. Yes, Your Highness. Left alone, he thought. Good, now once more. Fortunately, it worked. The accumulated mana was still far too little, so tiny it could vanish completely in a short day. However, unexpectedly he opened the door and stepped outside, pointing at the servant. Do you have more of that? A few days later, the room was filled with a mystical blue light, his body wrapped in swirling magical energy. Finally, at last I can create a soul mana core. I've done this countless times before. I could form something like a soul mana core, even with my eyes closed. Suddenly, a stabbing pain shot through his chest. It hurts. He clutched his heart, his face contorted in pain. It felt like I was burning inside, my chest about to explode. That's right, creating a soul mana core has always been this painful. I must not lose consciousness. If I pass out now, the mana will backlash against me. Sweat streamed down his face as he tried to regain his composure. Focus. Capture the mass of mana that's trying to run rampant. There's no need to rush. Follow the flow that runs along the heart to the right, very slowly. Let this new heart absorb it. A drop of pure blue mana fell into the pool within his soul. Ripples spread, the chaotic energy calmed, and it coalesced into a stable sphere. Adrian opened his eyes, now shining with brilliant blue. It's done. This time it's not a soul mana core made for others, but my own soul mana core. I did it. It's complete. I have created a soul mana core. A golden projection window suddenly appeared before him. Soul mana core created. He reached out and touched it, puzzled. A status panel? It looks exactly like the status messages I used to send to my master when I was a sword. Why is it appearing for me now? The system began processing data, restoring connection to origin. Connection restored. Connection status poor. Connection extremely unstable. Warning messages flooded his vision. Most abilities were unavailable. Only a few were accessible. The judgment ability is now available for limited use. You can now assess the potential of opponents of lower or equivalent level to yourself. What the hell? He blurted as more notifications appeared. The Heavenly Eye ability is now available for extremely limited use. You can see better. The Heavenly Ear ability is now available for extremely limited use. You can hear better. He snapped his head toward the window. Abilities? His vision magnified, piercing through the foliage to look down at the garden below. He could see each leaf on the trees with astonishing clarity. I can definitely see better than before. Suddenly voices drifted into his ears from outside. He couldn't make out the words at first. He concentrated. The maid's whispers in the hallway became crisp and distinct. Don't you know his temperament? He would have caused a huge uproar by now. He realized the range of this power. I can even hear sounds outside the door, but the strain was too great. A splitting headache tore through his skull. Golden warning windows. Internal mana has been completely depleted. Forcing use of abilities is terminated. He clutched his head as the system abruptly shut down. So that's it. This is what extremely limited means. Perceive everything from every direction without a single blind spot. The absolute senses I had as a sword are gone. For now, by drawing out a tiny amount of magical energy, I can only eavesdrop on sounds outside the door or see a bit more clearly. That will change as I expand my mana reservoir. His stomach let out a loud growl. He was starving. Food had to be brought immediately. First, I need to focus on adapting to this human body. After that, the magnificent castle stood tall under the brilliant sun. Inside, the queen opened her arms with a warm smile. How commendable. You drank every drop of the tonic your mother sent. At last you've learned to cherish your body. Ah, by the way, do you know who this is? Adrian looked at the man coldly. Don't remember. The queen turned to the scarred man. It seems he truly has amnesia. So you must help this child. The queen's brother watched silently, thinking, I kept wondering who he was. Turns out he's the queen's brother. The queen now smiled at him. After all, isn't he your only nephew? He sneered. You speak as if I've lost something important. Anyway, his past wasn't exactly spotless. Then he thought inwardly. He seems to dislike me at a glance. He continued, let me be clear. All I can do for him is help remove some of that excess fat. I cannot provide anything beyond that. So abandon any useless expectations. Don't forget that notion. Scene cuts to the training yard. In an instant, Adrian was beaten and tossed about on the arena floor. He stared at the boy with murderous intent. From now on, every bite you eat, every drink, every breath must have my permission. If you expect to be treated like a prince, give up now. Try your hardest. Who knows? I might change my mind and teach you a bit of our clan's secret swordsmanship. He gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted by that attitude. Ridiculous. You want to teach me? Teach someone who was once trainer to undefeated knights. The master of the founding king who built this country. Teach me, he added. Seeing you're fat, you must be furious. Adrian stood up. Sir, let's make a bet. Within half a year, I will force you to acknowledge me. He thought to himself, I need to shatter that smug look in his eyes. He smirked confidently. If I fail, I'll do whatever you say. However, if I succeed, you must grant me one thing I request. He smiled like a predator eyeing its prey. Interesting. Very well. I should have at least one thing to amuse me. Suddenly he gasped, his body changing slightly. I spoke boldly, but his eyes widened in alarm. This damn body has to use mana. Blue energy flared around Adrian. First I'll focus on burning fat all over. He stomped the ground with an explosive force, his heavy body moving at unusual speed. His eyes widened in genuine shock. That kid, don't tell me. That kid, don't tell me. His hand grabbed him. Who? You. You actually created a soul mana core. He stood up straight, feigning innocence. Oh, this? He raised a hand wreathed in blue flame. Yes, I successfully made one not long ago. So? Regretting your bet. His expression shifted from shock to anger. What were you thinking, making a soul mana core? Don't gloss over it. Where the hell did you learn that soul mana core training method? You look like you don't even know you did anything wrong. A soul mana core is a crude technique only low-level mercenaries learn. The remark left him astonished, and he blurted out loudly. What? His face remained a mask of pure shock, eyes wide and hollow, sweat pouring down his neck. He couldn't process the information. What do you mean? He replied coldly. You'll see faster if you look for yourself. With a fluid motion, the Count raised his hand, green energy spiraling around his iron gauntlet into a perfect radiant circle. Look closely. Adrian analyzed the spectacle inwardly. The mana chain formed a circle, and suddenly a gigantic sword of green energy shot from the Count's hand, slicing through the air with terrifying force. The gust alone nearly knocked him off his feet. He explained the modern era. Times have truly changed. Have you ever heard of class differences? Ernest has the property of shattering sword chi produced by a soul mana core. Moreover, training Ernest is much easier and far more stable than maintaining a soul mana core. Those who stubbornly clung to the soul mana core technique until they utterly collapsed 100 years ago. That is why, in this era, no one is keen on using soul mana cores anymore. Cut to a later time. He was intently reading a basic theoretical book on Ernest. Times really had changed. Mages use circles, while knights weave chains to gather mana. A knight's rank is divided according to the number of chains woven. Single chain, double chain, triple chain, quadruple chain, and quintuple chain. He lowered his hand, thinking inwardly. I suppose it's not entirely worthless. Altringen. Yeah, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. His eyes widened. A memory from centuries past surfaced. A rough man in a dark cloak standing in a blizzard, holding a blazing sword. Long ago, a voice from the past rang out. Are you the famed Holy Sword? My name is M.S. Altringen. I have come to see who is more deserving of the title Holy Sword. He recognized the connection. Someone had once come to him using strange techniques, not swordsmanship, nor magic. The name sounded familiar. So what ultimately happened to that man? Cut to the next day. He was preparing to train when the Count's voice rang out. You read that book all night last night, didn't you? You've realized it, haven't you? How foolish that choice was. He spoke up immediately. Well, I don't feel I made the slightest mistake. He sighed. You don't understand the situation, or you refuse to admit it. He clenched his fist, the blue flame growing ever fiercer. You see, not all soul mana cores are the same. Also, have you heard of class differences? The Count looked down at him, unimpressed. I wonder what nonsense you're spouting? I don't know. Occasionally, there are types like you among mercenaries. Those who delude themselves into thinking they're some hero from centuries ago. Do you know what happened to all of them? They all perished, unable to overcome even 2 chain ranks. If you think you're different from them, then try defeating a double chain knight. Then I'll become your guardian as your mother wished. He smirked in reply. His confidence remained unshaken. Would it be good for me to have you as my guardian? I'm not so sure. Wind swept across the training yard, the atmosphere growing tense. You just questioned my qualifications as your guardian? I am the Count of the Kingdom and the commander of the veteran army, the master of the Black Spear Company, and one of the 5 silver mages serving the king, the one who wove 4 chains. A 4-chain knight, Baal Valhard. That is the name of the man who will stand behind and protect you. Is that status sufficient? Without warning, green energy extended behind him like a comet. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with effort. Immediately, the guards present drew their swords to protect their charge. Stand back. The Count unleashed 3 forceful impacts, sending shockwaves through the dust. He looked down at his struggling nephew, his gaze a mix of amusement and warning. Don't break your promise later. A while later, Adrian collapsed onto the cold stone floor of his chamber, utterly exhausted. He lay sprawled, chest heaving as he fought for breath. He nearly died. A voice interrupted his recovery. That's enough for today. The words echoed in his head. The Count smiled, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. You dared challenge me, thinking you'd earn my recognition with that kind of courage? Double chain? If you can beat even a single chain knight, consider yourself lucky. Inside the palace, Adrian, now weary, muttered to himself, that bastard like a devil. He opened the door to find a man wearing round spectacles. Prince, I've been waiting for you. His eyes widened. The royal physician. Why is he here? He thought in rising panic. The physician bowed deeply and humbly. It's an honor that you remember someone as lowly as me. The queen ordered magical treatment for you. Now, your highness, over here. Adrian shouted, pale with fright. He shoved the bewildered doctor toward the door. Oh no, I don't need it. You should leave at once. Bam. He forced the physician out and leaned his back against the heavy door, gasping. Are you trying to make all the hells I went through today meaningless? After that, the scene shifted to the luxurious dining room. The door opened. Is your brother here? Adrian froze mid-step. Standing in the doorway was a handsome man with wavy brown hair. Adrian looked at him and thought, what kind of freak is this? A passing knight announced. That's the 3rd prince. My lord. He wondered in his head. The 3rd prince him? The 3rd prince entered. I heard you had an accident, but you look healthier than I expected. What a pity. Adrian ignored the taunt and continued shoveling food into his mouth. So what do you want to say? You just came to pick a fight? A prince must have nothing better to do. The 3rd prince's expression immediately darkened, his eyes flaring with suppressed malice. You fool, stabbing yourself with a sword, and yet you say that. He regained his composure, his gaze fixed on Adrian. There's talk of fighting a double chain knight. About that. How would you feel if I were your opponent? The dining room was filled with a silent tension as 3rd Prince Jillian left, wearing a smug, arrogant expression. Adrian remained at the long table, staring at the spot where his brother had stood, brows furrowed in genuine confusion. What was that guy about? Why are all the Leon Burke descendants like that? A nearby knight spoke up, explaining with the reverence given to a prodigy. Your Highness, 3rd Prince Jillian has been famed for his swordsmanship since childhood. Adrian showed no impression, almost bored. What, that brat? He added. At only 14, he has woven 2 chains. That speed is truly fast. Suddenly, the heavy silence was broken by anxious stammering. Yes, Your Highness, I apologize for the disturbance, but there are many letters for you. Adrian blinked at the mountain of papers. Letters? He picked one up, his mind spinning. Why had those people previously shown no interest in this body? And now, suddenly, he tore the envelope open, his eyes skimming the contents, his expression shifting from confusion to cold awareness. The letter read, I apologize for the previous incident. Your Highness, I presumptuously request a duel. If Your Highness still has difficulty finding a sparring partner, please grant me the first opportunity. The implication was too clear. A dark vision flooded Adrian's mind. They were vultures circling a corpse. He realized the truth. In short, this was a chance to legally get a shot at beating that bastard. Adrian lowered the letter, veins standing out at his temple. Then a sly, crooked smile spread across his face. It seemed he'd become an easy target. The maid whispered, "Yes, Your Highness." Adrian gave an order, his eyes lighting with predatory intent. "Have those who sent these stacks of letters write down all their names for me." The scene shifted to the stone training yard under the blazing sun. A crude wooden sword clattered to Adrian's feet. The Count stood towering before him. "Take up the sword. For the bet to be valid, you must at least know a bit of swordsmanship. I don't want to hear any excuses about you losing because you weren't taught the basics." Adrian grumbled inwardly as he dropped to his knees to pick up the weapon. "You could have handed it to me. What an annoying personality." He gripped the hilt and lifted. A jolt ran through his body. His eyes widened until almost all white, pupils trembling. "My muscles hurt so much." His body went rigid in pain. The Count stared, stunned by the sudden reaction. "Wait, you didn't receive the healing magic?" His face remained serious. "If you're a knight, you should know this, right? Healing magic only restores muscles to their original state. It doesn't strengthen them." The Count sighed. "Very well. Anyway, that's not what I meant to say. I don't intend to demonstrate this many times today, so watch closely. This is the technique the kingdom's knights learn to build the foundational swordsmanship practiced across the realm." The Count moved. In an instant, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage of a blade slashing across the air. Multiple slashes occurred simultaneously, forming an illusion of blue light. A gust of wind burst outward when the Count finished the form. The posture was perfect. Adrian sat collapsed on the ground, gaping up, his eyes reflecting the remaining energy. "Did you just say that's the sword-style knights learn to build their foundation?" The Count sheathed his sword. "Because it's a training style, it may lack sharpness, but it stays true to the basics, so there's no better style to learn swordsmanship from. Given your talent, it might even be beyond you." A low chuckle escaped Adrian's lips. It grew louder. He stood there clutching his stomach, laughing heartily at the sky. The Count looked at him as if he'd finally lost his mind. But Adrian wasn't laughing at the absurdity of the situation. He was laughing at the irony of history. No matter how much time had passed, the great swordsmanship that once beheaded the raging dragon was now being treated like a mere training technique. The Count added, "Of course, this alone won't win you the bet. After mastering the basics, you can beg the Queen to hire another tutor, or—" Adrian cut him off sharply, hoisting the heavy wooden sword onto his shoulder, a blaze of determination in his eyes. "No need. I won't learn any other sword styles, because this alone is enough." The Count regarded him with skepticism. "Suit yourself." Adrian tightened his grip on the hilt, swung the sword in a slow, heavy, pathetic arc. The blade cut through the air. Adrian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. The truth was the dragon-slaying style was now regarded as a commonplace training technique. He hated admitting it, but perhaps it was natural because that dragon-slaying sword lacked the will to slay dragons. Those who had discarded the soul, mana core, and forgotten how to channel will into the blade couldn't possibly have the vision to recognize the true value of the dragon-slaying sword. Adrian's line of thought was cut off by the wooden sword as the Count blocked the swing. "Strength doesn't enter the blade just because you tense your arms. Have you already forgotten what I just taught you? Into the gut and into the legs as well." Adrian dropped to one knee. He panted, his body protesting loudly. Indeed, even now he was a weak, clumsy body, incapable of imitating a fake dragon-slaying style. He planted the wooden sword into the ground and pushed himself up. "I will prove that the dragon-slaying style is not a discarded relic like a pair of torn shoes." 1 day, 2 days. A week passed. The layer of fat on his body began to shift, tightening under unrelenting pressure. And a month passed. In the darkness of his room, Adrian meditated, a glowing blue mana orb shining in his hands. His face grew slimmer. The jawline began to show. He succeeded in transforming his physique after arduous training. The features of pathological obesity had become ordinary obesity. The metamorphosis progressed positively due to the change in physique. The awkwardness had vanished. The effectiveness of his training increased significantly. Your physique changed after continuously accumulating mana. The mana sensitivity disorder trait disappeared and a mana sensitivity trait formed. I swing the sword. More natural than a month ago. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a high-pitched whine. The Count shouted from outside. "Stop!" Adrian's eyes flared with a strange blue electric light. He didn't hear the command. Stronger than yesterday. More perfect than a moment before. The Count roared. "Didn't I tell you to stop?" But he had slipped into a trance. He raised the sword high, The wood groaned under the terrible pressure of his grip and the mana flowing into it. Crack! The wooden sword shattered. Rain began to fall, turning the training yard into a slippery mire. The sky darkened, lit only by flashes of light. The Count stood watching, seeing blood drip from the prince's hands, mingling with rainwater on the cold stones. Adrian blinked, suddenly coming to, his blue eyes wide and weary. The thick training log was split and exploded outward as if struck by light. The delayed reaction from his final slash had revealed itself. The Count lunged forward, grabbed Adrian's shoulder. "You idiot, training on a day like this? If that had been a real sword, you wouldn't have come away unscathed." The information system reported that it had fully awakened after the extreme focus state. Yet the body still remembered that limit sensation. Adrian stared at his hands, numb with pain. A super focus trait had newly formed. A weak, delirious laugh rose from his throat. "Haha, if I focus like that again, I might get struck by lightning and die." Thud! His legs buckled, and he fainted. The knights cried out in alarm. "Your Highness!" But the Count caught him. He looked down at his grandson's now peaceful face. Despite the harsh training, the contempt that had filled the Count's eyes was gone, replaced by a complex mix of worry. "That stubborn kid." Adrian slowly opened his eyes and woke. He sat up and thought to himself, "Was I unconscious?" He rubbed his head thoughtfully. "I must have underestimated this body's limits. When I was a sword, I achieved every possible feat. Unknown war hero, Sainted Blade, mercenary king, founding king, leading wars to glory, elevating both body and soul. I guided heroes, Gruhan. But those memories were tinged with hollow awareness, a ring of light illuminating the loneliness of my past existence. A wise advisor and an excellent teacher, yet forever destined to be the third wheel." He looked down at his human hands, rough, scarred, trembling with exhaustion. "That's why I swung the sword until I reached that realm, intoxicated by the feeling of turning every drop of sweat, effort, and achievement into my own. At this rate, this weak body will soon collapse. I need to balance mind and body." Time passed in the silence of meditation and focus. It had been over a month since I formed the Soul Mana Core. I had gathered a fair amount of mana since then, so I would soon be able to move to the next stage. A notification panel appeared. "Through persistent effort, you have successfully accumulated mana to a certain degree. Your body can now tolerate a bit more mana. Your Soul Mana Core has been expanded. Your body can now endure a bit more mana. Your physique has changed due to the expansion of the Soul Mana Core." Adrian's eyes snapped open, flaring with intense green. "Done. Well then, let's see." With a deep breath, he swung the sword. A notification popped up. "You have reached the way of the sword level. You can now use the most basic level of aura. With this I can handle the basics." Many days later, the castle yard buzzed with knights and whispers. The Count looked at Adrian and said, "Rumors are spreading across the kingdom." He immediately asked, "Rumors?" Count Bael Valhard looked utterly exhausted and irritated. "About your bet. TCH, it's made even me quite annoyed. Wouldn't it be better to just quickly find a dueling opponent?" Adrian looked up, unconcerned. "Ah, that matter. As for the opponent, I've already decided who it'll be." A vision of his younger brother surfaced. "More importantly, sir, it will be difficult for me to face a paired duel right away. So how about I fight a few single duels first?" The Count replied, "That's up to you." Then he turned to a knight. "Carl, how did the thing I asked you go?" Carl bowed and handed over a file. "Yes, your Highness. I arranged it as you requested. Here is the list of those who filed requests to duel you. However, your Highness, do you intend to spar with him?" Adrian replied at once. "And what of it?" Carl's face darkened. "Most of these people hold grudges against you. They might try to harm you under the guise of a spar." Adrian smiled, calm and knowing. "I know that, which is why you must act as my referee." "Sir." The Count fell silent as he looked at him. Adrian shouldered a wooden practice sword, grinning broadly. "I don't ask for anything fancy. Just don't let anyone die in a match. You can grant me that favor, can't you?" A few days later, the day of the first match arrived. Bright sunlight shone down on the palace as a young brown-haired man approached the gate, sweat beading on his face as he muttered, This is the palace of the first prince, where that bastard lives." He clenched a scrap of paper, his face showing anger and worry. A notice board introduced him, Taylor Tailheim, the second son of an ordinary baronial family. Years earlier, the scene cut to a lavish banquet hall washed in golden light. Adrian, younger and fatter than and drunk, laughed Medley, pointing his grease-stained finger at a disheveled noble family. Look at that mess. From their clothes to their manners, he reeks of a peasant. Look at him, thrilled just to be at a royal banquet. He thought, my father and brother suffered an indelible insult from that wretched prince. Our family's honor was trampled, and my father and brother have been the noble's laughingstock ever since. Adrian Leon Burke, today you'll pay dearly for that day. He stepped into the arena where Adrian waited. Beside him stood the imposing figure of Count Bale Valhard. Taylor bowed stiffly. I salute the prince, first Prince Adrian Leon Burke. He drew his sword with a cold hiss. I am Taylor, second son of House Talheim. I am a single-chain squire and the sword practitioner of the Talheim family. Adrian glanced at him with bored indifference and pointed, good grief, why so formal for a practice match? It's not even an official bout for that matter. Is he really a knight? He looks terribly frail. Taylor's face twitched with anger. As the rumors said, he was rude and arrogant, unaware of his station and ignorant. Enough. Count Bale Valhard's deep voice cut through the tension. He stepped forward. His authority was absolute. I understand your feelings, but the match hasn't begun. Control yourself. Taylor flinched, his face falling from triumph as he realized he'd gone too far. Count Bale Valhard, I am honored to meet you. Then the Count looked at him. You should have behaved better in the past. Adrian turned away, annoyed. Oh, great. Always dragging up the past at every opportunity. The Count raised a hand. Both of you, take your positions. The match begins. Taylor wrapped his body in a thin blue aura. He moved with blinding speed, leaving streaks of light as he raced around the arena. Immediately, they lunged at each other, their blades locked, metal grinding on metal. Taylor glared at Adrian, his eyes strained with tension. Adrian's expression was calm, almost indifferent, blocking the strike with a simple, efficient motion. He commented, too many unnecessary moves. Taylor's eyes widened in shock. He saw Adrian standing firm with ease. This was a soul mana core. Suddenly he was flung backwards, exclaiming, a soul mana core can't block a mana chain. Adrian replied nonchalantly, is it because you only have one ring that I only felt a bit of numbness in my hand? Suddenly, a low vibration issued from Taylor's weapon. The knights watching from the sidelines drew a deep breath, a sound from a sword. Could it be? Count Bale Valhard's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. A sentient sword? Taylor surged forward, charging again, shouting in despair. No way. He swung his sword down with all his might. Adrian blocked it again. Sparks flew. After a while, a fierce struggle. Neither seemed able to be defeated. Adrian felt slightly tired, thinking to himself, they say a single ring is incompatible with a soul mana core. That saying is indeed accurate. I felt the mana could backlash at any moment. However, he glanced at Taylor, who was panting with anger. Taylor's face twisted into a mask of malice. You said you're the second son of Baron Talheim, right? Adrian raised his sword, his demeanor shifting. You need to cool your head a little. The scene shifted into Adrian's inner world. Darkness surrounded him as he breathed, focusing on his senses. Awaken, whether called a demon sword, a holy sword, or countless other names. A part of my soul, the soul mana core had accepted a vast will. A color washed over the colorless soul mana core. The draconic will that had slept awake. The sword's memories from its most recent actions and the essence of its heart were forged to slay dragons. Back in the arena, the blue aura around Adrian shifted to a blood-red blaze. The drake-slaying soul mana core had been activated, honed to kill dragons. This was the true power of the drake-slaying blade. Energy erupted upward, forming a terrifying column of red fire. The silhouette of a dragon appeared behind Adrian, its jaws opening in a silent roar that made his opponent tremble. Count Bale Valhard's face drained of color, his composure shattered. Stop! But it was too late. Adrian charged, his eyes blazing with demonic light, the sword tracing a wide arc of red destruction. Before the strike, a fleeting memory crossed his mind. Sir, I have a favor to ask before we spar. If it ever looks like I'm about to kill my opponent, then at that moment, you must stop me, okay? At that instant, a blinding blue bolt exploded as the Count intercepted the blow. The violent resistance from his intervention sent shockwaves rippling across the stone floor. Adrian was flung backward. The knights around, who had been watching in stunned silence, rushed in with drawn swords, surrounding the Count in a panic. A knight shouted, his voice trembling, Count Bale Valhard, what have you done? Depending on the circumstances, you could be accused of attempted regicide. Adrian struggled to get up, his vision blurred and his head spinning. He ordered, "Stand down." I asked him to do it. The knights exhaled. "Your Highness." Adrian's inner thoughts were a tangle of confusion and pain as he looked at his trembling hand. I did ask him to, but I didn't tell him to strike me unconscious. Thud! His eyes rolled back and he collapsed face first to the floor. Darkness enveloped him. A knight's voice echoed, "Your Highness." Time passed in a void of deep blue energy within Adrian's body. The soul mana core thudded desperately to contain the surge of power that had nearly torn it apart. Adrian woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed, sweat soaking his nightshirt. He clutched his chest, feeling the steady rhythm within. I thought my magical heart was about to shatter. His strength was definitely worlds apart from those nameless whipping scoundrels, and I took a direct hit from it. Luckily, there don't seem to be any lasting side effects, but still, well, everything turned out fine in the end. After all, I did win that fight. The door opened, casting a long shadow into the room. "What are you smiling about?" The Count stood there, his figure imposing under the hall light. Adrian asked, "What brings you all the way here?" Adrian asked casually, though he felt the tension. The Count stood over the bed, his expression a mix of anger and bewilderment. "What on earth have you done? What is that corrupt sword? I never taught you a sword style like that." Adrian met his uncle's gaze without flinching. His blue eyes were calm. "I was simply true to the sword's nature." The Count was stunned into silence. He thought to himself, talking about the nature of the sword when the boy has never faced a real battle. The room seemed to darken as the Count uttered the next words. "So the nature of the sword, as you conceive it, is killing intent. Though crude and unpleasant, it's still a truth." Adrian looked at him in surprise. "Surprise. I thought you'd lecture me about the way of the sword being its own perfection, or something, and ramble on for ages." The Count smirked, a rare flash of practicality from a soldier. "I am a soldier, not a knight. I walk the path of victory more than the path of righteousness. However, your sword has gone too far. If your killing intent is excessive, you won't be able to tell friend from foe." Adrian sat quietly, listening as the Count accurately analyzed his motives. "And that's why you caused all this commotion, isn't it? To fix it." The Count folded his arms, his eyes promising sternly, "I will watch you. I will see whether the demon inside you swallows you whole." After 3 days of training matches, Taylor Talheim was exhausted and defeated. Adrian held a practice sword without a scratch on him. "Your name is Taylor Talheim, right? Well done." Over the past 3 days, he had to block a sword with uncontrollable killing intent for 3 straight days. So he truly went through a lot. Adrian observed and said, "But it's a pity, isn't it? You would feel better if you could at least beat me once, but you couldn't." Taylor stammered, unable to refute that. Adrian turned to a nearby maid. "Bring that here." The maid stepped forward, struggling under the weight of a large wooden chest. He saw this and asked, "Prince, what is it?" Adrian wore an oddly serious expression. "I've heard I did some bad things to you in the past. I don't know if this will make up for it, but take this back to Lord Talheim." Taylor clutched the chest in stunned silence. Adrian scratched his cheek awkwardly. "It's not much, just some gold and a letter. Now go, travel safely." As Taylor walked toward the gate, his figure blurred in the blazing sunset. Taylor shouted, "Thank you, Prince." He thought to himself, "I'm not obligated to clean up that bastard's mess, but if I'm going to make someone work, they should be paid properly anyway." A few days later, the kingdom was awash with rumors. The majestic white castle stood under the blue sky, but the whispers in the gardens were full of malice. That damn prince's sparring match has become the hot topic of the realm. His arrogance dug his own grave. The first prince will surely pay dearly for his past transgressions. I wonder how much humiliation he'll have to endure. However, the expected embarrassment never materialized as the days passed. Even after waiting many days, the news everyone expected did not arrive. Instead, positive rumors began to spread. "Oh, you asked how the match went." A knight in gleaming golden armor. "Well, it seems there was some misunderstanding. The first prince isn't as bad as the rumors say." The blue-haired man added, "Both sides did their best in the match, that's all." The blonde-haired man laughed. "Threaten him? I only just recognized the prince's sincerity." Those who hoped for malice were horrified. "What is this?" The royal family must have silenced them. Bang! Adrian slammed his fist down on a wooden barrel. "Shut that monkey up." He only kept silent because he was ashamed of losing to me. Don't these nobles have anything better to do? They should use that time for something useful. The Count smirked. And you have the right to say that? Adrian caught sight of Carl passing by and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, when you go out, make sure to spread the result of the match. Clear. Carl, terrified, nodded furiously. I will. Adrian watched him run off with satisfaction. The rumors should die down now, right? A maid looked at him, worried. There are rumors that the prince threatened him to fake the match's outcome. Adrian stared into the void. His face darkened with irritation. Forget it all. Just keep training, okay? He swung his sword in a massive arc of blue mana, cutting through the air. He moved at dizzying speed. A trail of blue flame stretched behind him as he spun and launched continuous attacks. The air trembled under the force of his magical heart. He was a blur in motion, sweating heavily, utterly focused, venting all his frustration through the blade. Later, beneath the clear sky, Carl approached him holding a dossier. Adrian asked, "How many more duel opponents are there?" Carl checked the list, face serious. "The person who came today is the last one." Adrian caught his breath. "Apprentice knights are no longer enough for me." The knight continued. "At last, it's a knight who has truly mastered swordsmanship. One who wasn't content with merely polishing the family's blade, but a talent who joined an order of knights to train." Seeing that, he said cheerfully, "An apprentice knight of the Iron Lion Order?" The name rang with weight. Arwen Kurgan. The heavy wooden door of the training yard opened, armored footsteps echoing on the stone floor. A figure entered, bathed in light from the entrance. One observer watching the figure approach. "Is that her?" Seeing the emblem on the armor, another replied, "Definitely. Rockflower, thorned rose, you've shattered every man's heart." The knights whispering at the sidelines blushed behind their visors. "She's certainly a great beauty. Imagine, even a woman like that came herself. Somehow, the prince does have talent, doesn't he? Wouldn't it be ridiculous if that woman managed to humiliate the prince?" She paused, and a woman of startling beauty appeared. Her expression was cold, disciplined, and utterly unapproachable. The Iron Lion Knight Order was famed as one of the kingdom's premier corps in both renown and skill. The Order's apprentice knight, Arwen Kurgan, was a promising talent who had secured official membership. The scene snapped back to reality where Adrian stood, panicked. Why would a genius like her come to duel me? The silver-haired knight, skeptical, delivered a harsh truth. There was a bit of a misunderstanding between the prince and Miss Arwen in the past. He replied at once, "Misunderstanding my ass. Look at me. Of course I was the one who made advances toward her. Tell me, what the hell did I do back then?" The maid hesitated, eyes darting anxiously. "The thing is, Your Highness, you harassed Miss Arwen." Adrian's face went blank with horror, his eyes losing focus as the reality registered. Ah, that crazy bastard. A flashback surfaced. A smug, obese Adrian leering at a young Arwen with lustful eyes. He grabbed her shoulder. "You said your name is Arwen, right? You're as pretty as they say. How about it? If you want, you could be my personal maid." The words rang out sharp and decisive. Arwen shrugged him off. "Prince, a knight is not your private property." The fat prince's face twisted in shame and anger, veins bulging on his forehead. That ugly thing. Back in the present, Adrian listened to the account with a hollow expression, his spirit feeling momentarily dead inside. That's what the maid said. It sounded like the twisted flirting of a rotten bastard. "Yes, this is my karma, because no one could ever call her ugly." She bowed with military precision, hand over her chest. "Long time no see, Prince. You are still the same, aren't you?" He awkwardly replied, "I won't say that. You know, I've changed a lot." He thought to himself, to the point that the person inside is completely different. "Yes, it's all because of my karma." Heavy footsteps approached as the maid announced, "Count Bale Valhard has arrived." He stepped forward and asked her, "You are?" She replied respectfully, "Apprentice Knight of the Iron Lion Order, Arwen Kurgan." "Greetings, Count Bale Valhard." The count tilted slightly. "Be careful. The prince's sword is rather vicious." Adrian happened to overhear this betrayal. His face twisted. "Hey, where did you sell out the neutrality of an observer?" The count ignored him, closing his eyes with a satisfied smirk before opening them to command the arena. "Now, both of you, take your positions. From this moment, the match begins." Adrian watched her approach. His smile grew wider. Let's see the skill of the Iron Lion's rising star. Arwen struck first. In an instant she lunged forward, lowered his stance, and drew his sword. His eyes tracked her movements with ease. Her movements were indeed quite sound. Boom! Arwen unleashed a flurry of attacks. Her blade was wrapped in dazzling blue light. Adrian parried, but her speed and ferocity forced him to retreat. He growled softly, feeling the strain on his unconditioned body. His mana began to backlash. Arwen seized the advantage. Her violet eyes locked onto him with fierce resolve. She attacked again. Adrian was pushed back, his foot slipping on the stone. He was completely drawn into her rhythm. This isn't good. A deep crimson energy began to whirl around Adrian's chest. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and a terrifying red aura erupted from him. The dragon-slaying magical heart had been activated. Arwen froze, her eyes widening in genuine shock. She caught a glimpse of chaotic, violent, and hesitant energy in that instant of the sword. Seeing her momentarily fatigued, Adrian added, I suppose not all opponents are the same. You certainly stand on a different level from that trash. While fighting, a gilded interface flickered in his vision. The power of judgment is now available for limited use. A status panel appeared beside Arwen Kurgan. Female, 19, apprentice knight, sword talent, A, archery, B, trait, sword genius, competitive, peerless beauty, tough exterior, soft interior, pure. Adrian smirked, his eyes glowing red in the shadow of his own power. That I can see this with a limited power means she is weaker or has strength comparable to mine. He drove his foot into the ground. The real battle began now. Adrian hurled himself forward, swinging his blade in a powerful overhead chop. They were swept into a dance of destruction as red and blue energies collided violently against the castle walls. The sky darkened, both panting, sweat dripping from Adrian's chin. Arwen also showed clear exhaustion, her chest heaving. The sun had begun to set, bathing the arena in deep amber. Suddenly, a steel blade intervened between them as Count Bael Valhard stepped in. Sword out of sheath. Stop. That's enough for today. We'll continue the match tomorrow. Adrian wiped his mouth, disappointed. Tisich, I was about to finish it. Arwen, unwilling to be outdone, panted back. What a coincidence, I was about to do the same. Sparks flew between their gazes. Adrian taunted. Oh? Want to continue? Arwen narrowed her eyes, violet energy radiating from her. If the prince wishes, as many times as needed. The count bellowed, silencing them both. Enough. It's too late. Both of you go receive treatment immediately. The mage stepped forward. Prince, I'll treat you quickly. Oh my, there's a bruise here too. Nearby, Arwen was being treated as well, but she turned her head away to avoid eye contact. Her expression was conflicted, exhausted yet stubborn. They exchanged a silent glance before going their separate ways. Under the rising sun, Arwen thought to herself as she walked with determination, I will absolutely not lose. Under the rising sun, Arwen thought to herself as she walked with determination, I will absolutely not lose. A few days later, with no winner yet found, the observing knights were gossiping skeptically. Is this the third day already? The knight replied, To be honest, I'm quite surprised. He continued, I've heard a lot about Miss Arwen's skill, but the first prince's skill is equally impressive. Hopefully we'll have a result today. On the arena, the two stood facing each other, swords lowered but ready. Adrian spoke, breaking the silence. Before we start another round, I have something to say. Arwen looked at him coldly. Don't tell me you're about to apologize now. I won't accept an apology. Adrian's expression changed. I understand. She intended to reclaim her wounded pride with her strength, an admirable thought. But well, that's not it. Since we're fighting so fiercely, shouldn't there be a prize? Arwen tilted her head in confusion. Adrian announced clearly for all to hear. How about the loser grants a wish to the winner? If told to kneel, they kneel. If told to bow and apologize, they do so. A knight at the sidelines shouted in alarm. Prince, as a member of the royal family, you mustn't say such things. Please retract your statement. But Adrian waved him off without looking back. Outsiders don't interfere. What do you think? Arwen closed her eyes for a moment, then stepped forward, hand on her sword. Though I'm only an apprentice knight, I'm also a member of the order loyal to the Leonberg crown. I would not dare show such disrespect to the prince. However, if that is what the prince permits, I suppose I have the right to claim the reward of this wager. Adrian laughed loudly, his body flaring with red flame once more. Good thinking. And don't go back on your word later. They clashed immediately. This time Adrian showed no mercy. Red mana roared as he accelerated. Arwen parried, but her eyes widened. Too fast. He wasn't this quick yesterday. Has he been hiding his true power? Adrian's eyes blazed a demonic red. He smirked as a vast spectral dragon roared behind him, the dragon slaying magical heart. He launched a series of powerful strikes. Arwen raised her sword to block, the blows sending up clouds of dust. He slashed across her cheek, fresh drops of blood appearing on her beautiful face. Adrian did not relent, striking a second, faster blow. His sword cut through all her defenses. His face was a mask of concentration and pure power. The impact threw up a massive dust cloud that obscured vision. When the dust settled, the victorious figure emerged. The sun was setting, casting long shadows. Arwen was kneeling. Her sword snapped in two. The audience watched in stunned silence. Count Bael Valhard's eyes widened. Arwen stared at the ground, breathing hard. Her pupils trembled. This can't be happening. I've lost the bet. The reality of defeat weighed heavily on her. Adrian looked down at Arwen Kurgan. I want you. The position, royal guard to the first prince. A role notorious because the prince is known as the kingdom's debauched scoundrel. Contrary to fears, the job wasn't as difficult as expected. The scene shifted to the first meeting between this guard and his master. Carl bowed respectfully, keeping a professional demeanor as he introduced himself. Are you the new royal guard? The guard answered dutifully. Yes, I am eager to serve you, your highness. However, the prince sitting before him was fat, slovenly, and arrogant, simply propping his chin on his hand and looking bored. Very well, I count on you. But he did not vent violent rage indiscriminately, as rumor claimed. In the bright sunlight of the castle yard, Carl watched the chubby prince run past him, panting heavily, sweat flying as he desperately tried to change his condition. Carl quietly observed the prince's resolute yet contemplative expression. Reality contradicted the rumors. Heavy rain lashed the gray stone of the training yard, blurring the world with cold streaks of water. Despite the downpour, a lone figure stood before the wooden training dummy. Adrian, soaked to the bone, swung a wooden sword with relentless determination. Carl watched from the sidelines, muttering, the rain's getting heavy, while others worry, should we stop the prince now? Suddenly thunder ripped the air as the dummy splintered under the prince's blow. Carl's eyes widened in alarm as the prince staggered dangerously. Prince, be careful. But when the lightning lit the scene, it revealed Adrian's exhausted, yet joyful smile among the shattered wooden fragments. Carl was struck by a profound realization. I have a feeling the prince will become a great man. That's what I thought. At that moment, the duel was over. Adrian stood proudly, casting a long shadow over the defeated knight. He looked down at her and made a shocking request. I want you. The reaction was immediate and chaotic. On the sidelines, the knights exhaled in horror, their faces flushed. What? One blurted out, while another covered their mouth and whispered, what a scandal. Carl, watching with a stern gaze, swallowed hard as doubt crept into his mind. Had he misjudged the prince? Arwen, ashamed and trembling, looked up. Her violet eyes widened in disbelief and anger as the prince's shadow fell over her. Is that truly what the prince desires? Adrian stood firm, looking at the kneeling woman not with lust but with a cold, appraising gaze. Of course, in her current state, she is merely an ordinary apprentice knight, unable even to defeat a wretched prince. So what I want is the potential and the future of a knight named Arwen Kurgan. Therefore, Arwen Kurgan become my knight. I need a knight to accompany me, not a knight appointed to protect me by royal decree, but a knight who belongs to me alone. Adrian activated his vision, looking at the golden status board hovering beside her. Talent, swordsmanship, eh? Traits, sword prodigy, competitive spirit, purity. He smiled. And from what I see, you have quite the talent for swordsmanship. Arwen stared, her face smudged with a cut on her cheek. She was taking in the offer. Memories surged in her mind. She stood in a training hall, surrounded by men, yet alone. I became the knight I dreamed of. But the whispers of others echoed in her memory. That child, just as the rumors said, she certainly stands out. She recalled the struggles, the clash of steel, the sweat, the desperate effort to prove herself. No one treated her like a knight. so she tried twice as hard as everyone else. She saw herself standing over a defeated male opponent, declared the victor, yet she felt no joy. Even when she defeated every apprentice knight her age with terrifying speed and skill, the whispers never stopped. Men looked at her not as a warrior, but as an ornament. Isn't Miss Arwen our walking flower pot? Guarding a beautiful woman like Arwen is an honor for a knight. That perception crushed her. She could not become a true knight. But back in the present, Arwen looked up at Adrian, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, her cheeks flushed, not from romance, but from the overwhelming emotion of finally being truly seen. She looked at the prince, standing bathed in sunlight, his expression serious and resolute. He wanted her potential and future as a knight. Is he sincere? She stood and faced him. Please promise me one thing. Please treat me not as a woman, but as a knight. If you do that, I will follow your will, your highness. Adrian answered without hesitation. Very well, I promise. Arwen immediately knelt on one knee, bowing her head, and swore fealty beneath the golden light. I, Arwen, eldest daughter of the Kurgan family, swear fealty to Prince Adrian Leonberg, and pledge my sword and the rest of my life to your highness. Count Bale Valhard watched silently, with a complex expression. Adrian drew a gleaming steel sword as he performed the impromptu ceremony. As the rightful heir of Leon Burke, in the name of Adrian Leon Burke, I dub you knight. Be brave, be courteous, and be loyal. However, the nobility could not understand that purity. In the days that followed, rumors spread like a plague through the castle halls. Swear fealty to that bastard? Does that make any sense? And based on a wager, no less? We must nullify it somehow. The blonde knight whispered to the others, but I hear she refused our assistance. The whispers turned darker and cruder. Good heavens, from what I've heard, isn't there something sordid about this? The female knights murmured in the shadows, covering their mouths to laugh. Is there some relationship with the prince? Maybe he couldn't publicly take her as a mistress because of his reputation, so he used the knightly vow as a cover. It was odd from the start. Why did she attend that shady duel the bastard organized? In his private room, Adrian tore at his hair. This is insane. What kind of villain am I? Am I just the worst kind of scum in the world? Carl stood quietly nearby. Your Highness, about what you said that day. He looked confused. Huh, when was that? Carl continued. A few days ago on the day of the final match. Do you recall what you said to? That? Does that trouble you? Is it true? If a royal decree arrived right now and told you to go elsewhere, wouldn't you go? If you wish, you could also swear the oath later. Carl hesitated, sweat beading on his brow. If I say I will swear the oath, would you accept it? Adrian answered immediately, his face cold. No. Carl was stunned. Adrian turned and looked out the window. I don't want you. There's no pleasure in raising you. Carl asked again. Is that true, your highness? He thought to himself. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Later he read the letter he had just received. To the first prince of the Leon Burke royal family, Adrian Leon Burke is hereby lifted from confinement and ordered to attend the upcoming royal banquet. Adrian stared at it, dazed. What have I done? Thinking about them lifting the confinement a month and a half early, after behaving as if they would lock him away in the first prince's palace and never see him again. I don't know what that man is thinking anymore. As he walked the corridor with Carl, Carl asked, Aren't you happy the confinement is over, your highness? Adrian replied nonchalantly, I don't much care. Even if I leave the palace, I have nowhere to go and no one to meet. I don't know anyone. A maid walked briskly up and stopped him. Your highness, I've just seen an invitation addressed to you. Adrian blinked. An invitation? He took the letter. It bore a silver crest. Yes, this one. He opened it and read. A social club for distinguished young nobles. The maid nodded awkwardly. It's a social gathering the prince used to be a member of. Adrian pointed at himself. Really, me? He looked at the maid's uncomfortable face. Is it some strange place? The maid avoided his gaze. Yes, for a woman like me, the refined tastes of those young nobles are truly incomprehensible. He realized the truth himself. So it's a gathering for drinking and hunting women. He crushed the paper. Forget it. I'm busy enough training. Why should I attend such a useless gathering? But then his eyes caught the signature at the bottom. To Prince Adrian, wise, brave, and profound, from your lifelong friend, Bernardo of House Leon. Adrian froze. He brought the paper closer, narrowing his eyes. Bernardo? That is a name I remember. According to my uncle, They were a house that clung to demonic magic until the end and eventually fell into ruin 100 years ago. Then he said, I suppose I should attend after all. The maid bowed. Understood. I will prepare your things. As Adrian looked down at the letter, clutching in his hand, his inner thought revealed his true motive. I hope that house hasn't entirely lost its pride. Time passed, and the scene opened in a sunlit dressing room. A tailor with pride, gleaming in his eyes, folded his hands respectfully as he admired his work. Your Highness, does the outfit please you? I haven't missed a single instruction of yours. The dominant black, minimal patterns, and an extremely simple design. Standing before the mirror was a completely transformed figure. The obesity that had defined the prince was gone, revealing a handsome, sharp-featured young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The tailor did not spare his praise. Yet your authority remains as grand as ever. Your Highness, Adrian checked his reflected image. I've really lost a lot of weight. The tailor nodded repeatedly. Your measurements have more than half. I will also take care of the attire for the palace banquet. I'll begin work immediately. But Adrian raised a hand to stop him, a confident smile on his lips. No, wait a little longer. My measurements will change again by then. A few days after the confinement was lifted, the scene shifted to the bustling streets of the capital. I'm on my way to that damn social club for privileged young nobles. Inside the carriage, Adrian leaned against the luxurious red velvet seat and yawned deeply. Being a prince is truly exhausting. The clothes, the carriages, the guards. Everything is oppressively constraining. He looked at the maid across from him and asked, that scar, how did it happen? The maid flinched, stammering in fear. It was my incompetence, Your Highness. It is because of what you were right to reprimand me for. A violent flashback cut through the present. The obese tyrant version of Adrian from the past screamed again. Distorted images of that fat prince appeared, shouting meaningless insults. This sword is mine now. Ha ha ha. Even your peasant is pretty. The deeper I dig into this body's past, the more horrific stories I find. Come to think of it, I've known this maid for months, and yet I didn't even know her name. He decided to fix that immediately. What's your name? She jumped, eyes wide with fear. I am Adelia Byron, Your Highness. Adrian froze. The name struck him like lightning. Byron. His expression grew serious. He touched his chin in thought. That's a house barely present on the noble rolls. I didn't expect to hear that name here. In the distant past, when even cities did not yet exist, let alone kingdoms among the continent's various races, it was an age when the weak were plundered and slaughtered as a matter of course. There were those who put an end to the history of those wretched creatures. At the end of the Great War, for the last saviors who allowed humanity to rise and become the continent's dominant race, people bestowed upon them the title of the Five Extremes. The words of one of those five heroes, Ruin, she said to the sword in her hand. Have you ever thought about that? The scene widened into a blood-soaked battlefield. A vast army and monsters charged toward her. She stood there unflinching, holding the sword with the golden hilt. What you and I will do after this battle is over. She looked out at the remaining monsters, her eyes blazing with a terrifying golden light. Do scum like this crawl on like maggots, thinking there's something to eat? You bastards only think about filthy things. With that shit of a body, all you are good for is clowning around. Her wrath was boundless. The holy sword in her hand vibrated violently at those coarse words. Back in the quiet carriage, Adrian covered his ears with a grimace. Just thinking about it dirties my ears. Still, the descendants of Byron, huh? What on earth happened to make them like this? The carriage came to a stop. Your Highness, we have arrived. Prince Adrian stepped out, his boot touching the road. Perfect timing. He pointed at the maid inside. Adelia, we'll talk later. Adelia folded her hands to her chest, embarrassed. Outside, standing in the garden of a large house, was a man with long gray hair and a loosened tie, smiling broadly. Prince, are you well? Welcome, Prince Adrian Leonberg. I am Eli of Housley. I cannot express how happy I am to see you safe and sound. Adrian scrutinized him. This guy is a descendant of Housley, looking no different from a pampered playboy. Eli leaned in, feigning concern. You must have endured a great deal to become so thin. Adrian curled a lip. Oh, Eli blinked. Prince, is something wrong? Do you still feel unwell? Adrian passed him. No, it's nothing. I just thought coming here was the right thing to do. Thanks to you. Today will be interesting. Eli watched him go, completely baffled. Inside the social club, the air was thick with decadence. the warm golden light of chandeliers illuminating an excessively lavish scene. Ha ha! And then that girl lifted her skirt so wide, as if she'd never known shame. A woman giggled unpleasantly. Oh, don't tease me. I hate that so much. Eli observed Adrian. The protagonist sat silently, stirring his drink, his expression detached from the surrounding chaos. Eli thought to himself, it's strange. Normally this bastard would be plastered drunk and flirting everywhere by now. His aura felt markedly different from before. A nobleman with swept-back brown hair and a flushed face flopped down on the sofa next to Adrian. He laughed lecherously. I've heard, Your Highness, that you plucked the Iron Lion's flower. Rumors are everywhere. Seeing her in armor is enough to make one swoon. But I wonder how exquisite the flesh beneath must be. A single word cut through the noise like a blade. Hey, do you have any siblings at home? The noble blinked, thrown by the unrelated question. Have you forgotten? I have a younger brother. Adrian smiled, a terrifyingly cold smile. Then that's a relief. What? With no warning, Adrian's fist became a blur of motion. The protagonist's fist slammed straight into the nobleman's face. The impact savage, blood spraying into the air as the noble's head snapped violently backward. Crash! The nobleman was hurled away, glass shattering everywhere. The women screamed in horror. The music cut off. Eli stared in shock, sweat streaming down his face. Adrian adjusted his cuff, looking down at the blood-smeared mess on the floor with threatening, bright blue eyes. What a relief! Your line will not be wiped out. He drove the heel of his boot into his groin. The nobleman howled. Adrian looked down, his face shadowed, radiating pure, unadulterated authority. He calmly pronounced judgment on the defeated man. From now on, your younger brother will be the heir. Adrian grabbed the battered noble by the collar and hoisted him up. His face was now a chaotic mess of blood and bruises. He stammered in confusion. Why are you doing this, Your Highness? He drilled into him with cold, lifeless eyes, an expression without mercy. Listen carefully. I can tolerate you thinking me a bastard, but I will not tolerate you treating me as if I truly am one. The noble and his cronies stood frozen, question marks hovering above them as they tried to process the prince's logic. What the hell is he talking about? Adrian answered with another brutal swing of his fist. It means you need to be beaten even more. The blow landed with a sickening crunch. The noble collapsed, but Adrian had already shifted his attention elsewhere. Adrian called sharply. Eli, the man who had been staring in shock, immediately dropped to his knees. Teach. Yes, Your Highness. He looked down at him with a twisted, blood-splattered smile. Didn't I warn you? Today seems it will be most entertaining. The noble, seeing his face, thought to himself, why is this crazy bastard suddenly acting like this? Adrian issued an order that froze the blood of everyone in the room. Summoned the royal knights immediately. Eli's eyes widened in shock, but the command was absolute. He scrambled up, shouting, I obey, and ran out of the room. The nobles huddled together in the middle of the room. Adrian wiped the blood from his cheek and looked at the trembling crowd with contempt. Those women leave. He gave a dismissive order. Another noble seized the chance and tried to blend into the departing women. He tiptoed away, sweat beading on his forehead, hoping to escape the prince's wrath. But Adrian's voice cut the air like a whip. I believe I said women. The noble froze, startled, when Adrian turned his cold blue gaze on him. If you want to leave, go ahead. But if you do, you'll leave here as a woman. A veiled, terrifying threat. None of you performed the ritual of kneeling before Prince. You showed not an ounce of respect. You mocked me, right in front of me, and insulted my knight. What charges from the shadows could apply in this case? The prince's knights intervened because they dared to disdain the royal family. That constitutes an offense of insulting the crown and more, since they challenged royal authority. This is tantamount to treason. Please issue an order. Your Highness, whom shall we force to kneel here? Adrian stood there surrounded by knights, their faces sharp and uncompromising, cold smiles blooming on all their lips. Adrian stood there surrounded by knights, their faces sharp and uncompromising, cold smiles blooming on all their lips. Consequences came fast and severe. In the royal palace, the king sat on his throne, his face twisted with anger. 14 noble scions have been detained. Insulting the crown, treason. I listed every grand-sounding charge I could find for them. Do you know what you have done? Having spoken, he thought, since he acted in the name of royal authority, they must be punished harshly. But with 14 clans involved, we cannot simply ignore the potential backlash. Adrian finally spoke, a confident smile cutting through the tension. Are you worried about rebellion? They are merely disposable within their own houses. They are irredeemable vermin who would only sully their family names if kept. Send a letter. The king looked up, puzzled. A letter to whom? You keep asking while you already know the answer. Aren't there people better suited than anyone to handle each family's internal trouble? They're the siblings of those damned ones who were arrested. Am I wrong? The king leaned back on his throne. Leave. Adrian bowed brightly. Yes, father. And he thought, see? Nothing left to say, right? The atmosphere then shifted from the grand palace to a quiet, sunlit room. Adrian smiled gently, his demeanor completely different from the tyrant at the club. Now, you needn't worry. I will not harm you. The maid trembled before him, tears streaming. Your Highness, precisely what did this low-born girl do wrong? Adrian studied her, noting her fear. That bastard must have tormented her severely. It was a house nearly erased from the rolls of nobility. Even direct descendants knew nothing of the name Bayern. A glorious history had been wiped out, and their peerless techniques severed. Great renown, noble pride, all vanished without a trace. Yet a status panel appeared beside her. Traits: butcher berserker, fragile heart, psychological caregiver slave. Adrian flinched, sweat pouring down his brow. Wait, hold on, what are these traits? Butcher goes mad at the sight of blood. Berserker, a woman crazed and obsessed with battle. Fragile heart, has a tender, fragile soul. Caregiver, skilled at tending to others. Adrian clutched his head. She possesses unparalleled talent, yet she doesn't have a single trait to control her madness. He stared at the terrified girl. Would it really be okay to unleash that madness on the world? I have to try. He glanced back at the status panel once more. Sword talent S. After all, it's an S-rank talent. His eyes locked onto one specific trait, slave psychology, a trait where the person feels great joy in having a master to serve wholeheartedly. There happened to be a trait he could exploit. So Adrian stepped forward, his voice authoritative. Adelia Bayern, swear fealty to me. Adelia blinked, completely confused. Huh? What do you mean? Adrian looked down at her. I am telling you to become my knight. Swear here. Right now. Adelia recoiled in fright. Your Highness, that is not something a low-born girl like me can take on. But Adrian cut her off. You say your house has fallen. I will take responsibility for your family. In return, you must swear fealty to me and serve me as your master. Adelia looked up, her eyes wide with shock as a quiet hope repeated in her head. If you cannot control your madness, I will hold the reins for you. She spoke. You will truly take responsibility for my family? Adrian stood there, his silhouette framed by the large window. Yes. If you wish, I will summon them to the capital so you can see them whenever you like. Adelia's expression changed, fear dissolving and replaced by a bright hope. Desperate as I am, I will do as you command. Adelia, eldest daughter of House Bayern, I pledge fealty to your Highness Adrian Leonberg. I will serve you as my master and devote my life to you. He reached out and placed his hand on her head. Good. From now on, you will obey my commands unconditionally. Adelia blushed faintly, her green eyes alight with new purpose as she received his touch. I obey. Beads of sweat dotted her cheek as he looked at the girl who had just pledged her life to him. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. Is this the right choice? Whispers echoed through the dark corridors like poison. I hear the first prince, who's been oddly quiet lately, has started acting like a bastard again. Not only did he force a knight to swear allegiance by vile means, but he also kidnapped nobles' children, beat them, and even threw them in prison. Now people say he's turning a maid, who has never even held a sword, into his personal knight. Clearly he's trying to build a harem under the guise of private knights. Inside the sunlit palace, the air felt stifling. Adrian sat on a velvet chair, propping his chin on his hand, his eyes sharp with irritation. Since when did everyone care about me so much? I only took one personal knight, yet since I woke up, everyone has something to say. Images of his critics flashed through his mind. The king, wearing a heavy golden crown, appeared with a disappointed expression. I'm busy trying to clean up the mess you've made. And yet you're here indulging in women. Then the scarred face of Count Bale Valhard. Pathetic. Have you completely abandoned your wagers? Finally, the smug face of the third Prince Gillian curled into a mocking sneer. You appointed a maid as a knight? That is so like you. My God. How did the rumor spread so fast? Suddenly the door burst open without waiting for an answer, and a maid rushed in, announcing loudly, "Your Highness, the Empress has arrived." Adrian threw his hands up in annoyance, staggering in his chair. "Ah, come on." The Empress entered, her luxurious purple gown sweeping the floor. She looked down at her son, her gaze a mix of stern judgment and a strange relief. "Just when I thought you'd reformed, it seems you intend to return to your old ways. Actually, that's for the best. Once you find a proper spouse and settle down, you'll surely stop wandering like this. Trust me, this time I will find a suitable partner for you." She turned and left as quickly as she had come. Adrian was left alone in the quiet room, slumped in his chair, staring into space. I don't even know anymore. Afterward, the room was bathed in soft light. Adelia sat anxiously on a chair, looking up at Adrian with bright, hopeful green eyes. "So, will I have Manna now?" Adrian loomed over her, gentle but serious. "Yes, a very special kind of manna." A green energy began to crackle around Adrian's raised hand. "Even if the world has completely forgotten the Iron Blood Sword Marquis, I have not forgotten anything." Golden flames formed the silhouettes of armored boots walking in midair. The footsteps she left behind, the sword dancing at the tips of her fingers, and the glorious beating of her very heart. A burst of golden light exploded from Adelia's chest, and she felt a warmth she had never known before. A notification panel popped up. "Adelia Byron has sensed Manna. You have successfully transferred Manna to Adelia Byron. Manna has been successfully formed within the body. A magical mind core has been created." She looked down at her hands, trembling as golden energy radiated from her body. "Is this Manna?" Adrian stepped back. "What you've just done is the method for forging a magical mind core. From now on, practice it yourself whenever you have time." Suddenly, Adrian's vision blurred. He staggered forward and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. Adelia cried out, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Adrian clutched the sofa cushion, trembling, thinking bitterly, "I didn't expect to end up like this just from creating a small magical mind core." Then he said, "I'm just a little tired." Adelia looked at him, her face full of worry and remorse. "Why would you go this far for someone as lowly as me?" Adrian turned his head away. "It's fine. Now you may leave." Adelia hesitated, then bowed deeply. "I vow to serve you with loyalty for the rest of my life." A smirk returned to his face. "Just don't forget that I am your master." Adelia looked up at his radiant face, trembling with overwhelming joy. "Yes, yes." She clasped her hands together, truly radiating devotion. Adrian turned his back to her. His smile faded into genuine worry. As he walked away, a dark thought crossed his mind. "I fear you will forget that." Indeed, a few days later, a knight looked to him and said, "Your Highness, regarding Bernardo Lee, I've heard he's being held by the royal guards as a witness for the recent uproar. It seems no one is allowed to see him until the trial begins." Adrian blinked in surprise. "A trial? Don't tell me I have to attend that trial too." He shook his head. "The royal family isn't to be judged." Adrian brightened and pointed upward. "That's good news. But a trial, they're really making a fuss over this." Adrian turned to the maid. "Adelia, how are you doing?" Adelia flinched. What do you mean?" Adrian leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "Your magical mind core, has it stabilized?" Adelia nodded quickly. "It has stabilized, Your Highness." Adrian suddenly stood up, shedding his relaxed air. "Good. From today on, you will train with me. Go change your clothes and meet me at the training yard. And put that rag down. You are a knight now." The scene shifted to a wide stone training ground under a clear blue sky. Adrian wore a simple white shirt and dark pants when a stern voice cut in. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Adrian looked toward his uncle. "Can't you see? I'm warming up." Count Bale Valhard frowned, his face darkening. "Not you. I mean that girl." Adrian glanced at her indifferently. "Haven't you heard the rumors? I'm turning her into a knight." The Count's patience snapped, his face contorted with anger as he shouted. "Is the title of knight so trivial to you? Given the current situation, how can you be so reckless?" Adrian clenched his fist and shot back with equal intensity. "Ha! Since when did you become so meddlesome? If you hate it that much, why do you keep coming here?" At that moment, Adelia's legs gave out. "Your Highness, 10 training rounds completed." Watching the two of them argue, she spoke up. "Your Highness, I apologize. It's because of me." Adrian cut her off. "Forget it. Take this. Today I'll teach you the most basic stance. He gripped his wooden sword tightly and assumed a perfect stance. A faint green energy hummed around him. First, take the stance and swing like this. The air was torn by a sharp sound. He turned to Adelia. Try it. Adelia rose anxiously, holding the sword. She copied his stance, her limbs trembling. Like this, suddenly her eyes shifted, her pupils glowing an eerie sap green. Her hesitation vanished. She swung the sword, not the swing of a novice. The blade cut through the air with terrifying speed and precision, creating a shockwave of wind. Count Bael Valhard's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Adrian froze, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He stood stunned, thinking, did she copy it perfectly after seeing it only once? Adelia looked at him, her eyes back to their innocent, uncertain state. Is my stance correct, sir? Adrian stared at her, fear creeping into his chest. Wait a moment. If I let my guard down, she'll surpass me in an instant. I have felt uneasy about how that wretched prince tormented her in the past. If she overtakes me now, Count Bael Valhard stepped forward, stroking his chin, his gaze fixed on Adelia with newfound respect. I didn't expect her to possess such talent. The Count moved between them, his expression grave. Adrian asked, what are you going to do? Don't pay her any mind. The Count dismissed him. You're just an apprentice, only been holding a sword for a few months. You cannot control her, the Count declared, his voice low and dangerous. If you cannot control her, then no one can. Because you. The image shifted to blood and slaughter. That sword had drunk the blood of the giant king Gruhan and countless other beings. Gruhan, part of a soul manifesting according to its wielder's will. Adrian looked up. His eyes were no longer human. They flared a deep, malevolent red. She belongs to you. Do not look at her, and do not desire her. I would hate for someone to take what is mine. But the moment those words were spoken, a sudden change occurred inside him. His sense of reality began to fade. He could not perceive vitality or life, only an overwhelming chill and darkness. Is this an omen? At this rate, this frail body will be swallowed by Gruhan's soul. And that's enough. A brilliant blue light shattered the nightmare into pieces. The red hands dissolved into nothingness. Adrian snapped back to reality, standing in the training yard, his breath a little ragged. He looked down at his hands, the lingering pull of the abyss waning. The Count spoke persuasively. A single ordinary knight can save 10 soldiers. A single outstanding knight can save 100 soldiers. A single outstanding knight can save 100 soldiers. Adrian thought to himself, is that faith? For the sake of the northern border commander's cause. However, he replied casually, unconcerned. The Count froze. Even if she can save countless people? A new voice broke the stalemate. Adelia stepped forward. Count Bael Valhard. The body and heart of this servant already belonged to his highness. Adelia continued, her amber-brown eyes shining with absolute loyalty. I cannot obey you, my lord. The Count stared at her, stunned. Adrian watched the scene with satisfaction. It was worth the effort to pull his soul back. A submissive mindset must obey an entity of higher rank. Adrian curled his lip into a smile, folding his arms, just as she said, and sir, you have nothing left to teach me, right? The goal from the start was only to help me lose weight. If you plan to keep visiting my palace, from now on do not interfere in my affairs. The Count regarded him for a long moment, his face unreadable. Before consenting with closed eyes, I understand. Even after that day, he continued to visit the palace every single day to keep watch over Adelia. Although he could do nothing because scolding and interference were forbidden, Adrian stood to the side observing, smiling to himself. It was amusing to see his arrogant uncle so unsettled. Suddenly, something caught the Count's eye. Adelia stood amid swirling golden embers, her wooden sword radiating a brilliant, fierce aura. Adrian realized the situation a step too late. Wait, has she learned sword resonance already? Adrian applauded loudly. Good, very good. He wiped anxious sweat, thinking, this fast? I could actually be overtaken. Adelia turned to him, beaming with an innocent, adoring smile. The Count's voice was low and dangerous. He strode toward Adrian. Have you also taught her mind demon magic? Adrian looked away, feigning indifference. Yes. Is there something wrong? The Count's patience shattered. Isn't it enough that only you learned that petty trick? He roared, an aura erupting. Adrian's expression immediately turned cold. The mockery vanished, replaced by a steely gaze. Outward, the Count faltered, stunned by that dismissal. There was once a far better path, a potential you couldn't even imagine, and you destroyed it all. He added dismissively, "Escort him out." The hesitant voices between them. "Your Highness." The Count turned abruptly, his cloak sweeping around him. He strode out angrily, his heavy boots thudding on the stone floor. "Forget it, I'll leave on my own feet." As the Count disappeared into the sunset, Adelia continued, "Your Highness, was what I learned just a trick?" Adrian answered firmly, without hesitation, "No, absolutely not." She asked, her voice trembling, "Then why did the Count say that?" Adrian looked toward the setting sun, his expression thoughtful. "Because he does not know that people of this era have completely forgotten what true mind demon magic is like. If they hadn't forgotten, they wouldn't have discarded it like a pair of tattered shoes. He will realize it soon enough." The next day, a surge of energy suddenly halted, a greenish-blue bolt leaping up from the ground near his feet. He planted his wooden sword into the ground, as if issuing a challenge. He replied immediately, "Are you acting as if you will never return?" The Count stared at him. "Prove it. I will only use a single simple round. If you can push me back even half a step, I will acknowledge you." Adrian gripped the wooden sword tighter. "What was that wager back then?" He swung the sword to one side. "Grant a wish, huh?" The Count drew out his wooden practice sword, thin sparks dancing along its blade. "If you win, I will grant you one thing. Whatever it is, if you ask me to pass on the family's secret technique, I will." Adrian curled a smirk, blue flames flaring around him. "That's not what I want." "All right then, fight." The Count dodged the strike with ease, aiming straight for the throat from the outset. Still a vicious blade as always. He launched more strikes, but the Count merely tilted aside to evade each one. Seeing this, he accelerated, unleashing a continuous flurry of attacks. He panted, sweat pouring down his face. The Count parried with his sword, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" He flicked him back. "Have you given up?" Adrian gritted his teeth, straining against the Count's overwhelming force. "Don't fail." Despite the struggle, Adrian's mind remained clear. He analyzed the situation with chilly precision. "He's detestable, but I must acknowledge what needs acknowledging. He's truly strong. He's baiting me, letting me taste an even more humiliating defeat. With mind demon magic at only this level, I'll surely lose as he intends." A crooked smile spread across his face. "Isn't it strange? 400 years ago, countless mind demon knights achieved unbelievable feats. And yet, because a somewhat useful technique appeared, all the arts of those great knights are now treated like trash. It seems people assume the technique called mana chain is a much more powerful way to control mana than mind demon magic." The Count stood opposite him, wind roaring across the training yard. "Exactly what are you trying to say?" Adrian raised his sword, holding it vertical before him. "My view is different. Just because it's mind demon magic doesn't mean they're all the same." "Sir, have you ever heard of a soul armor melody?" The Count frowned. "This is a place for combat, not for discussing such flattering-sounding notions." Adrian scoffed. "I knew you'd say that, since you also call mind demon magic a crude technique, only learned by lowly mercenaries." The Count interrupted. "You talk too much. Do you need more time to catch your breath?" Adrian looked up, his eyes blazing with blue flame. "No." He stepped forward, blue fire surging from his boots, scorching the ground. "The path a knight walks becomes an achievement. 100 victories are my pride. Achievements are engraved into my heart and my strength." The Count gaped. "What?" "A system activated. An engraved achievement becomes a soul armor melody. A soul armor melody has been created, residing within the knight's sword. A humble, ordinary accomplishment I completed over the past half year. Soul armor melody." Notification popped up continuously. "Common soul armor melody. Training ballad has been created. The effect of the training ballad has been activated. This is the true power of mind demon magic." A brilliant, mystical blue radiance exploded, enveloping Adrian's body like a second skin of soul fire. Despite that grand display, the Count's voice cut in with cold, steadfast skepticism. "No matter what you do, the result will be the same. As long as you possess mind demon magic, you will never defeat mana chain." Whoosh! Adrian spun, his eyes blazing blue from his aura, and thrust his wooden sword forward forcefully. The wooden sword collided with the Count's blade, which was shrouded in a dense, fragile field of energy. Indeed, Mana from the chain rings has the property of counteracting mana through mind demon magic. Adrian grit his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to hold his stance. The blue flames around him flickered violently under pressure from the Count's tenuous aura. The Count smiled, a self-satisfied grin appearing on his lips. "You're rather good at stubbornly enduring." The Count attacked again, this time faster. Adrian parried, but the blows sent shockwaves down his arms. In the fight, Adrian's inner monologue revealed the harsh price he paid to gain this power. To achieve this ballad, I trained over 100 times and endured the chain ring's mana more than 1,000 times. A power forged to face the knights of the chains. While clashing hundreds of times, I endured thousands of waves. Suddenly, the blue aura around Adrian concentrated into a gigantic, razor-sharp column of light extending from his sword. This was the power of the soul armor melody, the training ballad. Adrian gripped the wooden sword now sheathed in a thick blade of blue mana. The Count looked at the glowing weapon, his expression shifting from mockery to slight curiosity. "Now that looks worth trying." He lunged, vanishing in a blur of speed. Their swords clashed again, creating a shockwave that blew away the dust. Adrian exhaled coldly, trading blow for blow with the Count. The Count thought inwardly, sweat finally appearing on his brow as he deflected an especially heavy strike. He hadn't expected the kid to hold out this long. Smack! He struck Adrian back again to create distance. Adrian skidded across the stone, his boots gouging deep furrows into the floor. He steadied himself, panting, the blue flames around him wavering but never extinguishing. The Count asked again, "How?" Adrian panted, looking at his uncle with defiant eyes. "Didn't I tell you already? Not all mind demon magics are the same." The Count looked back, his tenuous aura flaring threateningly around his shoulders. "You are arrogant." Whoosh! He stepped forward heavily, the ground trembling under his feet. He swung his sword, releasing a wave of pressure that overwhelmed anything he had displayed before. Adrian barely raised his sword to block. The wooden blade groaned under the pressure, and he was hurled against the wall. The Count loomed, his silhouette fearsome against the brilliant sky. "I will stop toying. Enduring this long is commendable. I will give you praise." Adrian thought. As predicted, a common soul armor melody is not enough. The protagonist began to speak. For years ago, the knights committed a grave mistake. They left no enemies for their descendants. At first, everything was surely passed down intact. Sword techniques, the precise methods of training the heart, and the shining soul armor melody. But time gnawed away at those glorious achievements, and ultimately caused them to be forgotten. Tales of dragons never seen and giant kings never named, in the end must have become absurd legends. Of course, new soul armor melodies would be created. However, at best they were victories over 10 knights, at best achievements over 100 soldiers, at best a ballad crafted against humankind. With ranks that cannot become myth or hero, they cannot withstand the new tide. Mana chain, with such mediocre techniques, you cannot reach the transcendent realm. The Count frowned, lowering his sword slightly. "Have you been drinking in the daytime? I can't understand what you've been saying." Baal Valhard. Suddenly the atmosphere shifted, the blue light around Adrian turning a violent, sickly red. He had lost something immense. A terrifying demonic shadow erupted from Adrian's back. It was a silhouette of pure malice with blazing white eyes. "If you don't know, I'll teach you." Adrian gripped the wooden sword tightly, but the shadow behind him swung an illusory blade of darkness, a thing no holy blade could sever, tearing dragon scales apart. In drinking its hot blood, a system window appeared, the true dragon-slaying ballad. The current capacity could not endure the rank of this ballad. Adrian screamed as the power tore at his unready body. A portion of the ballad was pruned. A portion of the ballad was pruned. A portion of the ballad was pruned. Warnings poured onto the screen like rain. The vast skill tree blacked out, leaving only a single small branch lit, singing only one line of the ballad. Adrian stood in a pit of red energy, blood streaming. Eyes insane. He swung his sword. A blade of black and red lightning tore the air. The Count's sword began to crack. "At this rate, I'll be devoured." The Count's eyes widened in genuine horror at the incoming strike. A cut bearing the weight of a dragon slayer. A fragile lightning flared as he poured everything he had into defense. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the training yard, dust and masonry blasting skyward. Shockwaves shattered slabs of stone for meters around. Adrian was hurled backward by the recoil. He tumbled across the ground, his body smoking, and came to a stop. The dust settled to reveal the Count standing amid the rubble. But around him the air crackled with residues of 4 distinct, tenuous mana rings. Adrian let out a weak laugh. Didn't you say you'd only use 1 ring? The Count stood frozen. He looked down at his sword. It was saturated with the energy of his full power. Yet after using all 4 chain rings he possessed, he had failed to prevent his sword from being severed. Adrian thought, mana from Mind Demon magic is inferior to that from the chain rings, an undeniable fact. Adrian smiled, a bloodstained grin. This is victory. Count Bael Valhard, you have lost. Darkness thick and suffocating. A chaotic void filled with the roars of beasts and the pungent stench of blood. Visions of razor teeth and a whirl of deep, red energy seized his mind. The memory of his sword driving through dragon flesh repeated in an endless, horrifying loop. This damned soul armor melody. No, stop. Please stop right now. Adrian's eyes flew open, his chest heaving as he woke from the nightmare. Sweat soaked his hair and clothes, his pupils trembling as he clutched the bedsheet, trying to anchor himself back to reality. He recalled the moment he forced out the power of the ancient legend, the moment he shattered dragon scales. This was the price of forcing out the power of the soul armor melody. For the true dragon-slaying ballad is a soul armor melody of mythic level. My body was torn apart by it, but it was truly worth the risk. The first soul armor melody I wove myself. 100 victories are my pride and my strength. In 100 battles, I endured 1,000 waves. I will stand firm even against waves greater than those. A system window appeared in midair. The training ballad has leveled up slightly. Adrian smiled, his confidence fully restored. This should be enough to face that third prince bastard. Suddenly, the door burst open and Adelia rushed in, face flushed and tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, you're finally awake. It was chaos after your Highness collapsed. I've never seen the Queen so angry before. Adrian sat on the edge of the bed, more amused than worried. Serves him right. Adelia continued, wiping her tears. Count Bael Valhard left a message, saying to inform him as soon as your Highness woke. Adrian flopped back onto the bed. Don't report that just yet. I'll rest a bit. His inner monologue grew dark. If I don't carefully recover the spirit damaged by overusing the soul armor melody, I will pay dearly. Reality and past memories will mix into a chaotic mess, and at some point, the boundary of reality will completely collapse, eventually becoming mad. I would forever reenact my soul armor moments in an isolated world. I hadn't expected to be trapped in the sword's memories again after finally becoming human. Just the thought was enough to make me despair. Adelia Bayan. She was a great swordswoman. Adrian bit a piece of food, speaking casually. Since you're a descendant of the Byron line, you should be able to inherit the soul armor melody she left behind. Adelia bowed, humble and astonished. I didn't know my ancestor was such a great swordswoman. Adrian added, of course you'll need to grow far beyond your current state to possess the level suitable for that ballad. So about that, what do you want to do when you learn swordsmanship? Adelia startled, her eyes widening. That is, if I could truly become a knight. She clenched her fists, her face flushed with sudden determination. If I become a knight, Adrian watched her, chewing and waiting for her resolve. If you haven't decided, tell me later. But Adelia stepped forward, her footing steady, golden flames beginning to flare around her boots. Your Highness's servant vows to become your Highness's sword. Adrian stopped eating, staring at her in astonishment. Some soul armor melodies begin with the sound of war horns. Some soul armor melodies begin with the first step across the plains. There are stories of theirs that begin with a sincere oath. She closed her eyes and shouted her vow. I will live for your Highness all my life. I offer everything to your Highness. A huge golden surge of energy burst from her body. A system window appeared. Adelia Byron has offered the ballad of devotion. Adrian looked at the beam of light. Is this Adelia's soul armor melody? And sometimes a soul armor melody can affect others as well. A new soul armor melody has been created. Commatery, soul armor melody. Ballad of domination has been created. Adrian looked at the brilliant orb in his hand, impressed. Wow. The Ballad of Devotion is a ballad dedicated to its master. Rather than being a simple soul armor melody, It is a vow of obedience that binds souls together. Even if she has a submissive psychological trait, who would have expected a descendant of the Iron Blood Sword Marquis to weave a ballad of devotion? He clenched his fist, feeling new power flow through him. I've received unexpected assistance. He smiled, a confident and calculating look appearing in his eyes. As long as I remain the target of the ballad of devotion, Adelia's growth will also benefit me. He looked at Adelia, her face radiant with a pure smile. Thank you. Adelia stood frozen, cheeks flushed. Your Highness. She looked at him with wide, trembling eyes, the golden light fading, leaving the two of them alone in the quiet room. Adrian sat down, calculating the future, although I do not yet know which direction that benefit will take. A few days later, the palace stood tall and majestic under the deep blue sky. Inside, Adrian sat on a chair, looking contemplative and staring. The queen's voice sounded. Adrian, is your body feeling any better? Adrian looked up to see his mother standing there. I'm fine, Your Majesty. He mumbled, avoiding her gaze. He thought inwardly, dealing with those who hate this body is easier, but someone who cherishes the original owner of this body like this is rather awkward to handle. The queen looked at him with deep concern. Are you harboring resentment toward your uncle? Your uncle truly did not intend to harm you. So even if you have any bad feelings, cast them off now. Adrian answered immediately, his face void of emotion. I have no ill feelings at all. The queen was shocked, a comical expression of doubt appearing on her face. Why would you not? He treated you roughly and nagged you constantly. So saying you have no ill feelings must be a lie. Adrian insistently scratched his cheek, awkward at her reaction. No, I truly have none. His inner monologue revealed the cold truth. I struck him that day. Because all his pride and truths were denied. He must have found it very hard to endure what I planted in him that day. Mind demon magic. If he had the capacity, he would have leapt far beyond. If he couldn't overcome it, he would lose that precious martial ability. To be honest, I don't care what happens after that. The queen wiped her tears and smiled warmly. Your uncle has spent his life closer to the true sword than to people, so he could be awkward and rude. Still, lately he seems quite proud of you. He even went so far as to persuade his majesty. Thanks to him, your house arrest was lifted earlier than planned. But trouble arose as soon as the house arrest was lifted. You remember the scene at the club, ordering the nobles to be arrested. Round them all up. You think inwardly, your uncle's position must have been difficult. Is that why he acted with such disapproval? But why would that man do that for me? The scene opens in the lavish study of the prince's palace. An elderly man with a long white beard and scholar's robes, Niccolo Marchiadel, stands holding a thick stack of books, a patient yet resolute smile on his lips. Your Highness, Adrian faced him, standing with utter disgust, brows furrowed and a shadow over his eyes as he flatly refused. I absolutely refuse. Adrian flopped on the floor, flailing like a sulking child with no royal bearing. Ah, really? Why should I have to study? Adrian shouted, kicking wildly. The old scholar remained unmoved, calmly reciting a philosophical aphorism. If a person refuses to learn, how are they any different from a beast? Adrian sprang up, his face contorted in feigned outrage, as if insulted to the bone. Are you calling me an animal? Niccolo smiled softly, eyes narrowing behind his glasses. You have only just begun your studies. Your Highness, so I cannot yet call you an animal. Adrian retorted. I haven't even started. Don't play word games with me. Despite my appearance, I already know everything I need to know. I'm telling you, there's no need to learn anything more. The old scholar's expression softened into a challenge, his gaze sharp and knowing. If you insist on that, then do this. Discuss a few topics with me. If your skill truly matches your claims, I will stop coming to visit you. Your Highness. A sly, confident smile spread across Adrian's face. His blue eyes flashed with unexpected interest. Sounds good. After a moment, Adrian slammed his hand on the table and leaned forward resolutely. Yes, exactly. That is why one must always be wary of those behind them. Human nature will trample you if you are too yielding. Niccolo stroked his beard, eyes wide with surprise and admiration. You are truly correct. He pushed a particular book forward, The Theory of Iron Blood Monarchy. You will find this book very interesting to read. Here it assesses the relationship between ruler and subjects as a kind of contract or transaction. The ruler receives military and economic support in exchange for protecting the people, and the people seek protection and political stability from the ruler in exchange for their loyalty. Adrian flipped through the pages, nodding as he absorbed the information. You have a point. All relationships should be reciprocal. He pointed to a passage, fully immersed in the discussion. So this part is exact. Indeed, and here as well. The conversation flowed naturally, two minds, one young, one old, finding a rhythm of mutual intellectual respect. After a while, Niccolò rearranged his books, preparing to leave. Then, Your Highness, let us continue the rest of our discussion tomorrow. Adrian was now standing with a book in hand, waving farewell with a radiant, sincere smile, completely different from his earlier rage. Yes, certainly, I will wait. When the door slammed shut, Adrian was left alone in the fading light, a big question mark seeming to hang over him. He blinked, realizing what had just happened. Wait, was that actually a normal lesson after all? That old man really is formidable. Outside the heavy double doors, Niccolò walked down the corridor, a pensive expression on his aged face. The first prince? He is quite different from the rumors. Days passed, the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue. In the prince's bedchamber, the silence was heavy. Adrian lay on the bed, his head dangling over the edge as he stared into the room, his eyes dead and lifeless. I'm bored. He rolled restlessly. Have I been living too industriously lately? With no training, there's nothing to do. My body is still recovering too. The maid's voice cut through his languor. Your Highness, Lord Bale Valhard has come to see you. Adrian sat up, surprised. A visitor after a long time. He looked at the maid Adelia, standing anxiously at the door. What should I do? Adrian cheerfully said. Put your feet down from the bed. Yes, tell him to come in. He thought to himself. It's been a few days since the last duel, so it's about time he visited. The door opened, and Adrian rose to greet his uncle with a confident posture. But the atmosphere immediately turned heavy. Count Bale Valhard entered, his face dark and stern, guilt obvious in his expression. Adrian froze, sweat beading on his brow as he read that mood. It seemed his uncle still hadn't overcome the mind demon I planted. The count stood silent for a moment, unable to look his nephew in the eye. Finally he spoke, his voice low and heavy with remorse. I'm sorry. I broke the promise I made to myself and inflicted a grave wound upon you. For that, I have no excuse. Adrian thought. The reason I had to recuperate wasn't because of his sword chi, but because I abused the dragon-slaying ballad. Adrian felt his conscience pricked at his uncle's remorse. He told himself his uncle's position must have been difficult facing another incident caused by him. The count looked up, his gaze sincere. So tell me what you desire. If you want this arm, I'll give it. If you want these eyes, I'll give them. Adrian stepped back, flailing his hands in panic. What am I supposed to do with that scrap? He looked away with a conflicted expression. Good grief, for someone who should have been a master swordsman of the old era, he's trapped by a mind demon like this. He sighed and conceded. All right, I'll be generous then. I'll state my wish first. Uncle, take me on a trip. The count blinked, the tension dissolving instantly, a hush settling over the room. Since your house arrest has ended, can't you go out whenever you wish? Adrian waggled a finger with a mischievous smile. Not a day trip, somewhere far away, preferably outside the capital. The count stared at him, considering. The request would take time to schedule around the upcoming banquet. Going too far would be impossible. Adrian shrugged, beaming. That's fine. The count turned and left, his demeanor slightly relieved. Good. I'll contact you once the schedule is set. He watched the figures back. All right. After the count left, Adrian noticed Carl staring at him and asked, Why? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Carl smiled, scratching his cheek shyly. Just a bit surprised. I thought you'd make a far more unreasonable request. Your Highness, since the count broke his promise, this is a rare opportunity to profit in many ways. Adrian looked down, his expression unreadable for a moment. It was just that seeing that stubborn old man behave like that made me feel sorry for him. Carl's eyes widened in surprise, and he burst out laughing. Adrian snapped, noticing the guard's amusement. What? Why are you laughing? You've been looking a bit too relaxed lately. The maid gently interrupted then, holding a white envelope. Your Highness, the letter you were waiting for has arrived. The letter read, I have recently achieved a small success. It seems I will soon be able to visit you. I hope you remain well until then. From Arwen Kurgan. Adrian smiled with satisfaction. Good news at just the right time. About 5 days later, The Count sent word of good news, and 2 days after that, the departure date arrived. Sunlight flooded the stone bridge as a caravan set out. Inside the carriage, Adrian leaned out the window, watching his uncle ride alongside. "Uncle, what's the name of the domain we're visiting?" Count Bale Valhard sighed and stared ahead. "Can you really not sit still? I'll explain, so go back inside." To the Count's domain. It is the kingdom's largest weapons producer. There are iron mines on the domain supplying high quality, or in a guild of craftsmen to refine. Adrian leaned back in his seat inside the carriage, thoughtful. "At first I intended to take a decent sword from the royal armory for my use. But the king's decree rang in Carl's ears. Know that you will be severely punished if you let that brat touch another blade." Carl could only reply to him, "Please forgive me, Your Highness, since that is a royal decree. We cannot issue any weapons to you." Adrian realized, considering this man's record, that was only natural. But it meant that if he wanted a proper weapon, he'd have to acquire it outside the royal palace. His uncle was unexpectedly considerate despite his appearance. The Count grumbled without looking up, distracting. "Close the window, then." Adrian retorted childishly, "What? No way." The caravan moved along the dirt road lined with lush trees, leaves dancing in the wind. And so, the 20-day journey began. The arduous journey stretched across the map like a lifeline connecting distant lands. The expedition included a short stop at a domain 3 days' travel from the capital, then a visit to the Iron Lion Fortress 2 days beyond that, where the party would rest before returning to the capital. Inside the carriage, Adrian sat with his arms crossed, his face showing utter boredom as he stared ahead. "And right now, I'm stuck on a carriage for 3 long days without moving. The person opposite me is not interesting at all." Adelia answered only yes or no. Adrian sighed, long and drawn out, to sound like a deflating balloon. "Since there's time, I should check my mind demon magic. It's a side effect of using the authentic dragon slaying ballad. My mind demon magic is completely empty, but it's time to fill it up." The real world began to fade. The vibrations of the carriage, the chill wind slipping through the window crack. Adrian focused on gathering hidden shards of mana between the layers of reality, and the voices of the nights outside all became background noise. Adrian focused on gathering the shards of mana hidden between the layers of reality. A green energy flared around him, spiraling like a nebulous storm. "If I feel this empty mind demon magic..." Suddenly the energy core trembled violently. The mind demon magic surged in size and intensity, bathing itself in a deep cosmic blue. Adrian stood in the void of his mind, astonished as he watched. When did my mind demon magic grow this large? A system message appeared. "You have striven to accomplish a feat beyond your capacity and have briefly glimpsed a portion of that immense will." Adrian's eyes snapped open, shot clear on his face. "This is the effect of forcibly using the authentic dragon slaying ballad. That effort has been reflected in your body. Your mind demon magic has expanded. Because your mind demon magic expanded, your physique has changed significantly. Your body can now endure more mana. You have reached the level of Chain Knight. Connection to your origin has been somewhat improved. Some restrictions on your restored abilities have been lifted. The Heavenly Eye ability has been significantly enhanced." Adrian exhaled, feeling the new power flowing within him. The maid worriedly, "Your Highness, I've taken another step forward." The carriage finally stopped beneath the domain's bright, clear sky. A splendid white villa of classical architecture stood before them, bathing in sunlight. "I cannot express the honor of meeting your Highness like this." 2 men stood at the entrance to greet them. Prince Edgar of House Allen offered his salutations. The man in gray added, "Torrance, eldest son of House Allen, greets your Highness." Adrian nodded in reply. "Thank you for your hospitality." Edgar smiled warmly. "The long journey must have exhausted you. I will show you to your chambers first." As they passed through the grand halls, Adrian glanced around. They said this was a weapons production site, and indeed the villa was filled with all kinds of arms. However, they were only low-grade pieces, flashy in appearance and useless in real combat. It looked unlikely he'd find the item he was seeking here. The group continued down the corridor. Adrian scanned the display cases with a critical, "You said the Guild of Smiths is located on this domain?" Edgar turned back in surprise. "Indeed." But Adrian halted, his eyes bright with determination. "I want to go take a look around." They stepped outside. Edgar added, "Blacksmiths, by nature, are coarse and stubborn people. When they're in the flow of work, they often ignore visitors, even their lord, and the words they speak are as cold and rough as the iron they handle. So, even if you are offended by them, please regard it as their craftsmanship spirit and be magnanimous. Adrian listened, but his attention was drawn to something else, a blazing light emanating nearby. The heat from the forge was intense, warping the very air. The heat from the forge is strong. If you feel uncomfortable, please speak up. Inside the smithy, chaos reigned. Dozens of smiths hammered, sparks flying everywhere. Adrian stood amidst the noise and heat, the flames dancing in his eyes. Edgar approached Adrian anxiously. "Your Highness." They moved with frantic energy, completely ignoring the royal retinue entering their domain. But Adrian ignored him, stepping deeper into the smithy as the flames crackled. An old man with white hair and beard, muscles glistening with sweat, brought a giant hammer down on a glowing block of steel. Adrian watched him intently. Among them was a particularly clear, ringing sound. Adrian stood stunned by that rhythm. This is," Adrian whispered, staring at the red-hot blade on the anvil. "Here it is. The first memory I remember." Adrian stared motionless, sweat pouring down his face from the heat and the intensity of that memory. A scrap of cloth gently brushed his cheek. He blinked out of the trance. Adelia unexpectedly wiped the sweat from his face, speaking softly and looking at him with concern. "Your Highness, you are sweating a lot." Adrian exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He glanced back at the forge, his gaze resting on the work in progress. The noise of the smithy returned to the center. The workers finally seemed to notice the guests, but the atmosphere was tense. A man in a blue cap with a mustache stepped forward. "These lowly folk present their greetings to your Highness." Edgar introduced him. "This is Jackson. He's in charge of this Smith's Guild." Adrian gave a curt nod. "I understand." Seeing the silver-haired old man still focused on forging, Jackson erupted in anger. "What are you doing? Stop immediately and bow to his Highness." Before he could finish the rebuke, a hand clamped over his mouth. Jackson's eyes bulged in terror as he saw Adrian gripping his face, his eyes blazing with a threatening golden light, while he whispered coldly, "You overstep." Jackson trembled and fell silent at once. Adrian released him and looked around the workshop. The other smiths looked exhausted, gaunt-faced with eyes full of fear and fatigue. It was clear they'd been dragged here against their will while working, forced to do a job I hadn't even ordered. He turned to the workers, voice authoritative. "The iron will cool. Unless you intend to let the forge die out as well, stop standing there." The smith shouted, "What are you doing? Pick up your tools." Another called, "Step onto the stand." The forge sprang back to life. But amid the chaos, Adrian stood still, arms crossed, watching the flames. The old man was absorbed in his craft, ignoring all the commotion. Adrian stepped closer to the anvil, his heart beating in time with the heavy hammer blows. The fire roared higher, bathing him in bright orange light. "Just," Adrian murmured, sweat dripping from his chin, his eyes wide and trembling. Before a jumble of emotions, mixed between astonishment and a recognition of familiarity. The old man's hands still moved deftly. What kind of uncanny feeling is this? Amber-hued sunset light draped the domain's splendid white buildings, creating a warm, yet melancholic scene as Adrian walked with Edgar. For some reason, over the past 6 months he had repeated the process of forging a sword and then melting it down again and again. Adrian listened intently, eyes still fixed ahead as he posed the apt question. "Are they failed products?" Edgar shook his head slowly, seeming unable to comprehend the artisan's standards. "It's hard to say. Every sword he makes is considered a masterpiece, which is why he's called a master swordsmith. Even the swords he's produced so far seem to me to be completely without flaw. It's a mystery that he melts them all down. Moreover, over the past month, he has barely slept, clinging to his work. He's not young anymore. Our worry is not without reason." Time slipped by. Several days passed since then. Inside the furnace's searing heat, sparks flew like fireflies in the dark. The rhythmic thud of hammer on steel echoed through the vast room. The prince visited the forge from dawn and left late at night, like a silent sentry witnessing the birth of a weapon. Contrary to the tension caused by rumors of the first prince's impending arrival, surprisingly no incidents occurred. The old man simply continued his work, and the prince simply stood and watched. No incidents occurred, and finally, the day the prince had to depart arrived. The moon hung high in the night sky, as the last hammer blows rang out. Inside the smithy, Adrian stood looking down at the anvil with a heavy heart. He sighed softly. I had hoped to see it completed before leaving. Edgar looked at the prince, sensing the genuine disappointment in his voice. He truly regrets it. Adrian ordered gently, accepting the planned schedule. Let's go. Carl nodded. I understand there is a farewell banquet tonight, and we must depart early tomorrow morning. Perhaps for that reason Edgar also hoped the prince could witness the master smith complete the sword. For a moment, just as Adrian placed his hand on the carriage door to leave, Your Highness. Adrian paused, looking back. Edgar was running toward him, breathless and alarmed. He shouted excitedly. It seems the master smith has finished the sword. Adrian's eyes widened. He turned to look toward the balcony, over the estate. There, bathed in the exquisite colors of the sunset, stood the master smith. He, bare-chested, held a long silver blade that caught the dying light, causing it to emit a surreal, radiant halo. The old man panted heavily, chest heaving, but his hands remained steady as he wiped the blade with a cloth. The sword was magnificent. It gave off a cold, pure light, a testament to a lifetime of skill. The master smith knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. He offered the sword with both hands, dedicating his life's devotion to the young man before him. I present this sword to your highness. Adrian stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the weapon. He reached out, his fingers touching the cold steel of the sword's guard. Heat it like the sun rising on the horizon, and cool it until its hue matches the king's red cloak. If you do so, a sword like the sun and a king will be born. Adrian smiled and asked, Does it have a name? The old man replied, Call it Twilight. Adrian stared at the gleaming blade, then back at the old man. Is that the dusk of dawn or the dusk of darkness? The master smith chuckled softly. To me it's darkness, but to your highness it must be dawn. Adrian laughed, a clear, sincere sound. You speak surprisingly eloquently for a blacksmith. The old man's smile suddenly faded, his gaze beginning to lose focus. That is, the master smith collapsed forward. Adrian moved immediately, catching the old man before he hit the ground. Adrian held the frail frame. Carl stammered. Your highness, Adrian issued an order, his tone brooking no argument. Notify his family. I think I'll stay here tonight. As night deepened, the moon cast a pale light over the estate. Inside, the only light came from moonlight slanting through the window. Adrian sat on a wooden chair beside the bed where the old man lay. The master smith breathed labored breaths. The moment your highness stood behind me that day, the sword took shape as if by fate. The sword itself decided the day it would be born. He replied, Is that what you think? The truth is, he leaned in close, speaking a line that made the old man's eyes widen as he recognized something. He stared at the young prince, seeing something that reached beyond the flesh. My God, then you are. Adrian calmly met his gaze. Yes. I understand now. Now I see. How could I not understand the heart of this comrade? He closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his remaining strength. Your highness, please lend me that sword for a moment. Adrian stood and took the sword. Here it is. He placed the sword's hilt into the old man's trembling hands. The master smith gripped it one last time, feeling the familiar coldness of the creation of his own hands. Please, may this sword. The old man looked at Adrian with eyes full of hope and premonition. Become as great as your own person. Adrian placed his hand over the smith's, gentle but resolute. It surely will. The master smith smiled in satisfaction and released his grip. The hold slackened. His hand fell away from his sword. Adrian watched him. The chest that had risen with the rhythm of the forge's beating was now still. He was gone. Adrian sat alone in the quiet room. Moonlight lit the peaceful face of the artisan who had given everything for his final masterpiece. The next morning the sun shone brightly. Birds chirped in the trees. Outside the estate, Edgar stood smiling broadly, presenting a long, ornate box to Adrian. Inside lay a sword inlaid with jewels and intricate gold filigree. Of course, while one cannot simply put a price on a sword forged with the smith's soul, I believe it may be impractical for your highness to wield it. By chance I acquired this magic sword to offer to your highness, so please accept this instead. Adrian held the master smith's sword, plain, undecorated but deadly. He drew it out and inspected the blade. It was excellent. He thought to himself, even if it's not top tier, it's a fine mid-level sword. Edgar added, Your highness, so that sword then? Adrian sheathed the sword with a satisfying click, smiling at Edgar. A single sword forged by a renowned master poured with his soul is a great gift already, and yet you even thought to offer a magic sword besides. Indeed, the Allen family's loyalty to the crown is remarkable. Edgar wept in despair. I meant to use that flashy magic sword as bait to reclaim the master smith's blade, but instead I just handed over an excellent sword with nothing to show for it. They departed in haste. A commander shouted, "Carriages and infantry will follow at a slow pace. The cavalry will ride ahead at full speed. We've already fallen behind schedule, so hurry and keep formation." The knights roared. Yes. Adrian stood beside a horse, looking at the count. "You seem busy. Now that you mention it, I didn't see you around at all while we were on this estate." The count sighed. "His Majesty assigned me a separate task. Now that you mention it, I didn't see you around at all while we were on this estate." The count sighed. "His Majesty assigned me a separate task." The count continued. "That's right. So I'm preparing to leave as well. We intend to ride fast to reach the Iron Line Fortress tonight, so I'll be riding." Adrian froze. About that, I don't know how to ride a horse." The count looked down, embarrassed. Adrian stared at the horse, sweat beading on his brow as he delivered the decisive statement of his existence. "I am a sword by nature. How could I possibly know how to ride a horse?" The journey to the Iron Lion Castle was chaotic. Adrian vomited a rainbow from motion sickness. These were a series of humiliations for a prince and used to sitting astride a horse. While Adelia watched in panic, there were several winding turns along the road. But instead of the half-day they had originally planned, they arrived after a full day. Before them stood a massive stone fortress. Its towers reached to the sky. "So this is the Iron Lion Castle." The clatter of armored footsteps rang out in steady rhythm on the stone. Rows of knights stood solemnly. A brown-haired man stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest in formal salute. "York of House Wolratenga greets the first prince." Behind him the troops thundered in unison. "The Iron Lion greets the noble blood of Leon Burke." Adrian smiled confidently despite the surrounding fanfare, thinking, "Your spirits are a bit overly enthusiastic. And the reason is obvious. Stirring things up a bit, are we?" Arwen stepped out of the ranks, expression cold and composed. He called her name. "Arwen." Arwen Kurgan bowed deeply, her long black hair falling over her shoulders as she said respectfully, "Your Highness, I have counted the days waiting just to see Your Highness again." The reaction was immediate and volatile. Flames of jealousy and anger flared among the male knights. Their faces contorted with rage as they glared at the prince who had taken their idol. Adrian watched their fury with satisfaction. Oh, quick to react indeed. Suddenly the temperature dropped. A terrible purple aura erupted from the maid behind him, her eyes glowing threateningly gold, her face consumed by pure wrath. Adrian flinched, sweating as he realized the danger. "Ah, there's hostility aimed at me." He grabbed her shoulder. "Adelia." Adelia snapped out of her trance. Her eyes returned to their soft green, though she still looked bewildered. In a blink, "Yes, Your Highness." Adrian breathed inwardly, both relieved and cautious. Fortunately, I trained her subservient mindset early on. Adrian turned back to the crowd, a sharp, challenging smile. He ordered his knights. "And now, Arwen, come with me. We have plenty to sort out, don't we?" He looked back with a mocking smirk. "Their pride would be better displayed if the men behind you came along as well." The scene shifted to the castle training yard. Adrian stood alone in the center, holding a wooden practice sword, surrounded by the Iron Lion Knights. He looked around, his voice echoing. "Who will show me the sword of the Iron Lion?" Adrian looked at them with bored disdain. "If my rank makes you uneasy, I invoke the name of Leon Burke to ensure no one will be held accountable for the outcome of this spar." Still no one moved. Adrian's smile turned sarcastic. "No takers." He sighed and hurled a severe insult. "The famed Iron Lion troop is so cowardly. Seems the title of the kingdom's finest is just an empty name." That struck their pride. A knight with wavy orange hair and a haughty gaze stepped forward, clutching a wooden sword. "I am Denant of House Diali, though I am too unworthy to represent the Iron Lion's blade. If Your Highness permits, I dare to stand before Your Highness." Adrian took a relaxed stance, the wooden sword loosely held, waving his other hand. "No need to ask permission. I called for volunteers first." Denant charged at once, the ground cracking under his feet. "Then be careful." He swung his sword. Brilliant blue mana exploded outward. Adrian watched the strike calmly, eyes narrowing. Blue sparks detonated as the two blades met. But in the chaos, Dinant parried, and the protagonist's force was so overwhelming that blood spurted from him as Adrian knocked him down. Dinant was flung backward, rolling across the grass. Adrian stood amid the dust, looking at the fallen knight with no interest. Next, the audience gasped. Another knight charged. I'm Pulrothium. Dinant is only a first year, but I'm in my third year. Smack! He too was sent flying by a single slash. More knights rushed at him. I'm Hallie, a fifth-year squire. A cough. Hallie was flung into the air. Judith, eighth year. Another knight fell. The Iron Lion's blade never loses. Before long, the training ground was lined with groaning knights. Adrian stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking completely unscathed, observing the defeated. He sighed and looked at the knights, still hesitating at the edge. Good heavens, now I want to fight an official knight, and you move too slowly. He turned to Arwen. Arwen. She stepped forward dutifully. Yes, your highness. Adrian smiled at her. When I return, you will come with me. Arwen froze, a brief look of confusion crossing her face before she bowed. At your command, your highness. That remark seemed to anger another knight, who interrupted them with a challenging voice. Your highness. Adrian turned to see a tall knight, with long silver blonde hair and a haughty expression approaching. He wore the heavy armor of an official knight. Adrian smirked. Too easy. The knight halted. I've heard your highness likes to bet. How about a little wager to liven things up? If I defeat your highness. Adrian cut him off and refused immediately. Arwen is not a prize of the tournament. He looked at the arrogant knight. Why not bet something else? Bring your sword. Adrian gripped the hilt, pulling back part of the blade to reveal the glowing blue gem set in the pommel. If you win, I'll give you this sword right here. Arwen's eyes widened in shock. The arrogant knight squinted as he recognized the weapon. Arwen grabbed Adrian's arm, panicked. Your highness, it should be the deity who, he replied at once. You are worth this sword 100, 1,000 times over. He thought to himself. The worth of a swordsman cannot be compared to a mere sword. She looked at him pleadingly, but, seeing his resolve, she let go. The silver-haired knight smiled in satisfaction. I understand, your highness. Dunham of the Fahrenheit clan. I am an official knight of the Iron Lion Company, and on the verge of reaching third rank. Adrian looked at him with a bored face. So you're still only second rank? A vein bulged on Dunham's forehead as he raised his weapon proudly. This sword is the 17th made by a smith known as the Master Bladesmith. If you win, this sword will belong to your highness. Adrian smiled with amusement. Oh, what a coincidence. It's called Twilight, and it so happens that I also obtained a sword from that Master Bladesmith. This is the Master's 100th work. Dunham looked skeptical, sweat beading on his brow. I've never heard a rumor that the Master made a 100th sword. Adrian replied calmly, I suppose not. This is his final work. It was finished just a few days ago. Dunham's eyes narrowed, faint blue sparks beginning to crackle around his blade. Very well, fine. Though your highness walks a mistaken path in swordsmanship, I can acknowledge the tireless effort hidden in that path. To show a bit of respect for that, I will give my all in this sparring match. Adrian stood calmly as blue flames began to flare around his chest. A mistaken path. He closed his eyes and shook his head. How small. This position was never mine to begin with. Respect for me, as long as it comes from my people, is enough. Adelia, watch closely. Adelia gasped, yes. A massive burst of blue mana erupted from Adrian. It spun violently, forming the towering spectral silhouette of a knight behind him. The radiance was overwhelmingly dominant, dimming even the castle towers behind them. This is the path you must walk from now on. Adelia stared, mesmerized by the true display of power. Yes. Golden energy swirled around her as she envisioned herself following that blue light. I will do so, your highness. Elsewhere, in the sunlit drawing room, the Count broke the silence with a pensive question. So, how many times have we visited the Iron Lion Castle now? Seated opposite him in a luxurious green velvet armchair, Count Wooladin held his teacup, his expression obscured by the steam as he answered decisively. This is the 4th time. The 3rd prince and the 5th prince have visited while the 1st prince was under house arrest. No matter how poor his reputation, it cannot be denied that the 1st prince is the kingdom's lawful heir. If things have come to this, you must bear a large part of the responsibility. If you, the commander of the 3rd Legion, had supported the first prince even a little, His Highness would not have become so isolated. So why only now do you act as his protector? The Count lowered his gaze, thinking, I am not wrong. I certainly once abandoned my nephew. A man not only an inept ruler, but also a tyrant. That man is my nephew. One day, when I scolded him for being intoxicated by a strange poison, are you still sane? He lunged at his own uncle with a sword. A hopeless wretch. When I returned north in utter despair, he sent me poisoned wine, brazenly calling it a gift accompanied by a letter. But the Count still drank the poison. Blue sparks crackled around his body as he purified the toxin. When I used mana to burn that cheap poison, I unknowingly burned away the little remaining familial affection along with. However, that brat, whom I thought would never change, has become different. He endures harsh training and grows stronger by the day. Count Wallen looked at him, bewildered by this defense. Didn't you yourself say the first prince must never become king? He thought. The boy now is a completely different person from before, then stared directly into the eyes of Count Bale Valhard, pleading with a rare weakness. Give him a chance, at least so he can stand on equal footing with the other princes. I beg you. Count Wooladin looked at him, completely confused by the proud commander's bow. I really don't understand. I don't know whether it is you or the first prince who has changed. First, lift your head, a man known as the Silver Fist. Suddenly the double doors burst open. A knight stood there, panicked, arms spread wide. Lord Count Wooladin. Both counts turned to face the messenger. The first prince is outside, under the brilliant blue sky of the castle courtyard. Bale Valhard and York strode quickly along the stone path, tried to reassure himself. No need to worry too much. Dunham knows his limits, so nothing serious will happen. Even in a real duel, he certainly wouldn't beat the prince to unconsciousness. Bale Valhard walked with a wry smile, hands clasped behind his back. The one you should worry about right now isn't the prince. It's your knight. York looked at his friend as if he had lost his mind. You really have become strange. You look pale, and now you're saying nonsense. Suddenly, loud crashing sounds echoed from the inner yard, and everyone froze as a silhouette flew through the air. The knight slammed hard onto the ground, sliding across the dirt. That's your knight. Gor gasped. Dunham, at the center of the training ground, surrounded by a crowd of shouting knights. Wow, His Highness wins again. Even Dunham was defeated. The soldiers yelled in astonishment. York stared at the scene before him. What is this? Bale Valhard folded his arms in satisfaction. Didn't I tell you? Adrian wiped the blood from his lip, his eyes blazing with fierce intensity. He is not the one you need to worry about. Adrian shouted down at the remaining challengers. His body was wreathed in a mysterious blue flame. Continue. A few minutes ago, my uncle always said, a true knight begins at the second ring. Adrian panted, sweat dripping from his face as the blue flames flickered around his chest. Those words were no exaggeration. The training motif he was using now was insufficient, he realized, looking at his trembling hand. But he couldn't bring out the true dragon-slaying motif to deal with an ordinary knight. In that case, Adrian narrowed his eyes, and the trait of hyperfocus activated. The world fell silent. All sound vanished, and the charging knight moved as if in slow frames. He gripped the hilt tightly. His body no longer felt like his own. His left eye burned with a piercing blue flame, the exact sensation from that time. The knight swung his sword down, and Adrian launched a counterattack at the same instant. Boom! Blue energy exploded outward on impact. Adrian's strike was heavy and decisive. The knight was blown back by the raw force of mana. A wild smile spread across his face as steam rose from his body. Continue, he roared again. The crowd of knights went wild, shouting in astonishment at his power. The knight rose once more. Adrian faced him head-on. Their swords locked in a shower of sparks against the towering castle backdrop. Adrian spun, trailing blue flames as he struck. He smiled faintly, savoring the thrill of battle. The knight defended desperately, and then more knights rushed in. Adrian became a whirlwind of blue light, slashing left and right, his sword an extension of his will. The blade tipped toward the ground. The sun was setting, casting an orange-gold shadow across the training field. Adrian stood alone in the center, panting heavily, surrounded by the defeated knights. He looked down at his sword, sweat dripping from his chin in drops. The spectators cheered loudly, their faces alight with excitement and reverence. Pawn has been defeated. That is His Highness's 5th consecutive victory. Deep within Adrian, a transformation occurred. A silhouette of light standing amid a storm of blue energy. Having endured thousands of waves and hundreds of battles, I will stand firm even before an even greater wave. Ding! A system window appeared. The training ode has gained a new stanza. Only now do I rise to take up the sword. The level of the training ode has become extraordinary. The training ode adapts itself to match its new level. The training ode has become a dual ode. Adrian whispered, vision blurring. I did it. His legs gave way. He collapsed forward, but a pair of strong hands caught him before he hit the ground. Are you all right, Your Highness? We offer our deepest respect for the victory you have achieved. Around them, the other knights, faces human and admiring under the sunset. Honor the first prince's sword. One shouted. Honor his fighting spirit. Another called. We offer our respects for your victory. Adrian blinked, bewildered by this sudden admiration. What is this? A moment ago, they were eager to tear me apart. Observing the scene from the sidelines, his expression softened. They are simple men. A sword and victory are the greatest excitements for them. Looking at your face, you must have thought you would incur their wrath. The Count continued. A glorious defeat is worth more than a dishonorable victory. When both sides have fought with everything they have, does winning still matter? Another knight chimed in. Still, Dunham might be a bit resentful. The red-haired knight swore. Yes, because he had to give up the sword he boasted about so much to Your Highness. Another knight laughed loudly. Refreshing. He was far too arrogant about that sword. Adrian sat on the ground, listening to their laughter. He gave a small laugh and looked down. I thought everything I knew had been forgotten and cast away with the mana artifact. But it seems at least one thing remains unchanged. A calmness in defeat and worship of the strong, the spirit of the knights. Brilliant sunlight cast long shadows across the stone yard of the Iron Lion Castle. As the horses neighed eagerly before departure, the carriages were ready while the knights busied themselves with final preparations. Adrian stood before the gathered crowd, a light breeze ruffling his cloak as he offered a warm smile of farewell. Then until next time, Count George Wooladin bowed deeply with sincere respect. I pray for your health until then. Adrian nodded. You take care as well, Count? Yes, Count Wooladin. Please keep secret what occurred while I was here. A question mark seemed to hover over Count George Wooladin as he blinked in confusion, unable to understand the modest request. Wouldn't making this known benefit Your Highness? Adrian answered only with a roguish, fierce smile, curling one corner of his mouth. There is someone I want to tease a little. The journey home was long. The convoy stopped in a clearing surrounded by forest. The knight announced, his voice echoing through the trees. We will camp here tonight. I will scout around for a bit. Adrian nodded. Go ahead. He turned his back to her and thought, well, Arwen will adapt soon enough. He muttered as he watched the camp activities. Fatigue washed over him. He stretched his arms wide. I should get inside and rest. Inside the tent, an aura of cleanliness and service greeted him. Adelia stood there having changed back in her maid uniform, radiant with an inexplicable brightness. Your Highness, you have returned. Adrian stared at her in astonishment, his mind reeling at the absurdity of the scene. The person I recruited was supposed to be an S-rank sword prodigy, yet she's doing tasks fit only for a maid. Adelia noticed his hesitation and tilted her head, worry on her face. Your Highness, is something troubling you? Adrian flopped onto the bed, waving the thought away. No, never mind. You may step back. Adelia bowed and withdrew with an adorably worried pout. Yes. Your Highness was left alone in the quiet of the tent. Adrian looked up at the ceiling, his mind drifting to the events at the castle. The Iron Lion Knights are very different from what I thought. He recalled the status bars he saw floating above the knights during training. Swordsmanship B, Swordsmanship C. When I used the power of judgment, most official knights did not possess sword skill above rank B. In the past, these were people who could barely reach mid-level swordsmen. Even after a lifetime of hard training, ordinary people would vanish in vain. Yet such people have reached a level equivalent to a swordsman at only 20 or 30 years old. The innate qualities heroes once possessed have declined to an incomparable degree, while the potential of ordinary people has risen significantly. That is because of mana chains. He was someone who could have aimed for transcendence in the past. That is why I am displeased he threw that ability away. However, This era is an age in which there is not even an opportunity to build achievements far beyond the extraordinary level. In the end, everything is due to the flow of time. I must admit that I do not fully understand this era, so I will begin learning from scratch. Suddenly, applause interrupted his meditation, and a voice rang out. That is a good mindset. Adrian looked up, startled. Count Bale Valhard stood at the tent entrance, clapping with a rare look of approval. It is not too late. If you put in effort from now on, you can achieve your dream. Adrian blinked. What dream? The Count spread his arms, completely misunderstanding. Haven't you already won the hearts of the Iron Lion Knights? Other princes could not blend with those men so naturally. That is a very wise judgment. Adrian stared at him, his face twisted in a mix of horror and confusion. What? What's wrong with this man? He yelled. Are you crazy? The Count looked puzzled. Do you not remember the terms of the bet I made with you? He answered immediately. If it's the bet about defeating the third prince, that still stands. The Count cut him off decisively. No, our wager was to defeat a two-chain knight. Adrian defeated Dunham with his wooden sword. He thought to himself, then I have effectively won that bet already. He stepped forward, his voice resonant. I will do as I promised then. As a Count of the kingdom and commander of the Northern Army, I will officially support the first prince of the kingdom, Adrian Leon Burke. Adrian looked dazed, thinking, what is he saying? Officially support? Don't tell me. The Count simply thumbs his nose toward the tiny tent below. Trust me. Adrian bristled inwardly. When did I say I want to be king? Then it faded into the image of the royal capital, gleaming white beneath a brilliant blue sky. The Count's declaration became a literal bomb. Voices rose from every corner. Congratulations, Your Highness. Inside the palace halls, knights and maids beamed. We sincerely congratulate you. This is truly a joy for the kingdom. Royal knights and newly appointed soldiers created an uproar, and the attendants and new servants sent from the palace were equally busy. And I suddenly found myself at the center of it all. He waved his hand. My goodness, this is chaos. Send them all away at once. The knight standing silently beside him shook his head. They come by royal decree. Even if I order them to leave, they will not obey. Adrian added, then at least clear them from my sight. This is driving me mad. After that insinuating glance of his, the maid nodded in understanding, then slipped into the high-ceiling library. He sat on a soft velvet chair, sighed as sunlight poured through the tall windows. Finally, quiet. Much better. Bang! The double doors were thrown open roughly. Brother, are you in there? Adrian looked at him. Why are you here at this hour? Julian, hands on his hips. You play the fool well. Secretly learning swordsmanship from Count Bale Valhard, and even revealing such grand ambitions. Adrian stared at him dazed. Who learned what from whom? Julian clenched his fist. I really intended at least to save your face. How could you do this? I meant for him to lose without too much shame. He replied sarcastically. Amazing. I'm so moved I could cry. He pointed an accusing finger at Adrian, eyes burning with hostility. You made a very big mistake. I intend to make you pay dearly for deceiving me. Adrian folded his arms, face dark with disappointment, thinking, this one, that one. I've already said I'm not interested in the throne. I need to find the mastermind behind this. The scene returned to the private quiet of the tent, continuing the conversation with the Count. So then, sir, I will keep up the act for a while. So please withdraw at an appropriate time, because I have no interest in things like the throne. Why did you start all this without consulting me? He paused, then posed a sharp question. Are you worried about the Ban H? Ban H is the shield that protects the kingdom from the monsters of the northern mountain range. The Count smiled confidently. So long as the crown and the nobility do not forget the harshness of winter, nothing ill will befall the Ban H family. Adrian looked at him skeptically but felt relieved. If that's the case, that's a relief. The Count added, it's only a matter of time. In any case, it will inevitably happen. Do you truly not know the fate of a firstborn who does not inherit the throne? The situation will not change just because you keep bowing your head. If you need time to accept the situation, I will give you as much as you like. However, bear this in mind. The legitimacy of the firstborn does not disappear unless you die. Alone in the tent, Adrian sat in the dim light. I told you, no matter how much time you give me, I will not change. What I truly need to seek is the authority and power that once touched my transcendent realm. So I would never want something as mundane as the right to succeed to the throne. I'm certain of that. Scene shifts to a later time. The grand doors of the banquet hall are thrown open. The room is filled with guests in lavish gowns and suits. The floor is adorned with intricate gold patterns. A herald announced, his voice echoing through the crowd, of pure Leonberg bloodline, the firstborn of the royal house of Leonberg. His Highness, First Prince Adrian Leonberg, is entering. Adrian entered the hall wearing regal attire, a high-collar black coat with deep red accents and gold cords. The crowd parted to make way for him. Their faces were a blend of curiosity, fear, and judgment, at least until the banquet began. Adrian strode forward, his gaze piercing the murmuring crowd below. The nobles, resplendent in velvet and silk, could not take their eyes off the prince who had been completely transformed. A woman gasped, whispering, "Unbelievable! This majestic bearing is exactly like the king in his youth." Adrian descended the final steps with an expressionless face. He thought, are they making such a fuss just because I lost a little weight? Are these the kingdom's nobles? What a joke. Status displays revealed their true nature, the heart of the serpent trait. Twisted purple-black serpents coiled around the nobles, their scales glittering with malice. It was the mark of accumulated dark karma from those who plunder others and trample lives, as if all of them carried such filth within. The only one worth watching was. Adrian recognized him immediately. "If you have come, you should at least pay your respects." He replied at once, "Oh, Your Highness, I apologize. I must thank you for the invitation." He observed and thought, the only one who, though lacking strength, has not been corrupted. Yes, this will do. Containers to hold the seeds I will sow from now on. A crisp shout from the guards cut through the whispers, drawing attention and silencing the entire hall. The massive double doors open, officially recognized by the Emperor of the Bone Empire, the Marquis Montpellier of Bourgogne. Adrian turned as a short, portly man in a garish hat and purple cloak swaggered in, followed by guards. Ambassador Couen Bourgogne is entering. That name hit Adrian like a direct blow. What? The man stopped in front of Adrian, a slick, smug smile spreading across his face. "Long time no see, Prince." Adrian looked at the man. The name Bourgogne echoed in his mind, triggering a violent, crimson flashback. The mortal enemy he and his comrades had fought against for a long time 4 years ago. A name that had left countless scars on this country. How dare he stand before me? Suddenly, red wine arced through the air, splashing across the prince's face and his expensive ceremonial attire. Adrian froze. Marquis Bielefeld, an elderly noble with a gray beard, hurried forward in horror. "Prince, are you all right?" "Because I was too eager to greet the prince, I apologize, Your Highness." His expression darkened. The entire banquet hall held its breath. Adrian snapped back to reality. "I will need to change my clothes." Bielefeld bowed deeply, sweating profusely. "This old body disobeyed me, and I have committed a grave disrespect." A knight stepped closer to Adrian. "Your Highness, I will escort you." Adrian looked at the elderly marquis who had taken the blame. "Who is he?" The knight answered, "That is his lordship, Marquis Bielefeld." Adrian watched the elderly man bow respectfully. "Bielefeld. I suppose not all of them have rotted away. Well, that cooled my head down a bit, did it not?" A moment later, as Adrian was wiping his face, the Count opened the door and stepped in. "I heard there was an incident. Marquis Bielefeld says you looked like you were about to cause some trouble." It seems he was not entirely speaking nonsense. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Adrian replied, his voice firm. "I am not that reckless. I simply cannot understand. The Bourgogne family brutally flaunts its power in the heart of the kingdom, and the nobles give him a sincere respect they don't even afford the crown. There is an atmosphere too tense to be called peace, and a relationship too one-sided to be called an alliance." Adrian asked, clenching his fist. "Exactly when did the country fall into this state?" The Count looked away, weary. "It's not a particularly extraordinary history. In the past, the kingdom stood firm against countless invasions by the empire. Exceptional knights stepped forward to repel the invaders. However, as time passed, the empire grew stronger and the gap widened. A panoramic view showed the empire's vast, sprawling capital compared to the smaller kingdom. Before an empire that had become a superpower, The kingdom ultimately had no choice but to kneel. Adrian's eyes widened as he realized something. Don't tell me. It's because of that? A map appeared showing Leonberg's small territory completely overwhelmed by the vast Bourgogne Empire. Though a small borderland nation, the kingdom still possessed something that allowed them to stand against the mighty empire. From a nation's founding, achievements had been accumulated without blemish. There are ordinary things and extraordinary things. Hero tales, legends, even myths. The marshal sold him. We have lost all of those things. He looked up at the count, his face hardening with resolve. Uncle, I've changed my mind. The count asked again, what do you mean? He replied confidently and clearly. I will try being king. The count's eyes widened in shock. Adrian thought inwardly. I may regret this decision, but it is something I must do. After all, I have helped build half of this country. On the second day of the feast, bright sunlight shone down on the white stone palace. A voice echoed. The first prince of the royal house of Leon Burke, Adrian Leon Burke, is entering. Adrian entered the hall, adjusted his coat, his face radiating supreme confidence. Walking beside him was his uncle, Count Bale Valhard of the North. Adrian glanced to the side. The nobles bowed, but they all avoided his gaze. This was a ceremony performed with excessive hesitation, even worse than how one treats a foreign noble. His mind drifted back 400 years. In the past, when my comrade stood before the people, no one ever thought he would become king, because he was merely a rural boy who had run out from some remote village. Even among those who had been stripped of everything and driven away, he had nothing notably outstanding. Yet the boy still stepped forward before the people, just like me right now. Those who have eyes but do not see. Before a display of sheep, I stand tall. A notification kept appearing. The king's song. I sing the monarch's hymn. My current power cannot handle the song's level. Part of the song is skipped. Part of the song is skipped. Part of the song is skipped. Using just one line of the song equals 1/4. Adrian gritted his teeth, feeling the tension. Compared to a true dragon-slaying piece, this was still bearable. No song fit the current situation better than this one. This is enough. However, a blue flame coalesced above his head, forming a beautifully eerie crown. Adrian, his blue mana cloak billowing behind him, wore the crown shining above his head. The nobles stared, stunned into silence. A wave of blue mana swept over them. Even the corrupted nobles looked on with reverence. He turned to the crowd, a majestic smile on his face. You may lift your heads. Suddenly, a streak of dark purple energy sliced across the air. Adrian froze. This source of energy, a gasp. A hood was lowered. A voice rang out. Surprising to think anyone still remembers the hymns. Adrian went pale. No, that woman is. Why is that bitch here? An illusionary world appeared with brilliant, pure sunlight filtering through the lush canopy of an ancient forest. The most beautiful creatures God had ever formed, a benevolent race that would never harm the smallest life. Gardeners of the green woods with lifespans of 300 to 1,000 years. That is all people typically think when they say the word elf. But in reality, they're a brutal race, using their beauty as bait to destroy their foes. The high elves, born with heroic ranks from the cradle, are the most dangerous among them. Within the vast, hazy hall, Adrian faced the very embodiment of that danger. He stared at the silver-haired elf woman in a luxurious purple cloak, his mind racing with anxious thoughts. Moreover, she was not even a mere high elf. Having lived for nearly a millennium, she was a grand high elf. Her name was Sigran, demon sword martialist. She had been a member of the expeditionary force that slaughtered the frenzied dragon 400 years ago. A horrific memory from 4 centuries ago suddenly crashed into Adrian's mind. She, crazed and bloodied, reached for a magnificent sword with a maniacal smile. That was Adrian's past life. She asked in a twisted, obsessive tone, "If your master dies, will you come with me? I will ensure you never know boredom for the rest of your life. What if you are merely a sword? I desire you more than ever, precisely because you are a sword." Back in the present, Adrian looked at her, cold sweat beginning to pour down his face. And she was the madwoman who had tormented him so horribly. She probably doesn't recognize me, does she? Even though I just recited the king's hymn, which she knows well. Her face came close to his, curiosity written across it as she asked, "Have we met before? How strange. Why does your highness feel so familiar to me?" Adrian forced a stiff posture to hide his panic and replied, This is the first time I've seen an elf with my own eyes. She asked again, really? Adrian answered without a hint of hesitation. Really? Sigran tapped her long, slender finger lightly on her chin, eyes narrowing. Adrian held a polite smile, but pressed his lips tight. Inside him was utter terror. He swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation, and thought, liar. Even 400 years ago, Sigran was one of the strongest I'd ever met in my life as a sword. Who knows what kind of monster she's become now? Sigran broke the silence with a smooth, calculating voice. When a human sees them for the first time, they usually have one of two reactions. The vast majority are enchanted, but those who have reached a high realm in martial cultivation feel uneasy. However, from what I see, it seems your highness has not yet reached that level. Adrian reacted quickly but calmly. My tastes are just a little unusual. Sigran fell silent. Her eyes locked onto his, as if searching for a crack in that mask. After a tense standoff, Sigran pulled the hood of her purple cloak over her silver hair. She turned and left, leaving a parting remark. Brief as it was an honor to meet you. She walked down the brightly lit corridor. Adrian watched her retreating figure, his face drained pale, cold sweat pouring down. He exhaled a long breath, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. For now, I have survived. A while later, the miserable lineup of candidates the Queen had gathered for him. The Queen's voice rang out, far too young. Another woman hiding a frightened little girl behind her skirts. This one doesn't even dare to look me in the eye. A burly, fierce-looking woman glared at him with fiery eyes. The Queen commented immediately. Has she come here to fight? A child sat dazed on the floor. Again, too young, utterly unsuitable. He even saw a dog and a wooden doll on the list. The Queen clasped her head in despair and, exasperated, admonished him. This is the occasion to choose a princess for the prince. Do not expect them to be like the women you usually socialize. A future princess must be wise, kind, healthy, and from a respectable family. Suddenly another voice rang out. The elf delegation requests an audience. Sigran stepped forward and bowed gracefully. I am Sigran of the Mistletoe clan. I send greetings to the beautiful Queen Margarita. The Queen smiled warmly, completely unaware of the danger. It has been a long time since elves visited the kingdom. I am quite surprised. Sigran straightened and addressed the Queen directly. I understand your majesty is looking for a woman to become the prince's consort. Is that correct? The Queen replied. You're correct. Sigran, lips forming a confident, clear smile. I am a high elf. In human terms, I am equivalent to a noble from a lineage of great renown. Adrian glared at her, fury simmering beneath his sweat. He thought, what on earth is she planning? Sigran continued her flawless introduction, surrounded by a radiant aura. And by coincidence, my age is not far off from your highnesses. A miniature Adrian screamed madly inside, yelling, lies, we're nearly 1,000 years apart. How can she lie so brazenly without blinking? She added, I've heard that an elf with eternal beauty is an ideal mate for a human. Ah, and there are those who always accompany and follow me. In human terms, they're like an order of knights. Actually, from the very first moment I saw your highness, I felt my fate bound to yours. Adrian's face drained of blood, his pupils contracting in absolute horror. He knew the terrifying truth about her race and thought, elves never lie about fate and bonds. Does she mean everything she just said was sincere? The main hall suddenly buzzed with excitement. The Queen touched her cheek in astonishment and whispered, Oh my heavens! The nobles murmured, Come to think of it, I've heard that elves value fate highly. Are we about to form a marriage alliance with the elves? Good heavens! Adrian realized he had to stop this madness immediately. He stepped forward and seized her wrist boldly. He dragged her out of the great hall, his brow furrowed in anger. We need to talk. A noble shouted from behind them. How rude. Adrian pulled Sigran into an empty chamber and slammed the heavy wooden door shut. He released her and turned, his cold blue eyes filled with accusation. Sigran, speak. What is your true purpose? Sigran rubbed her cheek and smiled with feigned innocence. She answered, I came only to strengthen the friendship between my clan and the kingdom. You know, Adrian's expression darkened further. He refused to play her game. I'll ask again. The elder of the elf clan, Sigran. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise when he peeled away her disguise. He revealed an executioner, the one who had handled his family's dirty work for centuries. Sort of the Mistletoe clan. Are you here to investigate or to carry out execution? Sigrin's innocent smile vanished, replaced by a menacing smirk. She asked, "Interesting. How do you know of me?" Adrian stood firm, silent and resolute. He analyzed the terrible threat before him. Perhaps a monster whose strength his current power couldn't even comprehend. That she sensed fate from him meant her rank was high enough to glimpse another past engraved in his soul. Sigran stepped closer, shadows writhing around her like venomous snakes. She taunted him. "You know I am an executioner, yet you don't realize how foolish silence before an executioner is?" Adrian did not flinch. A confident smile cut through the stifling darkness. He retorted, "I know perfectly well that boasting and preening before an executioner is no less foolish. Cut out these games, Sigran. Do not meddle with my fate." Adrian quickly mapped out a survival strategy. He decided she was only mildly curious about him for now. If things stayed as they were, the fate of a lowly human would be torn apart by this mad elf. Better to arouse greater interest. I must become a delicacy that requires time to mature and savor. Something too precious to taste and discard. Sigran leaned in, her eyes wide with genuine interest. She asked, "Who are you really?" Adrian put on a facade and replied, "For now, I am just a pitiful prince discarded by my own father." She pressed, "Then who are you truly?" He said, "Who knows? If you're curious, wait and see." She stared at him intently. I could sense there was something strange. I kept wondering why I was sent on such a trivial mission. It made no sense or meaning at all. But now I know why I was sent here. It was because of you. Adrian looked at that manic delight with utter revulsion. His face twisted in disgust. Whether 400 years ago or now, she was still a terrifying woman. After reaching a dangerous agreement, the two stepped out of the room. They strode side by side down the red carpet of the main hall. Adrian gripped Sigrin's hand tightly, putting on a performance before the stunned crowd. The nobles gaped as they passed. Adrian stopped before the queen's throne, his face wearing a fake, alluring smile. He declared, "I have an announcement. I will be betrothed to Sigran." Sigran clung to his arm, resting her head on his shoulder with a happy smile and flushed cheeks. Despite his confident outward show, Adrian was dying inside at the thought of having to call her by such an affectionate name. He must not oppose Sigrin's betrothal now, even if only to buy more time. He watched the queen make the decisive move in his delay plan. He said, "Because this is far too important to decide hastily, I intend to take some time to learn more." The queen touched her chin, relieved by the postponement. "You agree?" "Yes, that is best." Adrian analyzed the perspectives of everyone involved. For the queen, this time would be used to calculate the value of the betrothal. For Sigran, this time was for the delicacy that is me to mature. For himself, he would use this time to build enough strength to escape this mad elf. In a lavishly decorated office, the air was thick with extreme anger. Third Prince Julian slammed his fist onto the wooden table, his face contorted with hatred and jealousy as he yelled, "Damn you, you bastard. Your only advantage over me is that you were born first." He stood there, chest heaving with bloodlust as he recalled the recent string of humiliations. The ghosts of thorns and roses twisted through his mind. Not long ago, his uncle suddenly appeared and declared support for him. Then he stole the Iron Lion's prize. And now he dares to target an elf clan. I promised I would duel that bastard soon. Killing him would only make things more complicated. So I will cut him down just enough that he can no longer call himself a man. I will crush you into the mud. The day of the duel arrived beneath a clear blue sky at the royal palace courtyard. Knights gathered in great numbers, forming an excited audience. The referee stood proud in silver armor and a red cloak, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "This duel is officially sanctioned by the commander of the Royal Knights and the honorable titleholder Silver Lion. I, Chamhill Stuttgart, witness and confirm this duel. Therefore no one may dispute the result. Your Highnesses, raise your swords." Facing a determined Julian, the first prince merely covered his mouth and let out a long, bored yawn. He looked wholly unimpressed by the spectacle, thinking, "It's just a sword stroke. Why so much talk?" Julian sneered with arrogant confidence. "I've arranged a great deal for my elder brother. I even brought a crowd. Do you like that?" Adrian stared at him with hollow eyes, standing so relaxed it bordered on insult. Try not to disappoint the audience. I've been thinking about this for some time. You talk too much. Provoked by the blatant disrespect, faint blue sparks began to crackle fiercely around his body. I hope you can keep that tone after this duel is over. However, Adrian's blue eyes suddenly flared with a chilling, terrifying light. A massive blue aura erupted from the blade, turning the surrounding air into a mana vortex. He swung his sword with devastating force. I plan to toy with you a bit, but I'm rather busy. Wham! A single strike sent the third prince flying backward like a broken puppet. Julian slammed hard into the ground, coughing up blood. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. Even the referee's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, is that really the first prince I once knew? The referee stepped forward, breaking the stillness. The victor is His Highness the First Prince. I declare that His Highness the Third Prince cannot continue. The crowd erupted into frantic whispers. Impossible. Adrian cast a look of contempt over his shoulder at the nobles who were whispering. These self-styled nobles have gathered to watch a child's fight. Rumors then spread as the nobles murmured. Did Prince Julian really lose? He's the kingdom's promising second heir. How could he lose to the first prince, who's only trained for a few months? Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Julian lay heavily bandaged, jolting awake and howling in pain and rage. You worthless piece of trash. I'll make you pay forever. A knight stepped forward and said. As soon as the match ended, the first prince departed the capital with Count Balerhard. A shocked face asked, Departed? To where? The knight hesitated. Sir, he said he would head north to Balerhard's domain. Under a bleak, snow-filled sky, the royal carriage, escorted by heavily armored knights, crossed the frozen fields. Adrian sat comfortably, wearing a triumphant smile. Count Balerhard observed him and dryly remarked, You've certainly learned to ride convincingly. Adrian beamed with confidence. Once you get it, it comes quickly, doesn't it? The Count sighed, regretting his compliment. I should not have said that. You really need to learn some humility. But why are you in such a hurry? The festivities are over. Wouldn't it be better to rest for a few days? Adrian's smile faded. There is no place for me in the capital. In a kingdom that cannot even recognize its own master and grovels before the empire's dogs. I have no intention of begging pitifully for them to take my side. The Count considered this, riding beside the carriage. Do you think you'd suit soldiers and knights more than nobles? They aren't as sharp with numbers as the nobility, but they are far more conservative, and I think winning their hearts might be easier. Adrian pictured rallying with mud-smeared soldiers and returned the confident smile. Wallowing in the mud together builds comradeship. What is there to worry about? However, the Count still voiced his concern. I cannot shake the feeling that you are moving too hastily. Adrian's thoughts darkened as the horrifying image of Sigran holding a tiny, helpless version of him surfaced. He thought to himself, if I hesitate, I will indeed end up marrying that madwoman. Even in the past, everyone she set her sights on met ruin. I must become stronger before then. In a peaceful capital, that is a distant dream, so I must leave. I will accelerate my growth and temper my sword elsewhere, a place where men are tested more than anywhere else. The place I belong is the battlefield. The expedition reached the majestic, snow-capped peaks. The Count glanced at the young man and said, Those are the Blade Mountains, the border our family has guarded all our lives. Adrian trembled violently, hugging himself. I'm about to freeze to death. The Count offered a simple solution. If you can't bear it, why not return to the carriage? Adrian stubbornly refused. No, I'll have to get used to this cold. The old teacher peered out comfortably. I feel like I'm just in the way. This old man is taking up an entire carriage. The protagonist replied. Really? What did you come here to do? The old man laughed heartily. If not now, when will I ever have the chance to see the harsh north for myself? Besides, the book I'm writing this time will surely be useful to your highness. Adrian turned away, muttering under his breath. That old man is such a nuisance. He glanced at the loyal knight riding beside him. Arwen, are you all right? The wind ahead will cut to the bone. Arwen smiled brightly. I'm Fina. The protagonist added. If it gets too hard, I can always switch positions. Her body trembled, but she said seriously to the protagonist. As a knight, how could I put my own comfort first? Adrian smiled, relieved. At least one of them was still full of zeal. What a relief. Meanwhile, the others were uncomfortable and complained. dragged along by the royal order. If Karl were here, he would have put them in line properly. A while earlier, the king had said to the protagonist, "The royal knights are not your private company of knights. Don't you also keep many knights directly under your command? Though I wonder whether you ever really regard them as knights." Adrian scowled, cursing the king's rigidity. That narrow-minded old man. That's why Karl couldn't come north with us. Even though I acted like an executioner, he's still one of mine. The king's attitude feels a bit excessive. Clearly something is going on behind the scenes. Suddenly, the weather turned harsh. The snow became a raging blizzard in an instant. The wind howled fiercely. Count Balerhard shouted commands over the roar of the storm. "We need to speed up our pace. We'll be trapped by the blizzard and unable to move." The snow turned into a violent blizzard. In moments, the forced march became so brutal we might even lose the carriage. The count glanced back and yelled, "Take only the horses and move on foot. If we don't hurry." Adrian thought. A shout back by Manhwa. Cutting through the gale, he called loudly, "Adelia." He reached out his hand to gesture for her to come out. She offered her hand, her face flushed. "Your Highness, thank you." As the chaos rose, Arwen stepped forward to check on him. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Adrian answered firmly, "I'm fine." The strong wind nearly blew the night away. The knights shouted to maintain order. "Watch out. You'll crash." "Wait, the wind's too strong." Seeing this, the protagonist strode over angrily. "Arwen, take care of Adelia." Arwen responded immediately. "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing the soldiers struggling with heavy gear, Adrian yelled in anger, "You idiots, drop your shields. Of course you'll be knocked down carrying giant shields like that. Draw your swords and discard anything cumbersome. We can come back for it later. You big guy, lead the way." Everyone fallen behind him. The battle-hardened northern knights watched this display of leadership with deep respect. One remarked, "It seems we won't need to intervene. I intended to let him undergo the initiation, then assist." "Does Your Highness really have true combat experience?" The march continued to test human limits. Each step in that blizzard felt like carrying 1,000 weights. A soldier collapsed into the deep snow. The knights panicked. "Your Highness, a soldier has fallen behind." Adrian wasted no time, pushed aside, and thundered through the ranks. He hoisted the unconscious soldier onto his shoulders. "What are you doing?" "Keep marching." The knights fell silent in astonishment. Gasping under the assault of cold, Adrian cursed the sky. "Damn blizzard. If you're going to stop, then stop now." As if answering his iron will, the storm suddenly and miraculously dispersed. The sky cleared as if it had all been a lie. Before them stood a massive, inspiring fortress carved into the heart of the mountain. Count Balerhard stepped forward and struck his fist to his chest in a proud, resonant gesture. "As the lawful ruler of Balerhard and commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, I welcome the visit of the first prince." Adrian looked up, a radiant, confident smile spreading across his face. The count smiled back, his scarred face softening with genuine warmth. "I sincerely welcome you to the Eastern Hold." Cold winds howled across the desolate peaks of the Blade Mountains, whipping around the fortress's massive stone walls at the kingdom's northernmost edge. This is the Eastern Hold, a harsh, unforgiving stronghold built to stop the waves of monsters spilling from the treacherous peaks. For ordinary soldiers, it is a living nightmare. They gritted their teeth, breath steaming in the freezing air as one complained, "It's bitter, brutal, dangerous, and the survival rate is awful. This is a place I never want to set foot in again." By contrast, those born and raised in Balerhard regard defending this gigantic gate as a lifelong pride. The heavy iron gate groaned open, admitting the pale winter sunlight. Standing solemnly in the courtyard was a young man with sharp features and dark blue hair, clad in black armor lined with white fur. He struck his hand to his chest with disciplined vigor before Count Bale Valhard and declared, "Vincent Balerhard, from this day, I conclude my duties as acting commander and return to lead the Rangers. It's a relief to have you back safe, father." The count placed a warm hand on his shoulder, a rare smile easing his weathered face. "You did well." Vincent stood nearby as Adrian watched the exchange with amusement, leaning in with a mischievous smile and cut in, "What's this, sir? You have a son?" The count replied, "Do you think I'd reach this age without having at least one child?" The protagonist pointed and added, "Now that I look closely, you two do look rather alike, especially that stubborn mouth." The count then formally introduced, Vincent, this is His Highness, First Prince Adrian. Vincent stepped forward, his stern, impassive face bowing respectfully. Ranger Commander Bale Valhard, Vincent of House Bale, greets Your Highness, First Prince. Adrian beamed, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. However, beneath his polite exterior, Vincent clenched his teeth and stared at the ground, fury boiling in his mind. The Eastern Hold is a fortress for true warriors, those who risk their lives for a noble cause. This is not a place for some spoiled wreck expelled from the capital to waste time. Why did Father bring this person here? Then Vincent confronted his father. Father, exactly what is going on? Just as you've heard, I've decided to become his patron, and Adrian will stay in Balorhar for the time being. Hearing that, his tone turned harsher. Didn't even the king abandon him? Isn't he that rogue you once harshly reprimanded for lack of talent? The count turned his back and simply said, People can change. I only ask one thing of you, Vincent. Watch him without prejudice. In the dim strategy room, Count Bale Valhard asked, How is the campaign against the monster tribes progressing? Vincent reported, We have steadily reduced their numbers, but many areas are still uncleared. Now that you are here, Father, we will act with seriousness. Then the remaining force is the Rangers. The problem is the orcs. A group of fewer than 20 orcs has settled near the mountain entrance. With numbers like that, it's hard to deal with them using only the Rangers' bows. Adrian suddenly lunged forward, held it up into the light with a dangerous smile, and declared, I'll handle this. A knight opposite said, Now, Your Highness, the Blade Mountain tribes are not like ordinary orcs. Vincent added, If something goes wrong, it could disrupt the Rangers' operations. He glanced over and called the Count father. The Count fell silent for a moment, observing Adrian's unwavering confidence. Then he asked Vincent about the orc strength. Vincent, what are the official numbers and strength of the orcs? Vincent answered, So far confirmed up to 20. No orc warriors or mages observed, but their presence cannot be ruled out. The Count looked back at Adrian with a suggestive, challenging smile. Do you have confidence? The remark prompted Vincent to jump in at once. Father, that entrance is one of the Rangers' main routes. If we make a mistake and it turns into a prolonged battle, future campaigns will become twice as difficult. And if anything happens to him, Balorhard's reputation will be affected. The protagonist looked at him and thought, He's been drilled into this fellow thoroughly. The Count nonchalantly replied, Enough, do not worry. Adrian, what do you need? Adrian listed immediately. First, have 3 of the guides upgrade the gear for my men. If you have crossbows, lend us some. The Count nodded in agreement. That is not difficult. I will arrange it. The knights looked at one another, daring not to say anything. After a moment, the protagonist's voice rang out. We will move. The assigned escort formed up. Knight Hand looked utterly confused. Excuse me, what do you mean? Adrian explained cheerfully. We have been tasked to subdue an orc tribe, about 20 enemies, which may or may not include warriors or mages. He replied in astonishment. Your Highness, the 3rd Legion is here, so why must we? Our mission is to escort you. Adrian answered smoothly. Then perfect. You still have to follow me to protect me anyway. The 3rd Legion's report will arrive today. Retrieve the equipment and report back to me. Then the protagonist thought, whether I like it or not, these are the soldiers assigned to me. I should use them efficiently. They were unreliable in the blizzard. But he squinted, his blue irises flashing as he activated his special power. Status windows appeared above the knights. Han's deck trait, Swordsmanship C, Drill Regularity, Siege Defense, Infantry Battle Formation. He assessed silently. Yet they are elites chosen by the crown. Looking at the knight named Josep, the status window revealed interrogation and disguise skills. Adrian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Perhaps a suspicious man has infiltrated here. Outside, Adrian approached with Vincent. Adrian asked in surprise, You are the guide? Vincent frowned a warning. Your Highness may not realize this, but if this fails, the consequences will be far greater than you think. Adrian smiled warmly. I assure you, we will not fail. Vincent snapped. You are taking this far too lightly. Immediately, the air between them grew tense. Adrian maintained his smile and analyzed Vincent's strength. Couldn't view the status window, at least not for one 3rd-rank knight. He realized those accompanying Vincent were actually knights disguised as rangers and smiled inwardly at this hidden safety net. Before departing, he ordered Adelia to stay. Adelia, Don't worry. I will not take you. He knew the violent nature of her latent ability and thought it would be troublesome if her trait awakened accidentally. She replied to him, I'm sorry, Your Highness. The expedition pushed deep into the frozen wilds. Adrian marched at the front, leading the formation through frost-covered trees. Vincent kept muttering to everyone, conserve your stamina while walking. If stamina drops, your limbs will stiffen and fighting will be affected. Especially in snow and ice like the Blade Mountain Range. Watch your footing. The protagonist thought inwardly. This fellow lectures worse than my father. Suddenly, a rustling shattered the silence as a white rabbit shot across the snowy path. Vincent exhaled in relief, but his instincts flared. He raised his brass spyglass, swept it across the dense trees ahead, and saw a horrifying scene. A large group of orcs with glowing red eyes were gnawing on a blood-soaked corpse. Vincent urgently reported to Adrian. There's a group of orcs up ahead. What shall we do? Adrian didn't hesitate. He raised his gouged hand and ordered coldly, load. Behind him, Hand and the other knights immediately hefted their heavy crossbows. Arwen drew her sword with focused determination. The clatter of metal echoed through the quiet forest, alerting the orcs to the intrusion. Adrian stepped forward, cold wind whipping his golden hair. His blue eyes burned with a terrifying hunting light and a gleeful smile. He whispered to the monsters, "Goodbye, long time no see." Without looking back, he lowered his hand and commanded, "Fire!" The crossbow bolts tore through the frigid air and struck the orcs with brutal force. Blood splattered onto the snow as the creatures howled in pain and fury. The surviving orcs, armed with crude weapons, charged straight at the formation. Adrian did not retreat. Instead, he drew his long sword and lunged forward. Heavy footsteps thundered on the ground. A roar rang out, full of killing intent and the tang of blood. This is what I've missed, what I remembered, what I have longed for. Wonderful. The battlefield atmosphere confronted the monster's vanguard head-on. Arwen shouted desperately, worried for the prince's safety. Adrian. Adrian completely ignored her. "Do not come here." He stood firm on the snow, raising his sword into a perfect defensive stance. Adrian's smile deepened, skirting the edge of madness as he breathed in this chaotic air and warned with a chilling grin. "Step wrong, and you'll be swept up in it." As the battle erupted, the blue light in Adrian's eyes was suddenly obscured by a violent crimson. The white snowy scene blurred, replaced by a deep memory from over 400 years ago. It was the tale of a lone man burning with hatred for the orcs. A man who fought without end. A lamenting song of a father exhausted by endless war. A fleeting melody of an extraordinary, avenging warrior. That ancient blood-red aura exploded from Adrian's body, spiraling around him like a hellfire. The red energy enveloped his blade, making it vibrate with deadly force. Ancient words echoed in his mind. "I pile up blue corpses and climb the mountain. And beneath lies a spreading lake of red." He looked down at the slaughter with a terrifyingly serene smile. The system window confirmed the presence of the ancient power, singing a poem of vengeance. Cut to elsewhere. In a dim room, long shadows fell across the ornate wall. A heavy leather pouch of coins thudded onto a mahogany table. An orange-haired knight anxiously looked at the figure seated in a crimson velvet armchair. "They say people die all the time at Winter Castle," he muttered in a fearful voice. The older man in the chair leaned back, a sly, haughty smile stretching across his face. "Don't worry, there will be no war. What can that worthless prince do over there? He'll probably just hide in the castle and try to steal credit. The one that matters is not that brat, but Bael Valhard. Keep an eye on Winter Castle and report anything suspicious to me." "Can you do that?" The orange-haired knight grabbed the pouch, greed and confidence replacing his earlier fear. "I will do my utmost, my count." The warmth of the noble's study shattered, replaced by the cold, brutal reality of the snowy battlefield. The air thickened with the stench of blood and the ear-splitting roars of monsters. The orange-haired knight stood in the snow, his breath forming frantic clouds, his face drained with horror as he stared at the giant blue beast before him. He thought, "That's what I heard, but this can't be. It's nothing like what the old man described." Behind, Arwen's dark hair streamed in the cold wind. "First rank, hold formation, and advance." A giant orc swung a crude wooden club and smashed into the knight's line. Bang! The orange-haired knight gasped, staggered back in terror, sweat pouring, his mind in chaos. Damn it, what should I do? Arwen's voice cut through the chaos again. Second rank attack. Driven by pure survival instinct, he squeezed his eyes shut and lunged forward, thrusting his spear with all his strength into the beast's thick hide. But relief instantly turned to despair as the giant orc was completely unfazed, looking down at him with glowing red eyes. He realized the horrific truth. His attacks had no effect. I'm surely dead. The orc raised its weapon, ready to crush the trembling man. Suddenly, a brilliant blue lightning flashed through the snowy forest. Arwen leapt into the fray, her sword crackling with fierce blue mana. She sliced a sharp, clean stroke across the orc's neck. Blood sprayed, and the giant toppled backward into the snow. The orange-haired knight collapsed, his weapon falling from his hand as he curled up. Arwen stood above him, her cold blue eyes merciless. This is a battlefield. Don't you dare drop your weapon. The ground began to tremble rhythmically. From the trees, a fearsome orc warrior emerged in armor and a horned helmet. Arwen tightened her grip on the hilt, her expression grave. All units, prepare to fight. She quickly assessed the overwhelming enemy force. There are quite many of them. It will be difficult to handle them all with our current numbers. Before despair could fully set in, a deep crimson energy beam tore through the battlefield. Arwen's eyes widened in shock as a red beam pierced through a charging orc, cutting it perfectly in half. Blood splattered across the white snow. It was Adrian. His blonde hair caught the dim light, his silver armor gleaming beneath the blood-red aura erupting from his body. He moved like a god of death, his sword a streak of deep red as he effortlessly slaughtered the monsters around him. She saw him and blurted out, "Your Highness." But his gaze was vacant now. He did not answer her. The protagonist lunged forward, ignoring her frantic calls. No matter how many he killed, it was never enough. Searching for the enemy's blood, he wandered through the barren lands dominated by orcs. The mana in his heart had long been exhausted, yet he did not stop, drinking the orcs' blood and chewing their flesh. With each step, the man grew older and weak. Only the demon's sword in his hand aided him, burning his remaining life force to fulfill his final vow. It was a requiem for his wife and daughter, who had been killed without leaving so much as a scrap of flesh. A torn family portrait lay forgotten among the ruins. And finally, when he faced the enemy of his life, he withered away. The lone white-haired avenger in the snow confronted a colossal orc chieftain like a giant, one eye of darkness that swallowed the ground. The man smiled a broken, weary smile, but his eyes flashed with an undying red flame of hatred. He charged with everything he had left, yet the man did not give up until the very end. Despite his bravery, he was struck down, his body shattered in a snowdrift. No miracle came. His life faded, a forgotten tragedy, untold, unknown to anyone. Only the demon's sword, Adrian's past life's weapon, remained stuck deep in the snow, witnessing it all. Back in the present, the red aura around Adrian flared with fierce pain and absolute resolve. He thought, "I will be the only one to remember all." He stood tall among the slain orcs, his voice echoing. "Knights, deal with the orc warriors. The rest of you hold the orcs back." He tightened his grip on his sword. "I remember now. The Song of Vengeance is an unfinished song. I must finish this song." Adrian hurled himself back into the pack of monsters, a blood-soaked cyclone of retribution. He weaved through the giant beasts, beheading and dismembering them with terrifying grace. Blood arced into crescents, turning the battlefield into a horrific tableau. A gilded system window appeared amid the carnage. A new stanza had been added to the poem of vengeance. Adrian's voice rang mysteriously as he read the newly forged words. "Pile up the blue corpses to form a mountain, and beneath it a deep red swamp. And here, I stand to honor your soul." The system window sounded again. The poem of vengeance had become a requiem. Adrian's eyes returned to their sharp, normal blue. The battle was over. The remaining knights stood victorious in the snow. Vincent stepped forward, holding a tattered red flag stained with blood. He snapped the wooden pole. By breaking the orc standard, the orcs have been defeated. Vincent turned to the soldiers with a triumphant smile. "I declare victory. This is our victory." The troops cheered. Adrian looked at them, thinking silently. Is this fellow Vincent Bale Valhard? The heir of a house who had devoted his life to fighting monsters, shared the same name as the pitiable avenger who once fell to end the orc's existence. A fleeting image of the old man who died in the snow passed through Adrian's mind. The man had spoken with his sword before he died. In the next life, let's meet again. Adrian thought to himself, how ironic. Vincent's face showed clear displeasure as he silently sulked. Adrian glanced over his shoulder and asked, what is it? Vincent stepped forward, offering the tattered flag to the prince. He said, please accept this. Adrian tilted his head, completely puzzled by the gesture. Vincent explained in a formal tone. In the 3rd Legion, the bravest soldier receives the enemy's flag. It is the spoil of a glorious and lasting victory. Furthermore, this flag belongs to your highness. From behind, Arwen stepped forward respectfully. Your highness, I wish to pay my respects for your brave deeds in today's battle. Suddenly, the entire armored company bowed. They roared in unison, their voices echoing across the white snow. We honor your highness' brave battle. The corner of Adrian's mouth curled into a triumphant, satisfied smile. Another voice interjected. Say it louder, so everyone can hear. He raised a red flag high into the cold air and shouted at the top of his lungs. We have won. The knights were swept up by his infectious energy. They raised their fists and cheered wildly. We have won. The sky burned as a backdrop to Adrian as he stood in a victorious pose. The troops bellowed. We honor your highness. Welcome to Winter Castle, your highness. Adrian basked in the admiration, his inner self swelling with ego. He thought, victory, the cheers, glory. I hold it all in my hands. Then, breaking the solemn atmosphere completely, he hugged the flag like a prized toy and shouted gleefully, this flag is mine. Vincent stood behind, clearly bored by the prince's antics. Adrian continued his childish boasting. Yes, I am the one. He suddenly stopped, a shadow falling over his face as he heard a soft voice. One. He turned and asked, Vincent looked at him with a slightly petty smile. I mean the orc army's flags. I have 16 of them. Adrian froze, mouth agape in silence. The knights behind broke in a nervous sweat. One whispered, the captain is really childish. Adrian's shock quickly turned to anger. He flailed the flag wildly in front of Vincent and shouted, who cares? This flag is mine. Vincent stepped back, stunned by the sudden outburst. He ground his teeth, a vein standing out on his forehead, and thought, I still dislike him. After a while, a massive campfire blazed, sending thick black smoke into the dusk sky. The soldiers stood silent before the pyre. Adrian and Arwen watched the flames. Vincent observed quietly. Casualties aren't too high for a battle against an elite orc fighting unit. Adrian replied coldly. Is that so? Arwen bowed her head, a trace of sorrow. Still, it's regrettable. Vincent affirmed without taking his eyes off the fire. Victory is the mourning and gratitude large enough for those who fell. We comfort the departed souls with the blood of the orcs. Adrian looked at the young ranger commander, a familiar feeling washing over him. He thought, he shares the same name and manner of speaking. Could he really be reincarnated? Adrian broke the silence. So, all members of this 3rd Legion unit are joining us? Vincent lied without blinking. A ranger detachment happened to pass by and joined us. The protagonist found the transparent lie unamusing. What an astonishing coincidence. Vincent forced a strained smile, sweating. Yes, a coincidence. He didn't believe it and had secretly prepared. Vincent quickly steered the conversation back to tactical matters. By the way, it's strange the orc fighting unit came this far down the mountain. It's also odd the rangers didn't detect their movement. We should return quickly. The towering spires of Winter Castle bathe in the golden light of the setting sun as the victorious expedition marched through the great stone gate. The Count waited to greet them. Well done. Congratulations on returning safely. Adrian immediately puffed out his chest, waving the tattered red cloth. This enemy flag is mine. He brandished it vigorously. The knights around him laughed and applauded. Wonderful. Your Highness, did you capture the enemy flag on your first battle? A short distance away, Arwen and 2 other knights watched with hollow eyes. One knight sighed. The prince is showing it off again. Another added, I think he's done that 11 times already. Arwen remained completely silent. Adrian continued to boast. Yes, I am the one. Suddenly, the Count interrupted, pulling Vincent aside to ask about the mountain irregularities. Vincent reported, explaining that the orc unit appeared unusually early. Perhaps they found a large prey, or something happened deep in the mountain. The Count added, Neither sounds good for us. I wanted everyone to rest, but this is important. Follow me. As Vincent left, he paused and glanced back over his shoulder. Your Highness, thank you for your efforts. Adrian watched puzzled and asked, He seems odd, doesn't he? Arwen smiled and explained. With his rough manner, he seems embarrassed by his sudden change in attitude. Before Adrian could ponder further, a breathless voice rang out. Your Highness. Adelia ran up to him with a face full of relief. You have returned safely. She stopped in front of him, panting, her large green eyes trembling with worry. I was so worried. You might be injured or lost. Adrian's expression softened into a gentle smile. It's only... She looked up hopefully. Yes. Adrian's gentle smile immediately turned into a smug grin as he shoved the torn flag into her face and asked, Do you know what this is? Night fell, darkness covering the quiet room. Vincent spoke. We will form a ranger detachment to investigate and deploy to the mountain area in the next few days. We don't know what variables we'll encounter there. Therefore, only elite personnel capable of specialized mountain reconnaissance will be sent, which means you don't need to participate. Adrian slumped in the velvet armchair, pouting like a child. I don't really understand what you're saying. Why did you come all the way here to report the meeting's outcome? Vincent avoided his gaze, clearly uncomfortable, replying that the commander had ordered. Adrian looked at him and realized the intent behind it. It seemed Uncle wanted us to become friends, and it wasn't that difficult. Adrian sighed in response. Fine, you may go. Rest well. Vincent bowed and left. The heavy wooden door closed. Adrian exhaled wearily. He sat alone in the dim light, the red flag lying quietly on the polished wooden table. I was too absorbed in today's battle. For the first time, I recited an ancient epic without missing a stanza. This will probably continue. The epics I remember, after all, are not truly mine. The things I possess are at the same time not truly mine. I must make them entirely my own, just as the poem of vengeance has now become a requiem. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence. Adrian whipped his head toward the window. Another sound followed. He looked toward the panes lit only by moonlight and murmured, A bird. But when Adrian focused his gaze, he held his breath and realized, Wait, not that. The creature turned its head. Its eyes were blazing purple voids. A terrifying, chaotic aura of black-purple energy radiated from its small body. Adrian stared at this ominous sign, his blood seeming to freeze. He realized the horrifying truth. This was not an ordinary bird. Looking at the creature, Adrian thought to himself, that strange bird was clearly sent here by someone. Then, from inside the bird, a voice rang out. Does your Highness like the gift I sent? Hearing that familiar voice, Adrian finally realized. Indeed, it was so. But a gift? He asked in wonder. Could the reason the orcs appear at the mountain base be? Sigran replied. I only hoped your Highness would face a more ordinary foe. Please accept this token of my goodwill with pleasure. Adrian frowned, thinking dozens of hunters died because of that. And she still brazenly prattles on? The Fae are all a sick bunch who enjoy peeking. She must have been delighted to watch us slaughter each other with the orc fighting you. She continued to praise. A vengeance song aimed at the entire orc race? I saw it and was truly impressed. Adrian judged again. This of hers is the so-called kindness those peoples boast about later. Thinking that, he replied, Stop the nonsense. If you have something to say, say it. This made Sigran a bit disappointed. She sighed. Your Highness, you are so cold. The bird circled his head as her voice continued. But unrequited love is inherently arduous. What can one do? I only long for the day your Highness opens your heart to me. Then the bird perched on his shoulder and continued. Deep within that mountain range is something your Highness needs. An extremely ancient being sleeps within those mountains. If turned into a song, I guarantee it would be a masterpiece. This stirred him slightly. A masterpiece? Seeing him growing interested, she changed her tone. Oh my. Sadly, time for this little darling is running out. So, until next time, your Highness. No sooner had she finished speaking than the bird, like a real bomb, exploded before him. The room descended into chaos. Adrian gritted his teeth in anger, helpless, irritating me until the very last moment. What Sigran wanted from me was clear, to compose a new war song, constantly both audience and voyeuristic reveler. For they're a race that can never be the protagonist of a song. They weave other songs with their own melodies and take pleasure in the sword dance. Her feeding me information is surely to obtain a deeper song through me. Still, this time I'll play along with her and see. The next day, right after he told Vincent this, the latter asked, "You mean inside that mountain range? Although hunters come and go from that mountain like market-goers, that's only the outskirts. Of those who ventured deep inside, not a single one returned alive." This startled him. Really, not a single one? Vincent nodded in confirmation. Yes, not a single one. Our mission is to stop the monsters spilling down from the mountain, not to probe its interior. At that, Adrian suddenly had an idea. So no one knows what's inside there? In the past, because knights scoured the world seeking transcendent realms, all the mysteries and wonders of this world were thoroughly stripped bare. Yet here remains a place called the Forbidden Region. He stared at the mountain ahead, assessing. Indeed, in many respects, coming to Balorhard was the right decision. Suddenly Vincent's voice rang out. "I say this merely as a warning. Your Highness, absolutely do not intend to enter deep within that mountain range." Understanding his meaning, he waved his hand. "All right, I won't go in, so don't worry." As he walked, he hummed a few lines, thinking, at least for now, another dull day passed here. The guards yawned short, bored yawns. With nothing to do, he took out his sword and began to clean it. While polishing, he thought, deep inside the mountain, what kind of being could be there? Though he wanted to rush there immediately, now is not the time. I need more battles and more victories. Well, Banage is always a hot spot for skirmishes, so soon it will. Just then, a trumpet blast echoed throughout the city, startling the soldiers. "Damn, the next assault is already upon us?" The other shouted. "All to the wall now. Summon all forces outside the city inside. Bring more people here, quickly." He followed their steps to eavesdrop and see what was happening. Vale's voice then ordered the soldiers, "All archers, prepare your positions." He and Arwen anxiously ran over calling, "Uncle." Vale turned and replied, "You're here." Then he pointed ahead. "Over there." At that moment, a few tiny figures appeared on the opposite mountain, fleeing toward the fortress. After watching for a while, he realized the Rangers are retreating. What on earth is that? A soldier urgently shouted, "Run, you brats! Run faster! Wolf cavalry are on their tail." It turned out the soldiers were fleeing because they were being chased by orcs. Voices from the wall continued, "Hold on a little longer. They're still out of arrow range." The Rangers ran, cursing angrily. "Damn those fucking orcs!" Another shouted, "Do they never tire?" Watching from above, he sensed something odd. Vale beside him added, "Yes, they're clearly toying with their prey." The wolf cavalry should have caught up at that distance. Seeing the fortress ahead, one soldier, exhausted, halted. "If this continues, we'll all be wiped out." Then he resolutely turned back. "I'll stand by time." Alone he faced the monsters, raising his sword. "Come at me. I am a great ranger of Balorhard." Seeing this, the others panicked and yelled, "No, don't stop. Run a little further, you bastards." But it was too late. The soldier was immediately hurled at by a wolf and killed in one strike. Witnessing this, the other soldiers cried out in alarm. "Captain!" They drew their weapons and turned to fight, but their fate was little different from the captain's. Two soldiers were swiftly dispatched in a single blow. Watching from the wall, Vale sighed helplessly. Damn. Except for the standing guard force, the other soldiers could withdraw from the ramparts. He then turned to him and said, "Aren't you going to ask why I didn't save them?" "Adrian," he replied, "didn't you deliberately bring me here just to show me that sight?" The man nodded. "Yes, it's a trap. If we sally out, we'd be swallowed by them. In a fight with monsters, there's no such thing as fairness." Vincent stepped up from behind to add to his father's words. "They don't care about their own losses. Attrition warfare is what they want. Winter has just begun. We cannot act recklessly." Then suddenly a soldier shouted, "The wolf cavalry are approaching." What met everyone's eyes were 3 wolf-mounted riders charging straight at the fortress without fear. One wolf still bore a soldier in its jaws, the man grievously wounded. When they reached a certain distance, it dropped the soldier. Watching from above, a soldier cried out in shock when he saw the man still moving. "He's alive." Then one after another, the bodies of warriors were laid out beneath the gate. Vale observed from above and assessed. This winter truly isn't like any other. Vincent shouted anxiously, "How dare they stoop to such tricks?" He watched, thinking, could this be the handiwork of that damned Fae? Below, heavy footsteps trod across the cold snow. An orc radiating a dense, murderous aura stood there, holding a bright red flag. It looked toward those on the gate and gave a strange smile. Watching from above, he now realized something. The atmosphere this time was... The orc stamped its foot hard, roaring challenge after challenge. Vincent startled and blurted, "Are the orcs planning some kind of execution?" He stepped up from behind, placed a hand on his shoulder, and explained, "No, it's not that they're staging an execution. They're issuing a challenge to single combat." He smiled, thinking, an ancient being sleeps deep within that mountain range. Now I know what that is. The orc had been, until now hoarse voices echoed through the air. Fight, or fight gloriously to reclaim the Legion's honor. For the great king, he judged, it made sense, given how loudly the creature was shouting. A group of orcs raised a crimson war banner outside the fortress and demanded a formal duel instead of continuing the siege. Inside the castle walls, the blonde-haired prince calmly explained the orcs' demand to the bewildered knights. Without hesitation, the prince stepped forward and prepared to prove his words himself, while the others watched in astonishment. Facing the enemy camp, the prince accepted the challenge in the orcs' own language. Awe spread across the battlefield as the orcs realized a human had a perfect grasp of their ancient language and traditions. Instead of showing fear, the prince pressured the orc leader for an immediate answer, until the enemy finally accepted his terms. Confusion spread among the knights as they could not fathom how the prince could communicate so naturally with this tribe. The wolf-riding orcs slowly retreated from the fortress in an organized formation. The soldiers watched the departing army and realized the prince had truly prevented the conflict, at least for this moment. The prince explained that the duel required 5 warriors selected from the previous mountain battle. Memories of the bloody clash rushed back to the knights, making some finally understand the prince's previous actions. Vincent stepped forward as the prince began choosing warriors for the dangerous challenge ahead. Many soldiers immediately volunteered because they wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. However, the prince warned that only a few spots were available, and this duel would put their lives in danger. Although others continued to protest, the prince refused their requests with a calm smile. Arwen quietly accepted the prince's offer after realizing he trusted her enough to bring her into this dangerous duel. Curiosity spread among the knights as they wondered how the prince had learned the orcs' forbidden language. Instead of revealing the truth, the prince skillfully dodged the topic while maintaining a calm expression. The veteran knight explained that only the highest orc nobles and tribal kings could use that ancient language. The massive orc leader loudly declared his readiness for the duel. A heavy silence fell after the knights realized the prince possessed a rare ability similar to the enemy ruler. Arwen quietly observed the strange events, doubting in her heart that the meeting between the two sides was a mere coincidence. Stories of the elf kingdom returning to the path of diplomacy spread, while the orc king reappeared after centuries. Cold winds swept through the fortress gates as preparations for the upcoming battle finally began. Although still full of doubt, the prince forced everyone to focus on the duel instead of the unsolved mysteries. The selected warriors marched toward the battlefield, where the orcs stood waiting in formation. Confidence showed on the prince's face as he prepared for the fierce confrontation ahead. The massive orc warrior immediately asked if the blonde-haired prince would become his opponent himself. Instead of backing down, the prince calmly faced the tall monster without a hint of fear. The orc leader was filled with excitement after sensing the prince's intense spirit and unusual strength. The prince smiled slightly when the orc leader gave him unexpected respect instead of hatred. Across the battlefield, the giant orc radiated terrifying pressure while acknowledging the prince as a worthy opponent. A knight attempted to replace the prince, but was immediately met with an attack. Many orcs rushed forward, forcing Arwen and the other knights to block them near the snow wall. Blue energy gathered around the prince's sword as he reminded everyone that orcs never followed orderly duels like humans did. Without waiting any longer, the prince dashed straight toward the enemy leader and ordered the others to fend for themselves. Arwen leaped across the battlefield, slashing through the attacking orcs alongside their giant wolves. At the same time, another knight was nearly crushed by a heavy blow. The prince descended with overwhelming power, slamming his sword into the commander. The frantic orc swung its massive weapon repeatedly, but the prince dodged every strike with precise movements. Frustration appeared on the monster's face when it realized the prince's physical strength seemed weaker than expected. However, the prince kept calmly moving forward, never losing faith against the giant enemy. Deep blue flames suddenly erupted around the prince and spread across the battlefield like a storm. Nearby soldiers roared in anger as memories of countless dead rangers stirred growing strength. In that moment, the prince's hatred and the resentment of the fallen warriors melded into a terrifying power. Dark energy surrounded the prince as he calmly walked through the battlefield, preparing for a powerful skill. High in the fortress sky, burning aura spread around the banner and the charging orc leader in a fierce collision. The prince unleashed the forbidden Requiem power, sacrificing his own strength to fully activate the ancient skill. A giant orc rushed across the snowfield and swung its weapon toward the black-haired prince with overwhelming force. Instead of retreating, the prince took a step forward and blocked the attack while carefully observing the movements of the surrounding orcs. During the clash, another blow nearly pierced his defenses, but blue energy gathered around his sword as he regained his balance. The orcs suddenly began attacking with perfect coordination, forcing the soldiers to fight extremely hard near the fortress wall. While defending himself, the prince realized the enemy warriors were moving with unusual discipline, unlike normal monsters. In the center of the formation, a giant orc covered by red power was revealed. The blonde knight rushed forward and cut down many enemies with quick, precise slashes. He stood upright, facing the buffed-up orc even though a terrifying aura surrounded. A cold smile appeared on the blonde knight's face when he realized the monster enemy was still far inferior to their true strength. Red energy erupted around the orc shaman as it released violent magic and charged toward the prince with savage power. Even so, the prince calmly walked through the attack and countered with a storm of blue swords that tore through the snow. Steel and magic clashed repeatedly, making the entire battlefield tremble from the power of the fierce fight. Astonishment appeared on the orc's face when the prince suddenly vanished from its sight during the battle. A sharp slash cut deep into the monster's body before it could react to the prince's movement. Blood splattered onto the frozen ground as the injured orc fell backward. Many defeated orcs fell across the snowy battlefield, while the surviving monsters slowly retreated before the prince's overwhelming momentum. The prince calmly accepted the enemy's retreat as the natural result of their failed attack. Blue energy then gathered around his blade as he quietly prepared for another threat lurking behind the mountains. A crimson aura suddenly spread across the distant valley, causing the prince's face to harden immediately with vigilance. This terrifying pressure belonged to an ancient existence, much more powerful than ordinary orcs or shamans. Nearby knights froze in confusion, while he ordered everyone to fall back from the approaching danger. A female knight quickly realized the abnormal energy flooding the battlefield as the red light continued to expand over the snow. At the same time, the warrior tried to endure the crushing pressure while his soldiers gathered behind him in fear. Far ahead, the prince stared toward the mountain range. After finally realizing the source of that immense power, a glowing red mark appeared in the high sky, confirming the arrival of the mysterious ancient existence. Snow and trees shook violently shortly after when something massive dove down from the mountains at a terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, a giant spear-like attack tore through the air. Realizing the attack couldn't be dodged, the prince immediately raised his sword and prepared to block the incoming strike, causing the frozen ground to crack while the prince tried to withstand the overwhelming power. Although he blocked the attack, the prince understood that his current strength was still not enough to deal with the monster behind the mountain range. The giant spear attack exploded across the battlefield and sent the prince flying hard through the snow. Nearby knights watched in horror as red energy continued to tear through the frozen ground after the impact. Nearby knights watched in horror as red energy continued to tear through the frozen ground after the impact, while the battlefield remained in a deathly silence. The female knight desperately searched for the prince's condition amidst the snow. Despite her aching body, the female knight still tried to push forward and rushed toward the injured prince without hesitation. Not long after, she found him collapsed inside a deep crater created by the terrifying attack. Fear spread across her face when she discovered the prince lying motionless under the snow, blood covering his armor. She checked his condition and realized she could no longer feel a heartbeat. Desperation quickly overcame her calm as she begged the unconscious prince to open his eyes again. She immediately attempted to save him, lowering herself and beginning CPR on him even though the surrounding battlefield was freezing. A few tense moments passed before the prince suddenly coughed violently. Relief finally appeared on the female knight's weary face. After confirming the prince had survived the fatal attack, the female knight quietly stayed by his side while snow still blew across the battlefield. Looking at his unconscious face up close, she realized how young and fragile he looked beneath his mantle of royal authority. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in her heart as she wondered if the prince had always carried such a lonely burden at his age. He finally came to Knight Arwen's side while she was still focused on protecting the unconscious prince, and the prince weakly opened his eyes. The prince immediately cursed the orcs despite being in a severely injured state. His voice was full of hatred and irritation as he declared that the only acceptable orc was a dead one. Despite being heavily injured, the prince still ordered the destruction of the remaining enemies before they could regroup. After hearing the order, Knight Arwen calmly relayed the prince's command to the surrounding soldiers. Blue energy quickly spread among the knights as they rushed forward to finish the battle without hesitation. Not long after, the prince woke up in the castle's infirmary, while his anger toward the battlefield still simmered in his mind. Irritation consumed him because just a single spear thrown from afar had nearly killed him. He bitterly realized how helpless he still was against the terrifying enemy behind the mountain range. Afterward, some knights approached the prince and sincerely thanked him for saving countless lives in the battle. Shy under their gratitude, the prince quietly tried to brush off the praise while hiding his discomfort behind a calm face. The soldiers continued to express their deep respect for the prince, the one who had defended the fortress at a great personal cost. During the discussion, a knight revealed that a massive orc army had set up camp near the castle. He explained that the fortress could withstand ordinary enemies, but the giant spear. Hearing the report, the prince quietly understood that the real battle against that ancient existence had only just begun. The prince explained that a powerful sovereign had finally united the orc tribes scattered across the mountain range. The surrounding knights listened in awe as they learned that ordinary orcs naturally challenged weaker leaders to vie for power. After asking about the ruler's identity, the prince calmly revealed that the Orc King carried a fearsome title. Countless aggressive orcs rushed through the battlefield, crushing everything in their path. Blood and destruction spread rapidly as the barbaric army advanced with insatiable greed and brutal strength. In the center of the chaos, the terrifying ruler finally appeared, known across the mountain range as the Warlord. Inside the royal bedroom, some knights gathered around the resting first prince to discuss the sudden increase in orc activity near the mountain range. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the group focused on building defensive fortifications around the city gate. Without showing too much seriousness, the prince suddenly interrupted the tense discussion. The commanders explained that this was the first time they had heard rumors of such a large-scale orc movement. Irritation appeared on his face as the officers continued to push the work onto him. Among the knights present, a veteran quietly admitted that the prince's judgment was necessary to handle the growing crisis. Moonlight covered the castle by the time the meeting finally ended. When the room became quiet again, the prince collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. Before leaving, a loyal knight remained and carefully mentioned the mysterious martial strength that had been revealed in the previous battle. The prince leaned back against the bed calmly, confirming that the blue flame was indeed the power they had witnessed. The prince slowly sat up, listening as the knight analyzed that dangerous ability with a serious expression. After witnessing the strange flames firsthand, the knight finally asked the prince what conclusion he had reached regarding this power. The knight pondered how much the prince's mind must have been thrown into chaos. After abandoning the beliefs that once guided his life, the prince lowered his gaze for a moment, quietly thinking about the burden that came with the overwhelming power he had acquired. The prince asked if that power could be granted to those capable of using mana chains. She quietly observed the discussion while the prince bluntly pointed out that the system seemed very unfair. Blue energy suddenly gathered around the prince's hands as he focused on the strange power inside him, surrounded by brilliant blue flames. The knight calmly explained that the Knights of the Circle were forbidden from using such abilities freely. A faint smile appeared on the prince's face as he listened to the knight explain about the martial hymn. He acknowledged there must be a reason behind the prince's interest in the martial hymn. Slowly rising from the bed, the prince prepared to continue the conversation while carefully organizing his thoughts about that strange power. The knight explained that elves highly valued the martial hymn because they could not naturally create them themselves. The elves borrowed martial hymns from others and synchronized them with their sword dances in battle. He suggested that humming a martial hymn could still be done even without directly possessing a mana heart, reminding the prince that a mana ring only worked by resonating with external forces instead of creating power itself. Even so, the prince continued to explore that possibility while the knight admitted he had no clear answer regarding this abnormal theory. A heavy silence fell over the room as the knight realized the prince might have discovered an entirely new path related to martial hymns and mana rings. Quiet confidence returned to the prince as he pondered the dangerous idea forming in his mind. Both knights suddenly reacted to something unexpected, causing the prince to freeze in confusion. The prince finally fell back onto the bed in fatigue, while Knight continued to cover the outside of the castle. The prince suddenly woke up with a sharp expression, as if sensing something unusual still lingering in the room. Morning light quietly flooded into the royal bedroom, while Adelia was at the bedside, waiting for him to recover. After hearing news that his uncle had left, the prince asked if anything unusual had happened during the night. Holding the cup in silence, the prince carefully recalled the knight's strange reaction from earlier. A sudden memory rushed back of the overwhelming aura of a true swordmaster. Blue energy slowly wrapped around the knight's body as the prince realized the old man finally had a soul strong enough to match his physical body. Deep gratitude appeared on the knight's face after realizing the change in himself. Instead of taking the compliment seriously, the prince joked that people were often afraid of sudden changes before disaster struck. Quiet pride crept into the knight's expression as he remembered the legendary strength he had possessed centuries ago. Traces of jealousy still appeared when he compared past glories with his current weakened state. Smirking slightly, the prince brushed off the lamentations and demanded an explanation about the knight's recent breakthrough. He admitted he still did not fully understand the mysterious humming method related to the martial hymn. Only a vague outline existed in his mind. But that discovery alone opened up countless new possibilities for future development. The knight calmly declared that he planned to move forward and seek the answer himself. Standing near the window, the knight quietly complained that the prince had started taking advantage of every opportunity laid out before him. A terrifying image of a monster warrior suddenly flashed through the prince's mind when the conversation turned to the enemy lurking in the mountain range. Without hesitation, the prince declared that the powerful enemy belonged to him alone. Heavy footsteps echoed on the stone floor as both men finally left the room together. The knight admitted there were still many things he wanted to ask about the prince's strange knowledge of orcs and elves. Although doubting the prince's sudden changes, the knight still chose to trust him until the right time came. Before the discussion could continue, soldiers suddenly rushed toward the wall with visible panic on their faces. Far below the mountain, countless orcs began to pour across the snowfield. Commanders immediately shouted orders while archers rushed into position along the wall. A violent red aura suddenly erupted from deep within the enemy army, causing the battlefield to tremble with overwhelming pressure. The knight wondered if that monster presence belonged to the fearsome orc warlord. Gloomy crimson power twisted in the air, while the knight carefully observed the giant fighting spirit hidden among the orcs. The prince immediately dismissed that idea and calmly identified the figure as the vanguard leading the invasion force. Most orcs only feared a single legendary warrior who stood above all others through countless battles. Hidden beneath the crimson aura was the brutal commander, known by the name Night Slayer. Ancient documents recorded that orcs used fighting spirit in a similar way to how knights controlled mana. Rare mutant individuals occasionally appeared, with an extraordinary sensitivity toward fighting spirit, and could sense the invisible energy around them. These gifted orcs possessed the terrifying ability to open their eyes, a power respected by the entire orc tribe because it allowed them to see through hidden weaknesses. Ian immediately recognized the enemy commander was one of those rare mutants. After witnessing the monster analyze the battlefield with terrifying precision, Ian had studied every movement inside Winter Castle and discovered flaws that ordinary soldiers couldn't see. Ian trusted his instincts and decided to verify for himself whether the legendary Night Slayer actually possessed that ability. Blue mana energy exploded around Ian as he lunged forward, preparing to test the orc commander through direct combat instead of careful observation. He swung his spear down with enough power to pierce the entire battlefield. Facing the attack head-on, the orc calmly raised its weapon while observing the incoming blow with glowing red eyes. The orc had blocked Ian's fatal attack with perfect timing and overwhelming control of its fighting spirit. Red energy erupted around the mutant warrior as it clenched its fist and counterattacked with monster speed and strength. Violent shockwaves tore through the battlefield, while soldiers witnessed the terrifying clash between the knight and the commander. Ian quickly regained his composure and continued fighting without letting fear weaken his resolve. The surrounding soldiers noticed that Ian rarely lost his confidence, even when facing enemies capable of overwhelming regular warriors. A faint smile appeared on Ian's face after his companion compared him to the legendary sword saint of old stories. Ian explained that the orc commander relied entirely on the eye-opening ability to assess his enemies. While acknowledging the monster's intelligence, he believed the mutant still relied on instinct. A dangerous plan formed in the prince's mind as he offered to use himself as bait to lure the commander into a trap. Vincent immediately opposed this idea because the prince's injured state made the strategy too risky for Winter Castle. Calmly, the prince argued that the experienced knights around him would make him look difficult to attack in the orc's eyes. The prince firmly asserted that his team lacked combat experience and needed to defeat the commander directly. Some knights continued to protest because the prince's injured arm had not fully recovered from the previous battle. Though he laughed off their concerns, the prince secretly admitted the wound still caused pain whenever he moved carelessly. The prince insisted his arm would recover enough before the real battle began. A serious expression replaced the smile as he urged everyone to think rationally about the real danger approaching Winter Castle. He focused on the monster forces secretly advancing behind the enemy command. Dense red fighting spirit slowly spread across the battlefield like a growing storm. Anger spread among the defensive ranks upon realizing the enemy was openly carrying trophies from fallen comrades. The knights suddenly realized those shields were gear looted from the Balorhard soldiers who had fallen in the previous battle. Anger spread among the defensive ranks upon realizing the enemy was openly carrying trophies from fallen comrades. Vincent ordered the archers to keep shooting relentlessly at the overwhelming enemy force below. Too many orcs kept pushing up and started climbing the castle walls with ladders. Heavy impacts shook the fortress's defensive systems as enemy warriors climbed higher while defenders tried to push them down. Some orcs successfully reached the top of the wall before elite knights rushed to stop the attackers directly. A nimble female warrior slashed down many enemies in a single motion and pushed those climbing down off the ladders. Blood covered the battlefield as the defenders fought desperately to stop the endless invasion surrounding Winter Castle. Knights stationed on the ramparts fought madly to cut climbing ropes and destroy ladders. Catapults continued to fire stones across the battlefield, while commanders shouted orders to prevent the enemy from setting foot on the walls. As the fierce fighting continued under the sunset, the exhausted defenders gradually realized that the endless horde was becoming uncontrollable, standing out on the battlefield with terrifying power and overwhelming fighting spirit. Even though countless enemies had fallen, the defenders realized the Night Slayer commander had not yet appeared. Observing the battlefield carefully and understanding that the enemy was waiting for the perfect moment to strike a decisive blow. Dark energy spread across the battlefield as giant wolf knights charged toward the weakened wall of Winter Castle. The prince ordered Arwen and the elite knights to stop the cavalry before they destroyed the defensive system. The wolf-riding orcs obeyed the commander's orders without hesitation and charged straight into the center of the battlefield. Finally, the prince decided it was time to reveal himself to lure the hidden commander into action. Blue energy exploded around him as he unleashed Requiem Arc, radiating immense pressure across the battlefield and drawing the attention of every enemy. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the prince from across the distant battlefield. Arwen and Vincent immediately felt the terrifying energy spreading across the battlefield. After the prince revealed his true power, while the defenders watched anxiously, the prince calmly welcomed the approaching enemy, just as originally planned. The Night Slayer commander finally stepped onto the battlefield and joined the fight direct. A giant orc warrior rushed across the battlefield, while soldiers on the walls desperately fired arrows and shouted warnings throughout the fortress. Steel weapons clashed against the monster's armor. However, the creature still rushed forward without slowing down as chaos spread among the defensive ranks. Blood sprayed from the orc's mouth after taking several solid hits, but it stood firm. A tall commander appeared alongside smaller orcs as the army closed in on the west wall. Dust exploded on the ground as the giant warrior galloped forward. Blue flames suddenly surrounded the first prince as the knights shouted in alert. After sensing the dangerous power gathering around him, the giant orc glared toward the prince, standing tall atop the castle wall under the fiery sky. Wooden barricades shattered, while the monster climbed up with savage strength. The prince calmly prepared his sword as his soldiers quickly followed orders. Crimson and blue energy exploded around the prince before he ordered everyone to immediately leave the ramparts. Dark flames wrapped around the orc commander as the monster realized the human had destroyed the cursed flame. Royal authority drove the creature forward. After the Orc King's command demanded the prince be killed at any cost. A cold smile appeared on the prince's face as he mocked the enemy's resolve without showing a hint of fear. The Orc commander charged fiercely and slammed into the prince with overwhelming strength. Blazing blue power exploded from the prince's sword as the two warriors clashed fiercely in front of the astonished soldiers. Agile movements carried the prince across the battlefield as he blocked the orc commander's heavy attacks with precise swordsmanship. Blue energy swirled around the blade as the prince continuously changed positions. Irritation showed on the orc's face as the prince dodged every strike. A violent collision erupted again as crimson flames flared from the orc commander, while the prince calmly faced the overwhelming pressure. Confidence filled the prince's face as he noticed the enemy lowering its guard during the fierce struggle. He shouted the signal for the hidden plan to begin, while the monster was too distracted to react. Thick ropes suddenly tightened around the orc commander after soldiers pulled the giant trap from all directions. Knights strained to pull the ropes tight, preventing the giant warrior from escaping the battlefield. Fury burned the orc commander as it realized the prince never intended to win by direct combat alone. The trapped monster slammed hard onto the ground as the prince ordered the soldiers to pull with all their might. Blood stained the prince's armor after the fierce battle. Nevertheless, he calmly praised Arwen for successfully executing the strategy. Shortly after, he ordered the exhausted soldiers to retreat while the remaining orcs tried to continue the attack. Silence gradually returned to the battlefield as the prince stood firm on the wall. Mocking laughter spread across the battlefield as the prince looked down at the bound orc commander lying helplessly on the ground. Amusement appeared on the prince's face, while the monster struggled frantically against the heavy ropes wrapped around its body. Suddenly, the giant orc slammed its body forward with raw power and smashed a part of the ruined ground nearby. Another knight rushed to the battlefield with crackling blue mana surrounding his body while the prince calmly stepped back. Disgust showed on the newcomer's face. After seeing the injured orc commander up close during the fierce struggle, the prince handed over the fight before leaving, letting the knight take care of the monster. Mana like blue lightning exploded outward as the swordsman lunged forward despite knowing he couldn't hold the enemy for long. Sharp attacks rained down across the battlefield, while the prince quietly observed the knight's exquisite swordsmanship from behind. Ancient knowledge surfaced in the prince's mind as he recognized the rare level known as sword fusion. Unease spread through the orc commander after sensing the overwhelming control and lethal precision of the swordsman. Meanwhile, the prince walked through the fortress corridors while pondering warriors whose power surpassed normal limits. Calm resolve remained in his eyes, before finally summoning Adelia to face her next challenge. Adelia sat alone in silence while blood covered her armor and her exhausted body. The prince reminded her that the enemy responsible for the massacre was about to stand before her as an opponent, slowly regaining his composure. Adelia rose from the ground, while the prince quietly waited for her decision. A calm smile remained on the prince's face. As Adelia knelt before him, flames slowly gathering around her body. Violent energy exploded throughout the room. After the dangerous combat, traits awakened, causing her killing intent to soar uncontrollably. Fearless eyes looked straight ahead as burning power completely enveloped Adelia, showing that her transformation process had finally begun. While chaos spread throughout the ruined city, an armored warrior rushed through the battlefield and took down an orc with overwhelming power. The knight carefully observed the enemy and realized the orc was fighting with surprisingly exquisite swordsmanship. Suspicion flooded his mind as he noticed the monster's movements resembled the techniques of famous sword masters. Suddenly, a female warrior leaped between the two sides engaged in battle and lunged straight toward the orc with reckless speed. Her two swords flashed violently as she pushed the monster back before anyone could understand what had happened. She continued to attack without hesitation and forced the orc into close-quarters combat. The knight quickly realized the girl had lost emotional control and fallen into a berserker state, quite different from her usual calm personality. Relentless attacks rained down from every direction as sparks exploded from each clash between steel and flesh. Careless of defense or strategy, the enraged warrior continued to push the orc back across the battlefield. A heavy blow finally pushed the orc away while the female knight slid on the ground to regain her balance. Nearby soldiers watched in confusion as the knight explained that her aggressive behavior was like a true berserker caught in battle. The woman stood amidst the flames and destruction, her killing intent terrifying both ally and enemy like a butcher swinging a sword madly. The female warrior slashed through everything in her sight with terrifying momentum. Meanwhile, the injured orc tried to counterattack, but her chaotic movements made every strike unpredictable. Blood splattered across the battlefield as the monster finally realized what it was like to fight a madman who knew no fear. But the knight realized the monster's famous fighting instincts were no longer effective against the enraged female warrior. The woman continued to charge with barbaric attacks that threw even the experienced monster into disarray. The blonde prince calmly watched the fight and concluded that only a true beast could match an orc in pure brutality. The prince drew his sword while his exhausted companion stepped aside to make room. A violent collision erupted immediately as the prince blocked the enraged orc before it could regain its footing. Outrage exploded from the monster when it realized the royal warrior was standing before it. The female knight was forced back by the terrifying pressure while black-red energy spread across the battlefield like living flames. Confusion showed on the faces of the soldiers watching nearby as the orc gathered its massive fighting spirit into a single point around its body. Dark energy twisted violently around the monster until the entire battlefield seemed swallowed by its murderous aura. The prince immediately understood that the orc was recalling the fighting spirit it had dispersed during the fight. Despite accepting defeat and death, the monster still wanted to demonstrate the dignity and pride of its royal lineage. She rushed forward in panic as the terrifying power surrounding the orc continued to grow beyond control. Blue flames suddenly exploded from the prince's sword as he decided to respond to the monster with his full power. Chilly energy spread across the battlefield, while the prince calmly prepared a skill powerful enough to bury countless enemies underground. The royal warrior raised his glowing sword and prepared to honor the souls of those who had fallen in battle. Crimson energy suddenly exploded from the orc's body as the monster revealed the terrifying origin of its overwhelming fighting spirit. He calmly faced the intense aura while blue mana gathered around the sword. The monster suddenly realized it when feeling the influence of a powerful existence hidden deep in a mountain range. Intervening in the battle, the prince tried to hold his stance while the surrounding soldiers silently watched the struggle in confusion. Nearby, he tightened his grip on the sword as magic energy began to resonate around his body. According to the prince's humming, mana like blue lightning spread across the battlefield. Countless glowing mana streams gathered from the sky and converged around the earth like a sacred ritual beginning amidst the war. Cold light appeared in his eyes as overwhelming energy continued to flow through the sword and the armor behind his back. The prince quietly observed the phenomenon and realized the mana from the royal circles had connected with the knight's mana heart. Blue flames wrapped around the prince, while the strange resonance made him both terrified and excited. The injured knight moved closer to the enemy and repeated the ancient curse with steady concentration. Powerful mana streams surged across the battlefield as the red zone under the soldier's feet continued to expand with destructive power. The knight held his sword high and honored the souls of those who had fallen, while glowing mana surrounded every warrior standing beside him. Soldiers across the battlefield were connected through massive magic as immense magic energy gathered under their feet. Violent power poured from the battlefield, carrying enough force to destroy everything in its path. Blue mana surrounded the blonde prince as his battle hymn spread across the battlefield with overwhelming power. The power carried the sorrow and resolve of countless fallen soldiers. Ancient energy gathered beneath the battlefield and formed a massive red zone around the warriors. The surrounding knights watched in awe as a completely new war hymn was created right before their eyes. Glowing blue flames exploded from the prince's body while the battlefield shook under the growing mana. The enraged orc charged forward, preparing to crush the prince before the magic was complete. A sharp blue slash immediately struck down, tearing through the battlefield with unstoppable power. Blood poured from the injured orc as the monster realized the prince had mastered an entirely new form of power. Standing calmly amidst the slowly fading blue flames, the prince revealed a war hymn powerful enough to change history. Soldiers gathered around the fallen commander while the blonde prince stood calmly beside the battlefield covered in blue flames. Exhaustion spread among the knights as the black-haired captain realized their defensive line was collapsing after the enemy commander was defeated. Cheers of victory suddenly echoed throughout the fortress as the prince moved forward, restoring morale for the surviving soldiers. Cracks slowly formed on the giant castle gate, while the prince observed the shaking walls from the front line. The broken castle gate exploded as the enraged orcs rushed in through the entrance with savage strength. Countless enemies flooded into the fortress, forcing the defenders to prepare for another desperate battle. Blue energy swirled around the prince's sword as he reassured the soldiers who were panicking about the impending clash. Behind him, the captain organized the troops while the exhausted army prepared to carry out its final order. A fierce smile appeared on the prince's face as he ordered Ian to begin the counterattack signal. Magic energy exploded across the battlefield as the prince led all the soldiers charging straight into the orc army. Swords swept across the frozen valley as knights and enemies clashed violently under the fiery evening sky. A temporary silence covered the blood-soaked walls after waves of orcs were cut down by the prince's assault. The remaining soldiers continued to fight as exhausted warriors pushed the weakened orcs back. Human corpses lay scattered across the ruined fortress as the defenders slowly regained control of the battlefield after the brutal siege. Relief spread among the surviving knights as they realized the orcs were finally beginning to lose strength. He felt an unusual force pulsing in his body as a blue flame slowly gathered around his chest. Strange energy spread across the battlefield as he realized the mysterious heartbeat was keeping the exhausted soldiers moving forward. After understanding the situation, he ordered most of the army to leave the walls and prepare for a direct assault outside the fortress. The captain declared that the army would head out of the gates instead of defending passively. Cheers erupted among the knights as soldiers rushed behind the first prince without hesitation. The blonde prince stepped onto the battlefield with calm determination in his third real battle. Huge orcs rushed fiercely toward the front line. However, the prince continued to hack through enemies while leading from the front. Chosen knights fought beside him on the snowy ground as blood and steel flew across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the famous captain of the ranger squad protected the vanguard formation and took down enemies approaching from the flanks. Brave northern knights brushed off their fear and followed the prince deeper into enemy ranks. A wild rhythm spread across the battlefield as every soldier moved together under the strange heartbeat, leading them forward. Blue energy surrounded the prince as his sword tore through another giant orc that was blocking the army's path. Only after the battle slowed down did the soldiers finally regain their senses on the corpse-filled, frozen valley. Cold winds swept across the mountains as survivors silently looked at the horrific destruction remaining. The prince stood quietly among the fallen enemies as the exhausted army gathered around him. Snow covered the battlefield as the prince slowly reached out toward a bloodied spear taken from the fallen enemy commander. The cold wind blew through the silent valley as he resolutely held the trophy high in front of the exhausted soldiers gathered around. His blue eyes remained steady as the prince finally declared the capture of the hard-won trophy after the brutal siege. Holding the crimson spear high on the battlefield, the prince declared that the battle was won. While soldiers gathered around him in awe, cheers echoed across the snowy fortress as knights celebrated the first prince's unthinkable victory over the invading orc army. The captain noticed some exhausted soldiers collapse after pushing themselves beyond their limits. Nearby soldiers carried unconscious comrades across the battlefield, while others laughed happily in relief after surviving the desperate fight. The captain quietly reflected on the strange rhythm that had united the entire army and strengthened every soldier in the battle. The prince calmly explained that the mysterious power was not a martial anthem, but something entirely different. Fatigue finally overcame the blonde prince as his weakened body stumbled and fell straight into the snow. Terror spread among nearby soldiers as Ian rushed to the fallen prince in sudden panic. Relief came shortly after when Ian realized the prince had simply fallen asleep from total exhaustion after the battle. Orders quickly spread across the snowy field as surviving knights carried the sleeping prince back to the barracks in the fortress. Soldiers silently collected the fallen and prepared for a proper burial, while smoke still drifted over the ruined battlefield. The silver-haired woman observed the aftermath with quiet interest. After hearing about the prince's mysterious war anthem, hidden in dark magic, the silver-haired woman watched the sleeping prince from afar while deciding to give him more time to grow strong. Strange, red energy surrounded her body as a giant beast slowly appeared beside her in the shadows. The exhausted prince was still sound asleep, unaware that another dangerous force had begun to move. After destroying 2 elite enemy legions near Winter Castle, Balarhard's forces prepared for the next inevitable battle. Suspicious nobles demanded reinforcements while doubting the severity of the Northern War. Some arrogant officials mocked Balarhard's warning and accused the commanders of exaggerating the situation to seek political influence. Facing the skeptical nobles, the young knight calmly presented evidence brought directly from the battlefield. Shock spread across the court as a giant skull was pulled out from inside a heavy wooden chest. The knight explained that the giant skull belonged to the legion commander who had been directly defeated by the first prince. The messenger warned the nobles about an even larger monster known as the Orc King. An uneasy silence covered the royal court after hearing that at least 16,000 enemy troops were heading south. Even the king's expression hardened as the scale of the incoming invasion could finally no longer be ignored. Some nobles continued to insult Balarhard and doubt the prince's battlefield achievements. Anger quickly erupted in the hall as loyal supporters defended the northern commanders against false accusations. The growing argument finally stopped after an enraged voice ordered silence throughout the royal court. Inside the court, the king accepted Balarhard's warning and ordered nearby noble families to send troops and supplies to the north. Some nobles reluctantly followed the order, while noble children were forced to go to the battlefield to serve as punishment. Meanwhile, the young knights quietly realized that the royal army still refused to fully support the northern defenders. Anger spread among Balarhard supporters as they questioned the kingdom's lack of respect for the family that had defended the north for generations. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed throughout the court as an armored prince stepped in front of the arguing nobles. Calm determination covered the hall, as the prince declared that the royal family could not ignore Balarhard's loyalty. Golden light reflected throughout the hall as the blonde prince stood proudly before the king and the assembled nobles. Without hesitation, he announced the decision to personally lead the knights to the northern battlefield. Shock quickly spread across the court after Maximilian Leinberg volunteered for the upcoming fight. The royal palace prepared for war, while the king secretly mobilized troops near Balarhard to prevent the northern fortress from falling. The king informed Maximilian that the Iron Lion Division and mercenary forces had finished assembling. Cold light surrounded Balarhard's image, as Maximilian realized the fortress was bearing the fate of the entire northern region. Sweat beaded on Maximilian's face as he questioned why the royal family hid the real military plan from the nobles that very day, making the empire suspect the royal family was secretly preparing to rebel with the Balarhard family. Soldiers marched under the imperial flag, while the king warned that the empire only needed a small excuse to accuse the north of treason. The king reminded Maximilian that the royal family could not provide the enemy with even the smallest reason to punish them. A heavy hand rested on the prince's shoulder as the king wearily and quietly called Maximilian his son and placed his trust in him. Maximilian accepted the responsibility and listened carefully to the king's instructions. Sunlight shone through the room as the king urged Maximilian to continue protecting the royal family's path of honor. Confidence returned to the prince as he swore to protect the north despite the dangers awaiting outside the capital. With a stern face, the king revealed that Count Balarhard had taken on the role of protector for Adrian. Silence covered the room after the king reminded Maximilian that Adrian's actions had pulled the kingdom closer to imperial control. Memories of betrayal haunted the king as he declared that Adrian had sold the kingdom's future to the empire without hesitation. Although Maximilian tried to defend the innocence of his younger brother's past, the king still recalled the humiliation from many years ago, when loyal knights broke their swords. The pain remained raw on the king's face, as the memory of mocking nobles and the cold laughter from that disastrous day continued to haunt him unfailingly. Hatred filled the king's eyes as he admitted that even after many years, Maximilian mentioned the rumor that Adrian had changed after enduring hardship. Anger quickly rose from the king as he declared that Adrian had never truly repented. Blue mana surged around the king as he resolutely affirmed that traitors who had abandoned their loyalty would never become reliable rulers again. The king ordered Maximilian to depart for the north before Montpellier could interfere in royal affairs. Maximilian left the capital along with reinforcements marching through thick snow toward Balarhard, although exhaustion spread among the soldiers during the relentless winter march. While riding through a blizzard, mercenary captain Antoine praised the second prince's determination. Deputy Commander Heim observed Maximilian carefully as the young prince tried to catch his breath during the arduous journey. Anxiety spread among the escort after Aram noticed the prince's pale face. Maximilian calmly dispelled their worries and reminded the knights that reaching the north quickly was more important than his health. Snow covered the mountain paths, as Aram suddenly spotted a group of strangers slowly approaching from the frozen wilderness far away. Suspicion rose in the soldiers' hearts as Aram ordered his men to investigate the strangers. Refugees fleeing from Balerhard explained that Count Balerhard had ordered an evacuation because the northern fortress was preparing. Confusion was clear on Maximilian's face after hearing that even civilians believed Winter Castle was about to fall to the enemy. Without a moment's delay, the prince ordered the entire group to accelerate toward the north. Although the weather worsened, a fierce blizzard engulfed the mountain path as biting winds whipped the marching soldiers. Faint voices suddenly reached Maximilian's ears from ahead in the valley. Strange anthems echoed through the frozen mountains before dark flags slowly appeared from the dense curtain of snow. Balerhard's soldiers emerged from a storm, while loudly singing an ancient northern military anthem echoing between the icy peaks. The marching song surprised Maximilian, as the northern warriors continued to march proudly despite being surrounded by the freezing blizzard. A ranger captain named Jordan quickly ordered the soldiers to salute. After realizing the second prince had arrived with reinforcements from the capital, Jordan respectfully introduced himself and advised Maximilian to leave the supply wagons behind so the group could travel faster through the dangerous weather. Northern soldiers immediately volunteered to guide the prince's forces through the snowy paths while continuing to belt out the marching anthem. The atmosphere gradually changed as the freezing wilderness was filled with confident voices. Curiosity appeared on Maximilian's face as he asked Jordan about the strange song that the northern soldiers kept chanting. Jordan explained that it was the anthem of winter. Astonishment was clear on Maximilian's face after learning the original lyrics were supposedly written by his brother a long time ago. Jordan explained that the blizzard had raged just like this on the day the first prince had once come to Winter Castle. Maximilian noticed how warmly the northern soldiers still spoke of his brother's actions, causing the northern soldiers to laugh loudly as if they were familiar with this strange weather. Jordan proudly declared that the group had finally arrived at the kingdom's northernmost frontline fortress, Winter Castle. Horror filled Maximilian's eyes as a massive fortress slowly appeared behind snow-covered mountains and icy walls. A heavy silence settled in as the prince immediately recognized the traces of destruction covering the entrance to the castle. Destroyed structures and scattered corpses showed a fierce battle had just occurred around Winter Castle. Unease spread on Maximilian's face while he observed the unfinished repair work. Some armored soldiers suddenly approached from inside the fortress. The returning patrol was quickly blocked by strange knights at the entrance. Maximilian acted thoughtlessly and pretended they had only just fought a few troublemakers while on patrol to avoid suspicion. The gatekeepers reluctantly accepted the explanation after the prince loudly pressed them to stop asking questions. Excitement was clear among the guards when they realized reinforcements from the capital had finally arrived at Winter Castle safe. Confusion followed quickly when Maximilian was introduced as the second prince, while a blonde knight standing nearby was revealed to be the first prince. Astonished expressions spread across the fortress entrance as the soldiers did not understand why the two brothers did not recognize each other. Maximilian carefully observed the blonde knight standing in front of him and slowly realized this man looked very similar to a member of the royal family. Confusion spread on the prince's face as he compared the knight's facial features to his memories of his brother. A tense silence fell as Maximilian finally understood that this knight was nearly a perfect physical replica of the first prince. Crumbled orc corpses covered the frozen road as the prince's group entered the northern fortress after many days of marching. Cold winds swept across the ruined battlefield, while the blonde prince silently observed the damaged walls and nearby exhausted soldiers. The prince felt uneasy as he realized how frequently the northern army had to face savage attacks. Countless orc corpses still lay scattered on the snow, while the fortress stood resiliently against another invasion. A red-haired knight laughed confidently and explained that repeated battles had finally made even horrific enemies seem ordinary in the eyes of the veterans. Guards gathered near the entrance as an important figure emerged from inside the fortress to greet the guests. Commander Balorhard officially welcomed the royal guests and expressed his respect for the kingdom's famous Silver Lion family. Trumpet sounds echoed across the snowy fortress, while soldiers proudly raised their banners in front of the present knights and nobles. The heavy city gate slowly opened as the Northern Army paid homage to the royal family's steadfast support during years of relentless war. The blonde prince expressed sincere gratitude for the warriors who had sacrificed their lives to protect the northern border. Some knights silently observed the prince with surprise, because his calm demeanor was completely different from the malicious rumors surrounding him. After the greeting ceremony ended, the commander led the royal guests deeper into the fortress to continue the visit. The prince dined with his younger brothers, while they carefully observed the sudden change in his attitude. Confusion filled the room as the blonde prince calmly ate with a refined demeanor. His younger brothers silently felt that the prince had become an entirely different person. The prince cheerfully spoke about Winter Castle while expressing unexpected interest in the dangerous northern battlefield. Instead of fearing the constant monster attacks, he openly admired the relentless battles. His unusual reaction left everyone around him speechless, because no one expected that someone from the royal palace could enjoy such harsh conditions. The prince calmly asked for detailed explanations about the current situation at Winter Castle. The commander revealed that monster armies attacked every few days. Although the Northern Army consistently defended this land, the enemy casualty count strangely did not reduce the scale of the invading force. Reports from scouts confirmed that at least 4 Legion commanders had led nearly 18,000 monsters toward the north. The heavy atmosphere in the dining hall became increasingly oppressive as everyone realized the war situation had become much worse than expected. Balorhard's soldiers and nobles maintained a surprisingly calm and composed appearance, demonstrating the confidence tempered by surviving countless battles in the frozen north. The blonde prince noticed that the northerners had adapted to hardship much better than ordinary nobles. The prince's younger brother secretly reflected on how different the first prince looked compared to the terrifying rumors. Instead of behaving arrogantly, the blonde prince showed curiosity and discipline. By the end of the discussion, his younger brother silently admitted that the person standing in front of him was like an entirely different human being. The prince then shifted the discussion to the mysterious Orc King mentioned in military reports. Some officers doubted the creature's existence because no one had ever seen the monster leading the armies with their own eyes. The prince described a giant spear flying through the sky from a distant mountain range. Astonishment spread throughout the conference room after the soldier revealed that the giant spear had actually struck near the castle wall. Some officers argued that orcs could not have thrown siege weapons across such an unimaginable distance without assistance. The prince's younger brother recalled the time the first prince had visited Iron Lion Castle. Those memories led him to believe that the prince's abilities had never been normal. Curious about the hidden truth, he secretly wondered why such impressive achievements had never spread throughout the kingdom. The prince then shifted the discussion to the mysterious Orc King mentioned in military reports. Some officers doubted the existence of such a creature because no one had ever witnessed the monster leading the armies with their own eyes. The prince described a giant spear flying through the sky from a distant mountain range. Astonishment spread throughout the conference room after the soldier revealed that the giant spear had actually struck near the castle wall. A dark, tense atmosphere filled the room as the prince criticized the officers. Some officers argued that orcs could not have thrown siege weapons across such an unimaginable distance without assistance. The prince coldly challenged them to decide whether to believe in evidence from the battlefield or in their own speculations. The prince's younger brother immediately admitted that he was only trying to confirm the unbelievable information. The atmosphere eased slightly after he sincerely bowed his head to apologize before the commanders and knights present. A long silence stretched across the conference room while everyone pondered the prince's sharp judgment and unexpected authority. Even veteran officers began to reconsider their perspectives. After witnessing the prince's serious attitude toward the growing northern threat, the commander finally suggested a short break before continuing the important strategic meeting. Someone quietly approached him and asked how the prince knew about the strange changes in the orc forces. The blonde prince calmly dodged the suspicion by explaining that he had studied ancient tales and forgotten legends over the years. Memories of stealing the Founder King's sword and practicing forbidden techniques flashed through the prince's mind during the conversation. Although he answered casually, the prince secretly reflected on the unusual events that had completely changed his current body and abilities. Memories of stealing the Founder King's sword and practicing forbidden techniques flashed through the prince's mind during the conversation. Thanks to those dangerous experiences, he believed that no one would suspect his obsession with ancient heroes and forgotten history. Meanwhile, the prince quietly assessed that his younger brother possessed the talent, discipline, and qualities worthy of leading the kingdom in the future. The prince understood that a massive catastrophe would soon spread across the continent without warning. The appearance of powerful enemies, including monster kings and hidden races, would eventually pull the entire world into an endless war. Knowing the dangers ahead, he realized the kingdom needed a ruler capable of surviving absolute chaos. Standing proudly on a battlefield covered in corpses, the prince held his weapon high while reminiscing about countless battles from the past. He believed that true leadership required sacrificing weakness and destroying dangerous enemies without hesitation. The prince finally accepted that only someone with his experience could end the approaching era of destruction and chaos. Inside the fortress, the first prince organized the defense forces and ordered the remaining units to reinforce the castle wall. Among the gathering soldiers, a few showed clear signs of unease. The prince noticed their reaction and quietly observed the atmosphere spreading through the ranks. The army had been reorganized into a unified force under Balarhard's command, making this decision look as if central authority had been bypassed. After reviewing the situation, the prince explained that inexperienced recruits could not be expected to fight monsters on the front lines. His confidence remained steady because he believed those worries would vanish once the real battle began. He joked that the administrative burden had largely been shifted to him, thereby increasing his influence in the army. Curiosity led the prince to ask about the knight's personal goals. For a long time, he had thought his path had ended, but new possibility had appeared before his eyes, providing direction for the ambitions he had almost given up on. Determination was evident on his face as he admitted that those ambitions had returned. Instead of just being a commander, he wanted to pursue something greater. The knight revealed his desire to challenge the terrifying war god. Hearing that declaration, the prince showed clear surprise. Instead of mocking that dream, the knight explained that the prince's actions had inspired him. Through recent events, he had found both purpose and goals for the years ahead. Confusion remained on the prince's face as the conversation took an unexpected turn before he could respond. A loud noise echoed throughout the fortress. Suddenly, the alarm horn sounded in the ramparts. Guards immediately turned their attention toward the castle wall, while tension spread among the defensive ranks. Reacting immediately, the prince rushed to determine the cause. Reports quickly confirmed that combat readiness was maintained and no internal issues had occurred. At the foot of the fortress, orc groups were advancing while carrying ladders and siege equipment. Tattered flags flapped above the incoming army as they charged toward the defensive system. Worry replaced confusion as he demanded an explanation for the alarm. The sudden signal indicated that new developments had appeared outside the castle wall. A sudden alarm bell drew the prince's attention toward the battlefield. Looking outside the wall, he immediately realized the enemy force was approaching and understood that the attack had begun. Without hesitation, the defenders prepared to take the hit. The enemy's assault struck the wall with full force, shaking stone and wood as the battle officially began. Instead of just defending, he instructed the army to attack actively to break the enemy's momentum. Reacting quickly, the prince ordered the soldiers to block every ladder reaching the wall. Meanwhile, archers fired fire arrows from atop the wall. Defenders grabbed their weapons and took their positions wherever a gap appeared. Fire projectiles rained down on the attacking ranks, spreading fire and causing panic among the vanguard. Amidst the chaos, the prince briefly pondered how intense the war had become in just a single day. The scale of the conflict exceeded even his expectations. Before he could focus on that thought, another knight rushed over and pulled him back to reality. The warning came just in time as danger was approaching the wall. Breathing heavily, the knight reminded him that high-ranking nobles often became the enemy's primary targets. Nearby, a giant orc warrior pushed through the fray and threatened the defenders. Its presence immediately drew attention from surrounding soldiers. After receiving support, the knight explained that losing key commanders only made the enemy's morale strong. Understanding the danger, the prince requested support from Sir Aram. Reinforcements reacted immediately and moved to the threatened position. Observing the crowded wall, the knight warned that too many warriors would hinder each other. Careful organization remained necessary despite the emergency combat situation. Following orders, reserve soldiers stayed behind, while only selected knights engaged the enemy directly. That disciplined reaction deeply impressed many defenders. As the prince watched his comrades rush into battle, he noticed they had changed significantly since their last meeting. An elite group of knights suddenly joined the fight on the wall. Their appearance immediately changed the atmosphere as they slashed through the advancing orcs with expert precision. Leading the charge, Sir Dunham fought beside his comrades and exchanged brief looks of recognition with familiar faces. Observing from nearby, the prince realized that some powerful knights had secretly stayed among the mercenary ranks. Across the wall, fierce clashes continued as knights and soldiers pushed back wave after wave of attacks. Orc corpses piled up. However, more enemies continued to advance from behind. The force attacking the wall looked thinner than before, as if a part of the enemy army had moved elsewhere. Fear spread among the defenders when the seemingly endless numbers could no longer be ignored. Reports quickly confirmed another strange development. The Winter Scale Knights had vanished from the wall and could not be found among the fighting forces. Looking toward the fortress gate, the prince spotted a large formation gathering in front of the main gate. A disturbing possibility crossed his mind as he thought about their goal. Opening the gate while under siege would put the fortress in unimaginable danger. Not long after, a command echoed across the battlefield, and the massive gate began to open. The defenders watched in horror while the entrance slowly revealed the force outside. The orcs rushed toward the gap, hoping for an opportunity to break through the fortress's defense system. The situation looked catastrophically dangerous before panic could spread. A powerful anthem echoed throughout the area. Ancient words spread across the battlefield, accompanied by a growing wave of blue energy. The source of the anthem quickly revealed itself as Andero of the 3rd Legion stepped forward. Blue magic power flowed around the soldiers gathering behind him. Energy continued to gather while the anthem described frozen mountains and silent walls. The warriors moved forward in sync, as if empowered by the same force. Recognizing this phenomenon, the prince immediately ordered everyone to prepare for the effect of the incoming magic. Empowered by the Legion's magic, the prince plunged into enemy ranks and cut down many orcs in a single charge. Rumors from the capital echoed in the prince's mind, reminding him of how many people had once doubted his abilities. Even though he had been targeted by those accusations, the reality unfolding on the battlefield proved otherwise. Every strike demonstrated a level of skill completely contrary to his old reputation. Sunlight reflected off his armor as he pushed deeper into the fray. Determination remained evident in his eyes as enemy warriors fell before him. Countless criticisms resurfaced in his memory, including claims that he was incompetent and unworthy of his position. Those words had followed him for years. Instead of dwelling on whether those accusations were true or false, he focused on one certainty. The battlefield itself would provide the answer. Many soldiers watched in amazement as the prince continued to advance. The sight before them seemed impossible compared to everything they had believed before. Suddenly, the prince ordered Sir Aram to follow him to another area of the battlefield. This request immediately met with opposition from those around him. After the battle, a knight received notice that the first prince wanted to meet him privately once the battlefield had been cleared. The message left him pensive as he thought about everything he had witnessed during the conflict. While reflecting on the battle, he remembered countless rumors that had once surrounded the prince. Suspicion was evident on his face as he compared those stories with the actions he had witnessed firsthand on the battlefield. Holding the captured enemy flag high above his head, the prince declared victory to the surrounding soldiers. Cheers quickly spread throughout the exhausted defensive ranks. Confusion remained on some faces as they tried to understand how the situation had turned so drastically. As questions continued to spread through the ranks, he turned to Captain Antoine and prepared to explain his conclusion. Looking toward the prince, the knight realized the truth was completely different from the reputation spreading across the kingdom. Instead of looking incompetent or helpless, the first prince had shown leadership and courage. Adrian proudly displayed the flags he had collected and declared victory in the ongoing competition between them. Vincent remained calm while calculating the achievements differently. Adrian counted 19 flags from defeated enemies and believed his advantage was certain. Vincent applied military standards, converting larger achievements into an equivalent number of flags. The count after Vincent's adjustment far exceeded Adrian's result by a large margin. Adrian watched in amazement as his confidence vanished. He immediately realized this competition was much more disadvantageous to him. Nearby soldiers teased Adrian for daring to compete with Vincent's extraordinary achievements. They pointed out that even experienced commanders needed years to accumulate similar accomplishments. Adrian lamented his fatigue after the recent battles. However, the soldiers continued to tease him playfully. They recalled his initial confidence, refusing to accept that he was suddenly showing weakness. Surrounded by laughter, Adrian protested their unfair assessment. His expression shifted from annoyance to contemplation. While the soldiers still treated the conversation as harmless entertainment, Adrian strongly declared that an orc unit was not a challenge for him. Carrying the captured flags, he boasted that even a much larger force would fail. While observing the happy exchange, Adrian realized a strange feeling. The intimate joking between the royal knight and the soldiers revealed trust and unity. Adrian assigned the task of cleaning the battlefield to the soldiers, even if they complained. Although he treated them strictly, their reaction showed respect for his leadership. Adrian ordered the soldiers to start the cleaning task, and they obeyed. Observing from behind, he noticed that no one truly opposed his authority. He quietly watched them. Their actions, expressions, and discipline showed genuine respect, making it impossible for him to misunderstand their loyalty. Some knights approached Adrian and praised his courage in battle. Their admiration was genuine, and their words reflected joy at his safe return. Adrian listened to the praise with a calm expression and gradually understood their feelings. Memories of those in the capital surfaced in his mind. Their praise often sounded like encouragement given to a child. Comparing those memories with his current situation, Adrian felt embarrassed by the attention. Even so, he realized that respect. Adrian reflected on his older brother, who possessed the dignity a mature noble should have. The comparison reminded him that he still had a long way to grow. A silver-haired knight stepped forward and respectfully asked for permission to greet the first prince. Adrian accepted the request without hesitation, maintaining a composed demeanor. Receiving permission, the knight expressed gratitude with clear excitement. The surrounding knights watched attentively, while Adrian remained focused, sensing the importance of the upcoming meeting. The knights suddenly surrounded Adrian with praise and friendly interest. Their enthusiasm made him feel strange and confused because they treated him much more warmly. Adrian wondered about the sudden change in attitude while observing their cheerful behavior. A knight explained that many members had volunteered to join. Understanding their background, Adrian thought about the hardships they had endured. The mission required entering hostile territory, forcing talented soldiers to face constant danger. Adrian realized why these knights had chosen such a difficult position. Harsh conditions, constant battles, and limited recognition had created a burden that few would accept. A knight noticed Adrian's pensive expression and advised him to be patient. Adrian was silent, quietly analyzing the situation while piecing together the reasons. His thoughts flew to the capital, where life remained peaceful and orderly. Far from a northern border, most of the people were enjoying peace without witnessing the growing conflict. Outside the safety of the capital, the northern region had been swallowed by war. The orc force had expanded its power, turning scattered threats into an organized enemy kingdom. Amidst the chaos, the Leonberg bloodline continued to increase its influence and power. Their achievements were constantly expanding, establishing a formidable force. Adrian reflected on how these transformations remained hidden from those observing from afar. Few in the capital understood the scale of the change occurring. At night in the barracks, Adrian met Antoine, leader of a mercenary group stationed near the northern front. Adrian asked Antoine about his contract with the royal family and future plans. Antoine replied cautiously, explaining that mercenary life had little certainty. Instead of talking about routine employment, Adrian shifted the conversation elsewhere. He observed Antoine thoroughly. Adrian proposed a personal contract and listened as Antoine explained his group's value. Although they lacked wealth and status, the mercenaries did not act for money alone. Adrian focused on Antoine's capabilities. He realized the flaws in the mercenaries' mana development. Recognizing the weaknesses created by crude training, Adrian promised to refine mana techniques for Antoine, helping him overcome the limitations that had stifled his progress for years. He explained that Antoine's current foundation was based on accumulating impure mana. This method created power, but prevented the construction of a truly solid path of progress. Using flowing mana as an example, Adrian described the difference between proper refinement and crude development. Equivalent levels could still create an overwhelming gap in actual combat ability. The explanation opened up a future Antoine had never imagined. Seemingly ordinary advice carried knowledge capable of changing his strength far beyond his current limits. Adrian calmly demonstrated refined mana control before Antoine, letting the energy flow smoothly around his body. Antoine remained skeptical, thinking that mere talk proved nothing. Instead of reacting negatively, Adrian accepted the challenge and prepared to provide stronger evidence. Leaning forward with confidence, Adrian asserted that credibility depended on the speaker. His calm attitude showed certainty, forcing Antoine to reconsider his initial doubts and assumptions. Antoine demanded proof to back those bold claims. Secretly realizing Adrien's unusual ability, he dismissed his usual skepticism. Adrian accepted the request and proposed terms for the contract. The offer carried an unexpected condition, revealing ambitions that went far beyond. Adrian declared that the agreement would remain in effect until he became king. The startling declaration turned a simple negotiation into a commitment tied to the kingdom's future. Adrian asked Antoine about the mana stored in his heart. Confident in his ability, Antoine immediately affirmed he had complete understanding. Drawing his weapon, Antoine activated his mana and publicly unleashed his power. Energy surged around him as he prepared to demonstrate everything. Adrian observed the performance without interrupting while Antoine showed off his skills. The display demonstrated confidence and experience. Antoine unleashed a sword song and performed a technique capable of severing weapons. Finishing the performance, Antoine looked forward to having his achievement recognized. Adrian showed little surprise. Antoine explained that sword songs were widely recognized and very difficult to achieve. He had spent significant effort, time, and resources before finally mastering it. Recalling past hardships, Antoine told stories of years of training under a talented mercenary. That investment had taken away almost everything he had. Adrian listened in silence before revealing that most sword songs followed similar principles. The difference was only in the degree, but their foundation was not as unique as Antoine thought. The answer hit Antoine harder than any blow on the battlefield. His confidence collapsed instantly when the value he had attached to that technique suddenly became much less special. Seeing precious sword songs traded like commodities had deeply changed Adrien's perspective. This situation exposed how many traditions were being poorly managed outside the influence of the major families. Adrian decided the deal needed to be revised and announced new terms. Adrian reflected on martial anthems and inherited techniques passed down through noble bloodlines. Even legitimate heirs had to meet strict requirements before gaining access. When he proposed a 20-year contract, Antoine reacted immediately, astonished by the unexpected condition. Antoine opposed the 20-year contract, arguing it was excessive. Adrian remained unflinching, believing that even such a long agreement was not yet worth the value he was providing. Adrian demonstrated a deeper principle of swordsmanship through flowing mana and precise movements. The technique described mountains, rivers, and honored spirits. Observing the performance, Antoine felt an overwhelming gap in quality. What was appearing before his eyes went far beyond the familiar sword songs. Adrian continued to perform, shaping refined energy with gentle control. Each movement had a purpose, transforming simple sword techniques into something much more complete and profound. Antoine remembered how many years he had spent learning a sword anthem and suddenly doubted its value. Compared to Adrienne's performance, the technique he had once cherished became noticeably limited and flawed. The comparison shattered Antoine's confidence in his previous assumptions. For the first time, he understood that true refinement created an unbridgeable gap. Adrian calmly asked Antoine to reconsider the value of both the anthem and 20 years of service. The question forced him to reevaluate everything he had once believed. Giving Antoine time to think, Adrian showed patience while observing his reaction. Yet beneath that calm attitude was the certainty that the final decision would lean in his favor. As mana gathered around Antoine, a colossal, ethereal figure manifested behind him. Facing the overwhelming knowledge of Adrian, he realized that hesitation could no longer be sustained. The first prince requested several skilled rangers, not for a routine patrol, but for a special mission in the northern mountains, where unusual activity had begun to catch his attention. Even though his aide suggested that there were already enough scouts, the prince made it clear that he was not preparing for just another reconnaissance trip. With a calm expression, he revealed his intention to organize a hunt, explaining that a group of orcs had just appeared in the mountains and needed to be dealt with. Because the orc war chief had been silent for nearly 2 months, despite previously leading frequent movements in the region, the prince decided that instead of waiting for the enemy to strike first, gathering information through direct action would be more effective than sitting idle. He used that experience to justify his decision and reinforce his argument before his concerned aide. After a moment of hesitation, the aide accepted the prince's reasoning and agreed to send additional personnel to support the trip. Though still worried, the prince set aside the discussion, preparing to depart while the selected members gathered equipment and finalized the last tasks for the journey. Among the participants was Adelia, a young female warrior facing her first deployment. The prince understood that Adelia possessed significant potential. However, her limited battlefield experience meant she could not yet fully unleash the capabilities a true knight needed. Believing that future conflicts would be far more dangerous, he viewed this mission as an opportunity for her to grow and hoped she would accumulate valuable experience. As preparations continued, several members of the Iron Lion Division appeared and announced that they had been sent to escort the prince on the campaign. Their arrival surprised the group, but the prince quickly accepted the additional support and assessed the new members joining the trip. Not long after, 2 seasoned mercenaries introduced themselves and proudly presented their experience surviving the harsh conditions of the mountains. Thanks to their tracking skills and familiarity with the wilderness, the prince recognized their value and welcomed them as the hunting party finally set off. After seeing more allies join the trip, the first prince suspected that powerful figures were quietly observing his actions and evaluating his capabilities through this mission. Instead of worrying, he accepted the situation and prepared the group to depart, believing that refusing support would only attract more attention. Unexpectedly, his uncle appeared at the city gates to see the team off, causing a bit of confusion before the prince realized the visit was just a farewell. Standing next to the fortress he had protected for years, the veteran knight reminded the prince of his responsibilities and urged him to return safely from the mountains. Meanwhile, the prince noticed how much the older man resembled his father, both sharing a similar serious attitude toward duty and family. Without further delay, he gathered everyone and officially ordered the expedition to begin its journey into the snow-covered wilderness. Far from the castle, the hunting party advanced through the Blade Mountains, carefully navigating the thick snow while searching for signs of hostile creatures. Several hunters scanned the surroundings and remained on high alert, knowing that the enemy could be hiding anywhere among the frozen hills and forests. Suddenly, movement exploded ahead of the group as a massive figure lunged out from the snow, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A terrifying ogre emerged from the mountainside. Its glowing eyes and massive frame showed that it was far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. Instantly, the knights, mercenaries, and attendants shifted into combat stances, while assessing the threat looming before them. Although tension spread through the formation, the prince remained calm and carefully observed the battlefield as events unfolded. Roaring fiercely, the ogre charged into a nearby pack of orcs and demonstrated overwhelming strength that made the frozen ground tremble. Instead of retreating, several warriors encouraged their comrades to stay calm, realizing this creature was powerful but not unbeatable from a safe distance. The prince watched the collision begin and prepared to take control of the situation once the battle with the beast officially kicked off. Before long, an orc chieftain surged forward while chanting support for its king, demonstrating complete devotion even as the danger became overwhelming. Observing from behind the front lines, the first prince noted the strange behavior and became intrigued by the enemy's unexpected discipline. In a fit of rage, the ogre tore apart nearby enemies with terrifying strength, while the surrounding orcs eagerly followed its orders to charge into battle. Across the battlefield, the warriors prepared for the skirmish. Yet the prince continued to observe instead of ordering an immediate attack. At that moment, Adelia's hidden power began to react to the situation, but the prince intentionally held off on activating. Turning to the young knight, he told her to be patient for a little longer, because the battle had not yet reached the stage he was waiting for. Meanwhile, the ogre continued to fight relentlessly, crushing opponents and becoming even more savage as the struggle dragged on. Some observers noticed a disturbing change in the monster's body, indicating that something far more dangerous was beginning to emerge. A crimson glow spread across the monster's body as its muscles bulged and its presence became noticeably stifling. Confusion quickly spread among the members of the hunting party, because no one expected an ogre to be capable of such a drastic transformation. Keeping calm amidst the uncertainty, the first prince identified the monster as a true ogre, a rare creature revealing its natural and complete form. As the transformation completed, the beast revealed why ogres were feared across the continent, displaying colossal strength and natural killing instincts. Even so, the prince continued to restrain Adelia, believing the perfect moment for her to grow had not yet arrived. Instead of destroying the monster himself, he decided to use this battle as an opportunity to awaken a future swordmaster and prepare her for the greater wars ahead. Realizing the battle had reached a crucial moment, the first prince finally decided that Adelia was ready to face the challenge he had prepared for her. Golden energy began to surround the young knight as she stepped forward, drawing strength from her training and focusing entirely on the monstrous enemy ahead. Meanwhile, the prince watched intently because he believed a true knight could win by overcoming the limits that ordinary warriors considered impossible. Facing the transformed, true ogre, Adelia recalled sword techniques passed down from ancient giant hunters, a style created specifically to slay powerful creatures. Through that inherited technique, she understood the essence of the monster before her and realized it was a remnant of an ancient bloodline linked to the Titans. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful attack, forcing the giant monster to react as the battle entered a new phase. Despite being hit, the true ogre stood its ground and displayed overwhelming vitality, proving its durability was far superior to ordinary monsters. At the same time, fragments of ancient knowledge flowed through Adelia's mind, revealing stories of the Titans who once shaped the world. Farther up the battlefield, the prince observed her progress and realized the awakening he expected was gradually taking place. Drawing upon his own power, the first prince activated an ancient ability linked to creation and the origins of the world. Layers of energy gathered around him as multiple forces responded to his command, fortifying the battlefield and supporting the transformation process taking place. Instead of seeking personal glory, he used that power to lead Adelia's growth, ensuring her potential would be fully awakened in the fight against the true ogre. Amidst the falling snow, The armored knight pondered the unusual circumstances surrounding the expedition. Doubt still lingered in her heart as she wondered why the first prince would allow someone as timid as her to join such a dangerous journey through the mountains. While the soldiers remained on high alert, her attention shifted to the frozen battlefield ahead. A slight disturbance in the snow quickly pulled her focus away from the unanswered questions. Reacting immediately, the knight lunged forward and swung her sword. The surprise attack exposed a red beast hiding nearby and preparing to ambush the group. A sharp smile appeared on her face. After the blow successfully hit its target, the pain forced the monster to reveal itself. However, it still had enough strength to threaten everyone present. Across the snowy field, the enraged monster charged with terrifying force. At the same time, she sensed an unusual pressure blanketing the area and carefully observed its source. Instead of retreating, the knight charged straight at the enemy. Her fearless decision astonished the soldiers watching from behind and highlighted her growing self-confidence. Before the beast could recover, another attack followed. An agile movement brought her out of its reach, allowing a precise slash to cut through its defenses. The momentum was entirely in her hands as she continued her assault. Every movement was controlled, forcing the monster to back away with little chance of counterattack. From a nearby position, the first prince watched the battle in silence. What was unfolding before him proved the significant progress she had made throughout the expedition. After a fierce exchange, the knight briefly encountered the prince. Their coordination reminded the onlookers that his support had played a crucial role in the battle's success. Behind them, some soldiers remained cautious and avoided interfering. Charging in recklessly could break the rhythm of the battle and create unnecessary danger. Suddenly, a warning diverted everyone's attention elsewhere. Another threat had appeared along the mountain route and was rushing toward their position. From afar, a large force of green-skinned enemies was swarming it. Their arrival turned the conflict into a much larger-scale battle. Astonishment spread among the soldiers as the situation unfolded exactly as the knight had predicted. Her judgment and battlefield awareness had improved significantly. By the end of the skirmish, the bodies of the defeated enemies covered the snowy ground. Standing among the fallen foes, the knight earned another victory alongside the prince and the expedition force at her side. Facing the expedition force, a giant orc warrior stepped through the snow. Instead of launching an attack, the monster seemed to be communicating. Confused by the unusual behavior, the soldiers listened carefully while the orc continued to growl and speak. After observing the exchange, they realized the monster was attempting to propose a formal challenge instead of engaging in direct combat. Not long after, the meaning became clear to everyone present. The orc chieftain wanted to resolve the conflict through an honorable duel, believing a single fight would decide the outcome more fairly than a prolonged battle. Despite looking worried, he immediately took responsibility for answering the challenge. Questions arose among the soldiers about the danger of that decision. However, the prince kept his calm demeanor, showing no signs of hesitation even when facing a powerful enemy leader. Before anyone could protest further, he moved into position and prepared to fight. Excitement and confidence radiated from his face as he welcomed the chance to challenge himself against the orc general. Observing from behind, a soldier admitted that the expedition had handled the encounter unexpectedly well. The tense atmosphere gradually eased as both sides prepared to respect the duel. Against everyone's expectations, the prince agreed to the orc's request without issue. His willingness to acknowledge the enemy's customs caught the attention of the warriors standing nearby. Respect quickly formed between the two rivals, impressed that a human understood their traditions. Without another moment's hesitation, the prince lunged across the snowy battlefield. His sword slashed through the air as the duel officially began. The orc chieftain officially accepted the fight and prepared to battle with his full strength. Heavy attacks followed from both sides as steel clashed with raw power. Despite the difference in size, the prince kept up with the orc's movements and prevented the enemy from gaining the upper hand. Watching the clash from a distance, the soldiers could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Each exchange displayed skill and precision far beyond what they had expected from the first prince. Meanwhile, the orc chieftain unleashed a crimson aura and revealed his true level of power. Instead of retreating, the prince continued to take every attack head-on. His mastery of swordsmanship allowed him to challenge an opponent who should have been far superior to him. As the duel became increasingly fierce, blue energy gathered around his blade and shattered the ground beneath his feet. Standing face-to-face with a warrior many feared, the first prince displayed talent that exceeded all expectations. Astonishment spread across the orc leader's face as the outcome of the duel became undeniable. A deep wound marked the final exchange, proving that the first prince had successfully overwhelmed a foe feared throughout the mountains. With a decisive slash, the prince knocked the orc back and ended the battle. Blood splattered across the snow as the defeated warrior fell under the power of the blow. Silence blanketed the battlefield as the prince lowered his sword. Even so, he remained cautious, carefully observing the injured orc in case the enemy still had the strength to continue fighting. A satisfied smile appeared on the prince's face as he acknowledged the fallen warrior. Respect governed his actions, and he viewed the duel as a fierce competition rather than a simple victory. Members of the expedition gradually relaxed after witnessing the result. Relief replaced the tension as they realized the dangerous confrontation had finally concluded. Instead of celebrating immediately, the prince bowed his head slightly and collected his thoughts. The difficult battle had demanded tremendous effort, even though it ended in his favor. Nearby, a young girl hurried toward him after seeing the duel end. Worry was evident on her face as she wondered if the threat had truly passed. Before she could approach, the prince quickly stopped her. His attention remained fixed on the blood covering the battlefield and the risks that still surrounded the area. Embarrassment mixed with disappointment appeared on the girl's face when she was forced to keep her distance. Even so, she understood that his warning was to protect her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she observed from afar. Though his actions might have seemed cold, she still recognized the concern hidden behind his words. Meanwhile, the expedition surveyed the battlefield covered in fallen orcs. The victory secured the mountain route and eliminated a major threat blocking their path. When all preparations were complete, the group continued their journey through the snow-covered wilderness. Their formation stretched along the mountain path as they continued toward their destination. While marching, reports came in from nearby rangers monitoring the land. Abnormal activity by local creatures indicated that something larger was influencing the region. After considering the information, the prince concluded that an overwhelming scent was driving away ordinary monsters. The absence of weaker beasts further reinforced his suspicions. Not long after, the rangers pointed to a distant location hidden in the forest. Realizing a powerful enemy might still be nearby, the expedition immediately prepared for another confrontation. As the expedition advanced through the snowy forest, several giant creatures suddenly appeared ahead. Their massive frames and fierce expressions immediately showed they were far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. A fierce roar echoed through the mountains as the pack charged toward the group. Snow flew everywhere under their feet as the soldiers quickly tightened their formation to prepare for battle. After a brief assessment, the first prince identified these creatures as trolls. The announcement immediately heightened tension among the expedition members as everyone understood the threat such monsters posed. Many battles continued over the following days as the expedition pushed deeper into the mountains. Constant fighting tested the endurance of both soldiers and commanders. Throughout those encounters, the night continued to become stronger. Golden energy surrounded her body as her abilities gradually developed through repeated combat. At that moment, a mysterious reaction occurred within her special power. The strange change caught the prince's attention as he carefully observed the transformation taking place. Information regarding her power began to reveal itself piece by piece. The changes seemed linked to an ancient song related to unfulfilled desires and endless longing. Instead of bringing satisfaction, the power seemed linked to a wish that could never truly be fulfilled. Even after gaining the power, the burden the song carried remained unchanged. An insight awakened in the prince as he analyzed the phenomenon. The connection between the knight's growth and the nature of her power became increasingly clear to him. While examining the information, the prince focused on a single word that stood out above all others. A look of worry appeared on his face as he considered the implications. Although the power carried risks, he still recognized that valuable progress had been made during the expedition. Once the investigation was complete, the group decided to return to Winter Castle. Night had fallen when they began their journey back through the frozen land. Near the end of the return trip, the prince noticed an unusual light in the distance. Looking past the forest, he discovered the castle area was engulfed in chaos. Flames lit up the night sky as signs of a fierce battle spread everywhere. The soldiers quickly realized a major battle was taking place near their destination. Instead of slowing down, the prince immediately chose to advance. Determination filled his face as he ordered the expedition to break through and charge straight toward the conflict. Moving quickly through the snowy forest, the first prince organized the expedition into battle formation. Trusted comrades guarded the front and rear while the group advanced toward the distant battlefield ahead. In front of them, a large enemy commander emerged from the shadows. Its terrifying presence and powerful aura immediately distinguished it from the other monsters around the area. Recognizing the threat, the prince focused his attention on the commander instead of the weaker enemies. Without slowing his pace, the expedition surged forward and launched a direct attack on the enemy leader. The cold, white night blanketed the snowy mountains under the full moon. At the foot of the walls, orcs were attacking in swarms, determined to level Winter Castle. An orc was cut down instantly, blood splattering onto the snow. Captain Vincent Ballerhard roared, urging his soldiers to try and hold on a little longer. Vincent vowed that as soon as today's battle ended, everyone would get to rest. He breathed heavily, trying to regain his composure amidst the bloody mess. Around him, everyone was already too tired to even lift a limb. Vincent thought to himself, if his uncle were here, the city gates would have already been flung open for a counterattack. In his mind, his uncle could wipe out this entire horde in a heartbeat. But the reality was that an orc had just lunged right in front of him with fiery red eyes. Vincent was cornered, the monster's shadow looming over him. A powerful swing forced him to tilt his body and dodge by a hair's breadth. He stumbled, cursing himself to wake up immediately. The monster roared, leaping forward to finish off the weak captain. A powerful footstep stomped down, making the ground tremble. The orc was decapitated before it could even touch the hem of Vincent's cloak. Vincent looked around, dazed, feeling that something had just changed. He suddenly heard a resounding sound from the far side of the mountains. The soldiers cheered loudly when they saw reinforcements advancing from the snowy mountains. First Prince Lionel and his army had officially returned. The soldiers watched, thinking that the prince was their new captain. A silver spear thrust straight into the ground, signaling the start of the counterattack. Orders were passed down to assemble before the gates, with only the first 30 men authorized to sortie. Even the captain was no exception. Vincent was stunned to see his soldiers so bloodthirsty. He gritted his teeth. These kids had acted on their own without orders. The city gates flew open, the shouting drowning out the sound of the wind and snow. Vincent drew his sword and ordered the entire army to charge and annihilate the enemy. The entire army charged into the middle of the monster horde like a whirlwind. It was truly a miraculous sight on the battlefield. The young prince was only 16, yet he had already led the entire city to reclaim the battlefield. Lionel swung his sword, taking down the giant monster in a single blow. The morale of the Winter Castle soldiers exploded more powerfully than ever before. Even the most resilient orcs began to lose their will and turn to flee. Vincent unleashed brilliant blue mana, ready to clear out the remnants of the enemy forces. Powerful slashes tore through the monster's remaining fragile defenses. Lionel and Vincent stood back to back, watching with satisfaction as their enemies retreated. The footsteps of the victors trampled over the orc corpses strewn across the ground. The battlefield now held nothing but smoke and fire as peace returned. The knights on the ramparts breathed a sigh of relief, taking off their heavy helmets. Victory cheers rang out everywhere. Winter Castle was safe. Lionel smiled at the soldiers' adulation. Everyone shouted the name of the first prince in unison, their savior. The whole city cheered to the heavens, chanting the victory of the first prince in one voice. Lionel smiled proudly, his eyes revealing a sense of satisfaction after the long battle. But that smile suddenly faded, and Lionel froze as he felt that something was wrong. A terrifying, murderous intent suddenly washed over him, making his cold sweat pour down. In the darkness, a fiery red, I was observing the entire battlefield with a deadly gaze. The pressure from a pitch-black energy spread, stifling every hope that had just begun to bloom. The accompanying knights could not hide their horror, their breathing becoming rapid with fear. Captain Vincent gritted his teeth, resisting the pressure as sweat streamed down his pale face. Despite the surging fear, Lionel still tried to look behind him to identify the enemy. And then, the uncle appeared from the night with an appearance full of authority and coldness. Lionel shivered, realizing that this terrifying man had moved close to him at some point. All around, soldiers collapsed from being unable to withstand the pressure, some even secretly begging for their lives to be spared. He gritted his teeth, realizing the power of his uncle was truly horrific. His presence was like a ghost of murderous intent covering the entire winter castle. The head of a monster was tossed onto the ground, indicating that a massacre had just taken place elsewhere. Lionel boasted that he had personally taken down 14 ogres and 11 trolls. Vincent wondered why Lionel brought back so many trophies while the uncle had only a single head. The uncle nonchalantly asked back, why bother bringing that pile of useless trash back? The truth was that Lionel had hacked the monsters to pieces, so there was no intact hide left to bring back as proof. He smiled awkwardly, explaining in confusion when he was seen through by his uncle. This was the loot Lionel had obtained after clearing out an elite unit in the mountains. The 2 shaman flags he had just seized would grant him an extremely large number of points. Lionel calculated that he had 39 points, while Vincent had only reached 36. He smirked triumphantly when mentioning the name of the pitiful captain. I won, Lionel declared with extreme arrogance. The news that the captain had been defeated spread quickly, causing Vincent to be made a laughingstock by the soldiers. Vincent roared in protest, accusing Lionel of only knowing how to pick up flags after everything was already done. The soldiers started jeering and teasing, telling the captain that he should just accept the truth. He angrily shouted, asking whose side they were actually on. The soldiers laughed heartily, wondering if Lionel had now become the greatest warrior in the city. The uncle suddenly cleared his throat, pulling out a few more pieces of evidence to announce the final results. He casually stated that Lionel was still far behind, and the actual figure was 59 points. Lionel angrily retorted that his uncle was old, yet still wanted to compete with children. The uncle replied profoundly that a record is something that will never fade away. Vincent sighed wearily, telling Lionel not to argue anymore, because it was clear he could not win against him. The second prince, Maximilian, could only remain silent and watch the comedy of the uncle and nephew. The tense atmosphere from before had vanished, replaced by the bustling joy of the victors. The room was filled with laughter, and hostilities were temporarily cast aside. Everything had changed so quickly compared to the start of last night's battle. The uncle fell into deep thought, his eyes scanning the joyful faces of the soldiers. He wondered to himself if the agility of a commander would be enough to protect the city in the future. The weary but proud soldiers walked along the castle walls under the dawn light that was gradually emerging. The knights still could not fully relax. They knew that the real challenge still lay ahead. Lionel looked out the window pensively, understanding that a few jokes were not enough to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Vincent broke the silence, suggesting that what they had achieved up to this point was already very good. Lionel suddenly remembered a vital issue and immediately turned back to ask for everyone's opinion. He anxiously asked if any reinforcements from the north or the central region were on their way. Maximilian replied with an unoptimistic look that their scattered forces had only just managed to regroup. According to what they had gathered along the way, it seemed there were no reinforcements heading toward Winter Castle at all. Meanwhile, in safe places, the nobility still partied nonchalantly and downplayed the danger of this front line. Lionel cursed angrily. He could not believe the kingdom's leadership could be so indifferent. If this fortress fell, the monsters would swarm through and burn the entire territory with nothing to stop them. They would be the next ones to be butchered. Lionel shouted in resentment. The uncle suddenly placed his hand on Ian's shoulder, signaling the teenager to calm down. He stated with authority that as long as he was here, Winter Castle would never fall. Lionel looked at his uncle, bewildered, wondering if he had reached some supreme realm of power. The uncle smiled with relief, admitting that he himself had not yet fully reached that level. However, he left his sentence hanging, forcing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. A blue aura began to gather in his palm, radiating a terrifying pressure. He felt that power was right at his fingertips. It was just a pity that the preparation time was too short. Time was inherently harsh. It never waited for anyone to perfect themselves. Even so, Lionel still felt an intense hope when looking at the power taking shape in his uncle. But don't worry too much, because we have another trump card. The uncle continued. He mentioned Night Vale, who was known as the nightmare of the orc tribe. That legendary knight had never tasted defeat in any encounter with the green-skinned monsters. Vincent had finished the letters as planned. He decided to rewrite the entire request for reinforcements under his own name. Vincent was still worried, not knowing if the Lord would actually agree to send troops. Ian firmly asserted that they would. The nobles might ignore a prodigal son, like Ian or his sponsoring uncle, but they certainly would not dare to ignore a promising second prince like Vincent. The only question now was whether the reinforcements would arrive in time. Ian suddenly called his younger brother's name very seriously. He told Vincent that if the situation turned for the worse, he must immediately gather the troops and establish a new defensive line right below the fortress. Hearing this, Vincent began to feel uneasy because, as everyone knew, the current forces in the city were at an alarming level. Regardless of what happened, Ian affirmed that he would never abandon the people of Winter Castle. Vincent pointed at his brother's face, reminding him that he himself was also part of the people he was swearing to protect. He advised his brother to take care of himself, because the knights needed Ian's leadership more than anything else. Seeing his younger brother worry about him like that, Ian only offered a faint smile. It was a great comfort when, amidst this slowly rotting Leon Burger royal bloodline, there were still brothers willing to stand up and shoulder the fate of the country. Vincent looked at his brother with eyes full of trust. A panoramic view of Winter Castle, majestic amidst the northern blizzard. For days had passed since the orcs' last attack. The silence was terrifying. Inside the city, Vincent and the generals were still frantically preparing for the battle for survival. The soldiers also took advantage of this time to recover, but everyone understood this was just the calm before the storm. Ian stood high up, observing and preparing his mindset for the upcoming total offensive. At the same time, the uncle was still diligently practicing, blue mana radiating brilliantly around his body. His eyes glowed, the electrical power seemingly reaching a new height. Reinforcements from the central region remained silent. But at the most desperate moment, the knights of House Balahard had returned just in time. Armored warhorses neighed, piercing through the frost fog. The Black Lancers marched heroically into the city. Commander Quion Lithium loudly declared they had completed their mission. Quion knelt and apologized for the delay in front of Ian. Ian smiled. Their return at this moment was nothing less than a spiritual boost for the entire army. Quion expressed his respect, saying he had heard many things about this young prince. It turned out that Vincent frequently boasted about fighting alongside Ian. Hearing this, Vincent behind him could only blush beet red. Quion reminded Ian of something important before entering battle, that the Black Lancers were always the first to rush into the jaws of death to pave the way for victory. Ian looked straight into Quion's eyes, affirming that he was also looking forward to fighting alongside them. Both sides were ready for a battle with no quarter given. Snow was still falling heavily, signaling that a fateful moment was about to come. All soldiers were in position on the ramparts, looking down at the enemy stirring below. Battle drums began to beat rapidly from the orc side. The orcs began to swarm like a flood, their roaring shaking the earth and sky. Vincent was furious when he saw the reinforcements from the capital were still nowhere to be seen. Vincent was stunned to realize a terrifying murderous intent was enveloping the battlefield. Ian realized it was a legendary entity, one that had far exceeded the limits of the orc race. From the darkness, a giant monster began to emerge, its eyes glowing red with bloodlust. A close-up of the orc warlord's fierce, spiked face, with black-red murderous intent radiating like a black sun. The orc warlord officially led the charge, signaling the start of the first round of the Great War. Soldiers were so terrified they dropped their weapons, their footsteps faltering under the pressure of the enemy's aura. Despair covered the soldiers. They trembled without a word. Vincent stood on the castle walls, unable to believe the army's morale had collapsed so quickly even before the battle had truly begun. A soldier's hand tightened around his spear handle in extreme fear. The orc warlord stood towering in the middle of the white snow plain, his red aura radiating as if to swallow the entire fortress. His glowing eyes locked onto his target, bringing a terrifying, deadly pressure. The strength of this entity, far exceeding its species, was gradually crushing the human side's will to fight. Vincent broke out in cold sweat, clearly feeling the massive disparity in power. The guards on the walls froze, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Even Qian Lithium had to admit the current situation was truly serious. In the midst of the stalemate, a lone figure appeared on the highest guard tower of the fortress. Qian looked up, realizing this debt needed to be repaid immediately. Soldiers panicked, pointing to the sky when they saw someone standing precariously on the tower's peak. It was the first prince, standing tall amidst the blizzard and the enemy encirclement. The entire army looked toward the tower peak, not understanding what their prince intended to do in such a dangerous position. Vincent and Qian were stunned, fearing for Ian's safety. Ian drew his sword, the shining blade reflecting the dim light of the blizzard. He swung his sword decisively, ready for the most explosive performance. A confident smile appeared on the prince's lips. He showed no sign of fear before the orc army below. He gripped the trophy flag he had taken from the orc leader earlier. Ian slammed the crimson orc flag onto the guard tower peak like a biting insult toward the enemy. This action immediately caused the army to burst into cheers. Vincent could only shake his head at his brother's improvisation. The soldiers began to get excited, believing this was an omen of a glorious victory to come. Not wasting the moment, Ian raised the Leon Burger battle horn to his lips and blew hard. The majestic sound of the horn echoed throughout the valley, tearing through the gloomy atmosphere covering the fortress. Every promise and determination to protect the kingdom seemed to be conveyed through that heroic sound. Vincent watched his brother shining, his own eyes beginning to burn with determination. He screamed the order for the entire army to prepare for battle. Deep blue lightning mana began to erupt around his body. Mana burned on his sword. Vincent was ready to give his all for the decisive attack. The soldiers' shouting blended with the sound of the horn, creating an intense spiritual resonance. Surrounding the guard tower were the manic blue lightning bolts of the second prince. The current scene was both majestic and threatening. Qian smiled, realizing that these two princes were truly the soul of today's battle. Vincent secretly told himself he couldn't let Ian take all the attention. He had to show the enemy his true power. He gripped his staff, mana accumulating to the point where the surrounding air vibrated violently. A massive source of lightning energy erupted from Vincent, his eyes glowing brilliantly. A huge pillar of lightning descended from above, aiming straight for the center of the advancing orc formation. The devastating lightning strike wiped out thousands of orcs in an instant, turning them into ash before the horror of those remaining alive. Looking down from the castle walls, a large gap had been created right in the heart of the enemy, a glowing road leading to victory. Vincent gasped for air, but was satisfied with the result. Soldiers around cheered endlessly for their command. Qian Lithium raised his hand high, ordering the entire force to prepare for a full-scale counterattack. Black Lancer's front row advance. Qian shouted, encouraging the morale that was soaring high like a kite. The army charged down in unison, spears carrying deep blue lightning lunging straight into the chaotic enemy. The bloodbath officially began. The massive pillar of lightning struck down, hurling a series of orcs into the air in a blink. The explosive power from Vincent's attack tore through the enemy's vanguard formation, creating a horrific scene right in the enemy's heart. However, a dark, red-black murderous intent suddenly erupted from the opposite side, carrying the suffocating pressure of the orc warlord. He began to act, every movement filled with brutality, sweeping everything away in a vortex of blood and red intent. The great war between the two sides officially ignited on an unprecedented scale. This was only the beginning of a long, bloody night. The first round officially began. The fate of the fortress and the kingdom now lay on the swords of the heroes. The massive orc army was thundering toward the fortress. Footsteps echoed under the gloomy sky with heavy snow falling. Soldiers on the ramparts were prepared to fight the monster swarm advancing relentlessly. Soldiers began to counterattack. A soldier shouted orders for the guards to retreat and shoot them down. Another shouted for the knights to target the orc warriors. The large orcs climbed onto the ramparts, swinging weapons violently. Another soldier saw this and screamed, "Infantry, cut the ladders down now." From a distance, Vincent was observing, evaluating the extremely fierce battle. The orcs' tactics were clear. They rushed forward madly like bloodthirsty beasts, a strategy of charging with tens of thousands of troops until the city was broken. His serious eyes watched the battle. His thoughts continued, but on such a large scale, it was enough to become a violent weapon. A view from above down at the dense orc army advancing. He turned to order. "There's no other way. We must use fire. If we lose heavily on the first day because we're stingy with resources, the soldiers' morale will be seriously affected." Immediately, the order was passed on. A red-haired soldier screamed, "Jordan, prepare the oil barrels." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, sir." "Understood, Captain." Urgent shouts rang out. "Bring the supply wagon here quickly." Ian stood looking down at the battlefield, sweat pouring, muttering, "This exceeds my expectations." With the casualties of the soldiers on the walls, the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, while giant orc feet stepped on and walked over them. The rate of resource consumption was prepared. A cart loaded with oil barrels. A soldier hugging a large oil barrel shouted, "Pour the oil." Oil was poured down in torrents, hitting the orcs climbing the ladders. Right after that, a shout rang out, "Light it! Don't hold back! Throw everything down!" The flames erupted violently, burning the monsters. Ian mused and said, "If this battle continues in this attrition style, in less than a week, we'll have to fight them empty-handed." Vincent, standing nearby, could only sweat in silence. Although the entire swarm was burned, the orcs still rushed forward madly, their footsteps thundering. Looking down at the orc army as numerous as grass, a thought flashed through his head. At this rate, Winter Castle will definitely fail. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, a white-haired knight faced two giant orcs. He thought to himself, "Although I lead a debauched life, I have never done anything illegal." The knight's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes revealing fear and anger. "Why did I fall into this hellhole? People always say if you stand next to a bad person, you get struck by lightning, and it's not wrong." Memories flooded back. He remembered the moment he witnessed Ian grabbing a noble by the throat and punching him. Ian had said at that time, "At least the family won't be wiped out." The knight's thoughts continued. "I, Bernardo Eli, have been dragged into trouble just because I stood next to those trashy nobles. At the court where I was brought in unconsciously, I am witness Bernardo Eli. Because I gave unfavorable testimony against the nobles, I brought their hatred upon myself. Since the first trial, I no longer stood in the witness stand, but had to stand in the defendant's box." Eli was falling into a deep pit, surrounded by debris. "Finally, to clear the name that I never committed, I was ordered to join the army to atone for my crimes. When I arrived, Eli was issued weapons and a shield. A cold voice rang out, 'Save your own life, because this place has no time to look after each soldier.' At that time, I was still naive, thinking at most all I had to do was kill those monsters. I had practiced swordsmanship since I was 10. What was that?" Eli was holding his sword, his face confident, surrounded by other soldiers. But the reality was much harsher. How pathetic, right? The bad reputation of Winter Castle didn't come from nothing. Indeed, the North was not a place to be easily underestimated. One by one, they fell. In less than a month, the revelers who came with me had all perished. Among the nobles who came here as criminals, the only survivor was me. Elismeli ditel. If I can't endure it in this place, I'll have the same miserable end as them. Speaking of which, Eli swung his blue glowing sword, slashing hard at an orc. He put his strength into stepping hard on the ground, activating his hidden power. It was the mana heart, that troublesome thing I couldn't throw away even though the family had fallen. Unexpectedly, it had now become my only life buoy. However, his strength was also exhausted. Eli propped his sword on the ground, panting in front of an orc. This rotten world. Even though he was exhausted, Eli still risked his life to swing the sword, inwardly cursing this wretched life. The attack was blocked by the orc. The monster was too strong. It swung its arm, knocking Eli away. He let out a painful scream. The sword slipped from his hand, falling with a clatter onto the cold stone floor. Eli lay on the ground, trying to reach for his sword, groaning horribly. His trembling hand reached for the sword but couldn't touch it. The massive orc's shadow loomed over him, its weapon raised high as it prepared for the final strike. Eli thought in despair, "It's over, it's too late," as he squeezed his eyes shut and surrendered. If he had to die, he just prayed it would be quick. Thwack! A sharp sound rang out and blood splattered everywhere. But the pain he expected never came. A cold voice whispered in his ear, "Oh, you dare close your eyes." Eli snapped his eyes open, stunned to realize Ian had appeared out of nowhere, swinging his sword to slice the massive orc in two. The monster's hulking body collapsed, blood gushing out, and Eli gasped in disbelief. Your Highness." Ian turned back to glare at Eli with ice-cold eyes, suddenly grabbing his collar and shouting, "You idiot! Which squad are you from? Isn't it common sense not to close your eyes in the middle of a battle?" "Elithun, I beg for your forgiveness." Immediately after, Ian charged straight into the surrounding orc horde, shouting, "If you aren't going to fight, then get the hell out of here. You're just in my way." Hearing those words, Eli gritted his teeth, a wave of humiliation washing over him. He tremblingly picked up his sword, muttering, "Damn it, who exactly was it that got me banished to this place anyway?" Watching Ian fighting the orcs so valiantly, and yet he didn't even remember me. "Do you really think I'm going to just give up like this?" Refusing to be defeated, Eli scrambled to his feet and lunged after Ian, a spark of stubbornness igniting in his heart. Ian was relentlessly cutting down orcs, and Eli swung his sword right beside him. From that moment on, for several days straight, he stuck to the Grand Prince's side. Wherever the Grand Prince headed, it was always the fiercest part of the battlefield. I risked my life to follow right on his heels, Eli shouted, charging after Ian. He swung his sword without pause, gritting his teeth and fighting just to stay alive. Then, suddenly a question crossed my mind. Amidst the enemy encirclement, Ian bellowed, "Get the wounded out, pull back. Stop fighting, retreat to the rear." Why on earth are they fighting so recklessly? Caught in such a desperate situation, yet they treat their own lives like nothing more than dust. Lost in thought, Eli was suddenly grabbed by the collar and yanked backward by a strong hand. It was Ian, who had pulled Eli back while simultaneously swinging his sword to take down an approaching orc, leaving Eli startled. Eli sprawled onto the ground, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Ian turned around, his face filled with murderous intent, and barked at him, "You fool! I told you that if you're going to fight like that, you should just get out of here," to which Eli stammered, "I beg for your forgiveness." Eli thought to himself, "Careless. This isn't the time to be distracted. The Grand Prince hasn't even recognized me yet." But then Ian let go of him, his tone turning stern. "If you're going to fight, then do it properly." Eli froze, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Ian's back, asking with deep emotion, "You still remember me?" Ian stepped up from behind and said, "He doesn't show it, but he recognized you a few days ago." She continued, "If you want to fight, then push forward. Otherwise, just fall back." With that, Ian gripped her shield and sword and charged back into the fray. Hearing that, Eli's resolve hardened. "Damn it! Why do they keep telling me to fall back?" He gripped his sword tight and launched himself forward like an arrow. "I'll follow you to the bitter end." This time, Eli swore he wouldn't retreat again. He shouted, his expression fierce, "Even if it kills me, I'm sticking with you." The brutal battle finally subsided, and Eli stood amidst a sea of orc corpses, panting for breath. She propped her sword against the ground, her face smeared with mud and blood, tiredly asking herself, Is it finally over? Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. You said you'd follow me, even if it meant dying? It was Ian, clad in a shimmering golden lion armor, a satisfied smile on his face as he added, "Let's see if you can actually do it." Before he could regain his composure, Eli heard On's voice from behind. "Please, follow me this way." Eli asked in confusion. "Excuse me?" On continued. "As of today, you are no longer part of the Central Army. He has declared that you will be under the direct command of the Grand Prince." Hearing this, Eli blushed, too flustered to say a word. On added, "If you aren't willing, just say so." His Highness said he wouldn't force anyone to stay if they refused. Eli hurriedly waved his hands and stammered, "I don't refuse at all." On nodded slightly and turned to walk away. "Then follow me." In Eli's mind, the image of On surfaced along with the dirty thoughts of that nobleman from before. That woman looks beautiful, even bound in armor. Just imagine how amazing she'd be underneath. Eli thought about how the female knight had been treated like a joke at the banquet that day. On's back faded into the distance, and Eli left a curse for the noble Banson. "That bastard, he truly deserves to die," she muttered in anger. Though her face was still flushed, the descendant of the Eli family who had clung to Manna's heart until the very end, Bernardo. At the Winter Fortress, in the midst of a fierce battle against the Orc warlord, she had found a master to entrust her future to, and she had encountered the person of her dreams in a one-sided love that could never be. An excerpt from the record of the battle at the Winter Fortress, witnessed and experienced firsthand by the scholar Niccolò Macchiadio. On the first day of the battle, the king of the Orcs, known as the Warlord, led 20,000 troops to the fortress. The cavalry and soldiers of the Winter Fortress fought bravely and pushed them back, with 89 killed and 114 wounded. On the fourth day, the eastern wall collapsed, and although it was retaken shortly after, the cavalry suffered heavy casualties. 371 killed and 414 wounded. By the sixth day, resources were becoming critically scarce. By the 13th day, our forces were completely exhausted, and our numbers had been significantly reduced. There is still no end in sight for the Orcs, and with over 300 dead, far too many lives had already been lost. On the 15th day, the scholar Niccolò Macchiadio was diligently writing in the dim room. He looked up, his expression full of anxiety and fatigue. The reinforcements didn't come? A voice echoed in the night. "If this continues, we'll be wiped out." Vale cut in, his voice firm. "We cannot abandon the castle." A heated argument erupted, and Aram said, "Holding out forever isn't the solution. Isn't it true that we gain nothing by fighting?" Vincent replied, "This isn't a battle to gain something. It's a battle to prevent losing everything." "Lord Aram, do you know why Balarhard built a fortress in a place as arid and harsh as this?" He pointed at the map. "It's because this is the only path for the monsters to leave the Blade Mountains and flood into the south." Vincent emphasized, "If they breach this place, no one knows where the monsters will go next. If we fall back, where exactly are we supposed to retreat to? There are 6 territories bordering Balarhard. If this place falls, at least one of them, or perhaps more, will turn into hell." The second prince, Maximilian, slammed his hand on the table and shouted in rage, "Why? Why haven't the reinforcements that promised to come arrived yet?" Vincent shook his head slightly, his voice heavy with sadness. "Perhaps they have forgotten about the winter." He looked out the window where the snow was falling. "They have completely forgotten the harshness of the winter." Maximilian was stunned. Could this have happened before? A voice spoke up. "But this time, the prince himself led 2 legions here, didn't he? In this desolate land that no one knows of for hundreds of years, how hard have they had to fight in solitude?" A fist slammed down on the table. "Damn it." Maximilian couldn't contain his anger, repeatedly striking the table. "Damn it. Damn it." He slumped his head, overwhelmed by helplessness. Ian stepped forward and placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Maximilian, calm down." And Maximilian choked out, "Brother." With a resolute gaze, Ian said, "The situation isn't great, but I don't intend to just sit here and hand the fortress over to them. Continuing a war of attrition will only increase our casualties. Therefore, our forces will open the gates and sally forth at dawn tomorrow. Our target is the warlord." Aram voiced his concern. "However, To reach the warlord, we must break through at least 3 layers of defenses. Is that feasible? Vio punched his chest decisively. I will lead the vanguard and open the path. Other commanders immediately responded. The Black Cavalry will support you from behind. All of Balarhard's heavy infantry will join the fight. 100 of Balarhard's knights will fight alongside. The entire Black Spear cavalry will sally forth with all forces. Half the infantry will stay to defend the walls with Vincent. Maximilian stood listening, looking thoughtful and intending to raise his hand. I will also. But he was immediately cut off. Ian blocked his brother's hand. You stay back. There's no need for 2 people with the blood of Leon Berger to participate. Maximilian was taken aback. Brother. Ian looked at Vio and called out softly. Uncle, please save a spot for me. The meeting was over, but the night was still long. I have many people to meet personally before the dawn comes. Ian stood with his arms crossed, instructing with a stern face. I will only say this once, so listen carefully and follow it. If the winter fortress falls, the things that need to be prepared in advance are already piling up like a mountain. Everyone's reaction to Ian's words was different. What? Then what about you, Your Highness? But most of their words were the same. May Your Highness return safely from the battle. I will always be right behind you. I will not let your will go to waste. Vale looked straight at Vincent and warned, in any situation, you must prioritize your own life above all else, Ian. Protecting this winter fortress is the mission of the Balarhard House, not your mission at all, Vincent said. Your Highness, I will count the warlord's banners with 200 of their enemies. And Maximilian looked at Ian with anxious eyes. So please return safely, brother. Ian smiled to himself, wondering how many times he had heard similar words just this morning. Finally, he turned to On, his voice becoming serious. Your role will be very important. On was flustered. Your Highness. Ian thought to himself, in order to stay in the rear while the Lord throws himself into the jaws of death. This decision might be very cruel to her, but there is no other way. Ian looked directly into On's eyes. You are the only person I can trust with this. With you here, I can set out from the castle with peace of mind. He placed a hand on her shoulder, entrusting her with his faith. I'm counting on you, On. On bowed her head in silence for a long moment, then bowed slightly. I will follow your orders. Ian turned to Eli, who had been hiding silently in a corner. About what you said, about following me even if it meant dying. I will not allow that to happen this time. So don't have any useless thoughts. Eli just bowed her head in silence and turned away. Ian also turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct. On, you should go get some rest too, to which On replied, Yes, Your Highness. Ian stepped into his room and sighed softly. I certainly have a lot of people to meet. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction, his eyes sharp, and called out, If you're there, show yourself. Stop skulking around. An owl with white feathers was hiding behind the curtains. The owl flapped its wings and flew out from behind the curtain, speaking, You seem to have a lot on your mind. So, I only waited for a moment. Ian smirked. You're making excuses again. I've been calling for a long time, so you only decide to show up now. The giant image of Sigrun appeared before Ian through the owl.